risk. Now, Jack Leach is going to continue with that new cherry. Interesting. I mentioned about the possible extra bounce for the spinner intrigues. That's got to be part of the thinking.
Yeah, I think it's fair to say that the spin's just a little bit sharper with a newer ball, maybe get a bit more bounce, so it generally plays into the hands of both the bowlers. And I think as a batter you'd probably just got to recalibrate a little bit, just get used to the slightly changing characteristics of what the bowler's delivering. Leachy none for 73 off his 33 overs so far. There's the top edge and there's the wicket. That's what Somerset wanted. Brilliant piece of bowling from Leachy. Ryan Patel, time and time again, has executed the aggressive shots brilliantly. This time, he's got it slightly wrong, and he'll be kicking himself so early into that new ball. And that is certainly, Lammy, a massive creaking door opening for Somerset.
Huge. Patel gone for 70 and a big stand. It looked as though they were pretty solid, but that new ball has done the trick. Just the second over with it. And the decision to keep on the spinner has paid, well, one hell of a dividend from Somerset's point of view. That is massive.
Yeah, it certainly has. Brilliant. He played beautifully. He'll be, I would imagine, quite frustrated that he went to that option first over of the new ball with spin, but what all the fans on the live stream have been waiting for from across the globe, Shakib Al-Hassan striding to the crease. Left-hander followed by another left-hander. And as my commentary stint has yielded a wicket, Lammy, I'm gonna have a little switcheroo, and Harry Everett's gonna come in and join you for a while.
See whether Mr. Everett can strike early. Tails up for Somerset out there. But there's still plenty of batting to come. Tom Curran, Jordan Clark, Cameron Steele listed to come in after these two. Shakib out there to join Ben Foakes, who's on 25 not out. Big breakthrough though, which just, see, look at the scales of this match. In the first session of day 3, we're just over halfway through it. Surrey, well, they're still 121 behind. They may still feel they have the advantage with the 4 wickets down, but a lot can happen with that new ball. There's an appeal for caught it backwards short leg, but not given. And I'm not sure whether it had complete conviction about it either. Good morning, Harry.
Guys, all going on, Stephen. Yeah, the Gremlins and the YouTube channel. Tom Banton's still the face of the programme, despite not being on the field, sadly. But the new ball is making a bit of a difference.
Yeah, there's plenty of excitement and tension that this new ball has brought, particularly with the fall of the wicket. Three fielders for company as well as the keeper for Shakib. They're appealing for anything in the moment.
It's been a bit like that. This match, I must say, it's had a lot of appeal. There's a lot of enthusiasm from both sides.
That one he just propped forward, and I think he played it defensively, but there was still an appeal. All good stuff. Engrossing cricket here at the Cooper Associates County Ground under bright sunshine.
Poor old Ben Warren, on his birthday, is having to deal with all the issues in the technical side of the stream. Shout out to Ben. And look there on the retirement flat balcony. We've got 4 fans enjoying it. Yeah, apologies, we've had a blue screen of death in the director's box, which is not good news, whatever that means. But we are back on. Third time lucky, they say, don't they?
They do, and the various balconies.
We forgive you, the comments. Yeah, the balconies are busier than previous days, Stephen, actually.
Yeah, they're looking good. And it is the time of day when they get a bit of sunshine. It doesn't last long.
Good point, actually. It's that morning sunshine. It's Ben Green and Tom Lammerby. Not quite sure that's all about. The extra CC lads just swapping positions. Ben Green's got the pads on, so he's going to go mid-on, thinking he's got less running to do. Tom Lammonby at mid-off with his left-hand pick-up as well. Can trot round to cover. Brett Randall, that's a beauty. Stephen's getting excited. You know it's good cricket when Stephen Lamb is tapping his hands on the desk and leaning backwards.
And doesn't it look so much better, Harry? You've toiled away like Jack Leach has. 34 overs. Doesn't 1 for 71 look so much better?
It does indeed. I'm going to start filling in my scorecard. The last 2 days I've been here. Been here all 2 days, but been walking around the ground, chatting to different people, on the camera a bit, getting different angles, and I've not been doing the scorecard, Stephen. Normally pretty good at penciling in my scorecard. Hey, wow, the numbers are good. Somerset have gone from 100 watching to 1,500 watching in a couple of seconds there. That wicket has got the fans flocking in.
Yeah, it's the touch paper, the wicket.
Yes.
Which has set the fans ablaze here at Taunton. It's built up a bit, the crowd. Started half an hour earlier than usual, as we always do in September nowadays. 10:30 start, so we've been playing for 40 minutes, but the ground has visibly filled during that period. Good view of Ian pushed out to, there's going to be runs here, a couple.
Oh, it might even go, you know, Stephen.
It might.
Ben Green's got pads
That
on.
new ball
Yeah.
partly goes over the outfield a little bit quicker than the old one, and the boundary is the consequence.
Just mentioned that Tom Lammonby had swapped with Ben Green. Tom Lammonby's a little bit quicker than Ben Green anyway, and with the short leg pads on, it's not going to help Ben Green chasing that, but that was well timed by Ben Foakes. Not much of a gap there between the two mid wickets and that mid on.
200 up for the visitors.
Still no batting bonus point though. How many times, Stephen, can we remember Surrey batting 80 overs in the first innings and only being on 200? They're in no rush. They know the title's pretty much theirs if they can draw this game. They're not too worried about batting bonus points. They're probably not going to slip up in the last two.
Just another single here, I think.
Yeah, Goldsworthy not far away from stopping that with his right hand.
Yeah, it was a good effort.
Yeah.
But, eventually fielded in the deep.
Should mention a little bit of transfer news overnight. You might have seen on social media, Sean Dixon, well, not really a transfer move, playing this T10 Masters thing in September. So he's getting picked up by franchises around. There's so many games going on in different countries, different places all around the world now. Masters tournaments, legends, competitions, Triggs will talk about. But Sean Dixon should be back where he was man of the match at Edgbaston at Finals Day last year. Shakib on strike to Brett Randall now. Now he is off the mark.
Yeah, not entirely convincing. I don't think that was where he was aiming. Maybe a vestige of outside edge. But off the mark nonetheless.
So can you remember the last time Shakib El Hassan batted here?
Ooh.
See, I was here. I don't know if you'll know this, Stephen.
He can't have been here often.
I don't know for sure, but I'm going to say potentially it might have been his only other time playing here. 124 not out of 99 balls and 2 for 54. I remember it vividly.
Okay.
Against West Indies in the World Cup. That's a 2019 50 over World Cup. And Bangladesh chased down 321 with 51 balls remaining and 7 wickets in hand.
That's rather a pleasant
An
bit
emphatic
of
win.
previous to have, isn't it?
Yeah.
As you come out to bat, knowing that the one previous appearance has yielded a century.
Exactly. He was a 6th change bowler and got 2 wickets. Got Evan Lewis, pretty big wicket. And left hand at the top, and also got Nicky Porin. So 2 large wickets. And at number 3, 124 not out. Lytton Das was 94 not out as well when they won that game. Yeah, I remember it. I was here in the ground watching that with the Bangladesh Tiger fans. Absolutely loving it. What a knot that was. Just slapping it through the covers again and again. I remember 16 fours he hit, no sixes. Left arm spinner to left arm spinner.
It's a nice delivery.
Now Shakib getting outside the line of off stump, isn't he?
It was turning. approach that I always feel is going to be settling for teammates watching in the pavilion. Upright stance, he's got all the shots, solid defence. And he's batted on. He's the survivor of the two overnight batters. Faced 102 deliveries, Ben Foakes, for his unbeaten 30. Here's Brett Randall again. The ball into its fifth over, taken at the earliest opportunity by Somerset.
So we are back online now. Apologies, a few issues today. Thank you, those in the comments keeping us updated if the sound does go. That is helpful to know, but the guys next to are working as hard as they can. Our monitor's back on, commentary's back on. Do our best to keep talking you through the Surrey first innings.
Yeah, full good of parts.
So Shakib Al-Hassan, he's got pace at one end, he's got left arm spin which he bowls himself at the other. Interesting to see how he plays this. Ben Foakes, of course, an extra insult to injury, do we say, extra frustration with the test squad for Pakistan being announced yesterday. And his teammate, you know, we talk about Leach and Bashir, the two spinners for England. Well, Surrey have got the two best.
It's not dissimilar, is it?
Yeah,
really?
Exactly.
It's, yeah.
So Jamie Smith has been persevered with. Well, he's done very well.
Well, he's
can't deny that.
nailed it down.
Yeah.
He's nailed the spot, hasn't he?
And in the olden days, you'd take a reserve keeper, wouldn't you? They don't really tend to do that anymore. Ollie Pope, I guess, would do it. Another Surrey player would potentially take the gloves if Smith was to get injured in the short term. Maybe would they go back to Foakes? Never know. But he's a good batter, isn't he, Foakes? In absolutely no hurry here in this match. Myself, Harry Everett, and Stephen Lamb here on commentary. Pete Trigo will be with us on and off throughout the day as well. Thanks to those of you watching from all over the world. It's nice to hear people watching from abstract places. Estonia, from Poland yesterday. Plenty of Bangladesh fans here.
Yeah, I wonder whether anybody's watching from Jessore. If they are, one of the batsman's birthplaces.
Very good. That's a good single, that. Good tight single. I'm sure we had a few Bangladesh fans in on day one.
And the Jessore lad has picked up a single.
Apparently the effects ground mic is louder than us currently.
Yeah, well, we've heard plenty of fielders' voices on it, particularly since the fall of the wicket.
There you go. Captain McTavish is watching from Jessore, Bangladesh. Straight in there.
Randall tries again. Yeah, that's just about the spot, isn't it? Middle and off. Not much movement on that occasion. We saw a bit of shape, very first delivery with the new ball that Randall bowled. Not so much on that occasion. He's very much looked the part on this match. New Zealander.
He's attacking that middle leg line, isn't he? Attacking the stumps but round, will bring them into play. Folks playing round that front pad a little bit sometimes, but he's got away with it so far.
Blustery breeze out there at the moment. We noticed it doing our preview, Harry, this morning. And it breeze around the Thatcher's Terrace down below us in the Marcus Trescothick Pavilion. And quite blowy out in the middle as well. Jack Leach, 1 for 74. With that new ball, just 5 overs bowled with it so far. And still the slip and the 2 short legs for the left-handed Shakib Al-Hassan.
Shakib Al-Hassan though, getting outside the line of off stump. It's clever, isn't it? It's left arm spinner IQ almost. He knows that he can nullify, get outside the line. Even there, that's quite a safe use of the feet. Saw Casey Aldridge and Craig Overton a little bit wildly coming down and trying to hack it and getting nowhere near the ball. Shakib Al-Hassan, a very good player of spin, comfortably just trots down, just timed it.
Yeah, having played from the crease the previous delivery, just mixing up the approach.
Doesn't need to put much pace on the ball. Jack Leach isn't bowling too slowly here, and also you're coming down, you've got that momentum into the ball.
Forward comes the right-handed Foakes. Steady innings for his team. The keeper. Thought about the single. I think Shakib was keen, not so much Foakes. Would have been tight. To run out in any circumstances when you've just lost a big wicket.
Indeed, I think there's been a habit of run-ups and collapses over the years, but it's a very professional. They shouldn't. Pretty professional, don't they?
He got that slightly squarer, which guaranteed the single for Ben Foakes. Green's going to come in to short leg for the new batter.
Lots of people on Twitter not happy with football warm-ups. If you're just joining us, quite worrying signs. Yes, Tom Madden is not on the field. Was carried off the field. Looked like an ankle, but we're not sure exactly the injury. But he's definitely not on the field. Was carried off. Himself, a football injury. But Archie Vaughn is going to come on to bowl some off-spin from Brett Randall, Marcus Trescott at Pavilion End. Bowled really well yesterday. I took a picture of the scoreboard actually. Jack Leach, who'd just been announced for the England-Pakistan series just a couple of weeks' time, start of October. I wouldn't say he bowled badly, but actually if you look at the corresponding figures between Archie Vaughn and Jack Leach, after 22 overs, Archie Vaughn had 3 wickets and had gone for 39 runs with 5 maidens, whereas Jack Leach after 22 overs had gone for 56 runs with no wicket. So an interesting comparison that actually Archie Vaughn, essentially out bowling, is more experienced Test international colleague. A good sign for Somerset when they've got a young lad coming in, still a teenager, opening the batting and now bowling over after over has been
looking the part in both departments.
Indeed, I mean Jack Leach has now gone on to bowl 36 overs. You look at the corresponding figures now. Jack Leach has got that wicket this morning. He's now got 9 maidens. He's still the senior spinner, but Archie Vaughan's just had this knack of taking wickets. Massive gap in the covers. Just full started there. I like that. There's a backward point who's 20 yards off the rope, so he's stopping 2 basically. If there's a reverse sweep, I think that's what they're there for. And then you got the mid off, and there's no one in the covers, which basically says play with a spin. Somerset saying to Ben Foakes, if you want to play against a spin, you go for it. It will now be all changed. Lewis Gregory was at mid on. He's going to come into the slips, I reckon. There's going to be a completely different field now to the left hand, I reckon. Oh no.
This is what off spinners generally prefer, isn't it, to have a left-hander on strike?
Yeah, I say that actually. They're going to leave that gap, the same gap now on the leg side for Shakib Al-Hassan. Say, can you play through that gap between square leg and mid wicket? Short wide, cut for 4. Shakib Al-Hassan is a good player of spin, and something slightly short, slightly wide. He's in season 1.
Well, he made that look very easy, didn't he?
Yeah, didn't hit it hard, did he? Just timed it.
Classy stroke, although he was given the room in the first place. 2-1-3 for 4. The deficit is coming down towards 2 figures. 104 at the moment. Surrey having bowled Somerset out for 317 on day 1. Oh, well bowled.
That's a beauty. Good hands from James Drew as well. I don't think he was ever at his crease long enough to allow a stumping, but there's more that's nearly taking the outside edge. Yeah, he kept his back foot in. Did topple over. Ben Green in a short leg, the 2 slips.
Oh, again, beauty, real turn there, and a bit of lift.
Really, really good start here from Archie Vaughn after that long hop that was cut for 4. These 2 comeback deliveries outside off stump. That's the line of length he wants.
2 in a row.
And it makes him then play that different shot, doesn't it? Should just be 1 run easily around his Jack Leach, but it makes him then think, I'm going to try the paddle sweep here to get him off his line of length maybe. But for an 18-year-old, Archie Vaughn is pretty calm, pretty professional, pretty relaxed. I don't think he'll be phased by bowling, even Shakib getting the scoops out.
Well, absolutely. He was hit for 6, Archie Vaughn, by Ben Foakes in his first over of the morning, and that's just a good indication in that over of his level-headed approach. Produced a couple of corkers, either of which could have found the outside edge.
Yeah, so I talked about Surrey being in the box seat, but well, I had a Surrey fan, Matt Nichols, has just texted me saying, actually, Surrey could still slip up. Essex away last game to win it, a lot of pressure on that game. Say this is a draw, say Essex fight back in that last game. It's definitely all over if Surrey get out of Taunton the draw today. Essex slipped up recently, so Somerset in the box seat to take the title if Surrey were to slip up, but could Essex do Somerset a favour in that last game? You never know. Somerset have Old Trafford next week and then Hampshire at home.
It could be a cliffhanger still. Didn't get hold of that, Shakib, and a little bit of frustration, perhaps.
Yeah, I think so. That is the kind of shot Shakib plays very well, but he's almost yorked himself there. If I was thinking of a Shakib shot, it's through the covers off a seamer, and it's up and over mid-on off a spinner. Well played there, really good soft hands though, fair play to him, you can't argue with that. It's going to be just 1 run, is it? Or Archie Vaughn gets one, could it be? No, just 2. Safe enough 2 in the end. I thought there might have been a scramble for that second run.
Yeah, ran the first very quickly, yeah. Shakib.
He scurries, doesn't he?
Yeah, knew he'd be heading for the danger end and gave himself time.
Yeah, so I was just going to mention actually, beat me to it in the comments, Shakib playing against Michael Vaughan back in 2007 in the World Cup and now facing against his son in this match. Quite a cool little story there. Michael was here, of course, yesterday. Watching this lad. Wow.
Oh, good half stop from Jack.
Yeah, that's a hard chance that. He's got his right hand to it. Probably say 4.
Yeah.
The only thing that could potentially happen there is could he tip that up? You know, could he give mid-off a catch with a little slap up? It wasn't a chance, but a quarter chance, do we say?
Would have been brilliant. He'd held on. Almost no time at all to react. I think you look at the economics of something like that and think 4 runs saved.
Yeah. Leg slips a little bit deeper to Shakib Al-Hassan. He'll play with harder hands at their face. That's caught on bowl. Jack Leach has got him. Shakib Al-Hassan, the big money signing. Surrey have got him all the way to Taunton, having played in a test match with Rawalpindi just a few days ago. They've got him in especially for this game, mainly for his bowling maybe, but he's a genuine quality all-rounder, and he's gone for 12. Jack Leach dropped that right-handed diving caught and bowled early in the over, but that is a massive breakthrough. Caught and bowled. Surrey now 216 for 5.
Worth another look at this. He just mistimed it, didn't he? And, well, if you called it a chance earlier in the over, it doesn't matter. It couldn't matter less, because Leach has his man, and that 0 in the wickets column at the start of play has moved to 2 now. 2 for 78. Another big wicket. Patel and Shakib both back in the hutch. Surrey still 101 runs behind, 5 wickets down. I'd say it's pretty evenly balanced now, Harry.
Yeah, a little evenly poised there, isn't it? Somerset 317, remember, but Jordan Clark, Cam Steele, Tom Curran.
Well, indeed, there is the batting to come, but we were saying before the start of play that Surrey would be narrowly in the box seat. I think that's narrowed still further now,
Also,
if they still are.
Also worth mentioning, if you look at the 6, 7, 8, you look at Somerset, Craig Overton, Lewis Gregory, Case Aldridge, 3 quality all-rounders, really.
Yep.
Yes, all probably bowling all-rounders, but they can all bat.
And they've had the confidence in Casey Aldridge to send him in ahead of those 2. Here's the drop, which it's just it's reflex, really, isn't it? Just the one hand to get to it.
Is this a bit brainless from Shakib? Surely you learn from that mistake to go again.
This is the real thing.
And then leading edge. Is that just? I think that's a bit brain dead batting, Stephen. Yes, you want to. He's a positive, aggressive player and is good at attacking spin, but there's different ways he can score against Jack Leach, surely, than coming down and risking that on a pitch that is turning a bit. Jack Leach is into a good rhythm now.
Bit of jet lag.
Well, Rawalpindi to Taunton. It's not a route many players take, is it?
No. It's not the baker's route.
It's not, indeed.
Or the milk float.
I don't know if he's ever been to Surrey. He's a Surrey player, but he probably did he fly to Bristol and then straight here? I don't know. So Shakib Al-Hasan, if you look at his most recent innings, 2 and 21 not out against Pakistan, 15 against Pakistan, and then caught and bowled Jack Leach for 12. And 1 for 34, 1 for 100, and 3 for 44. It was wicket-taking innings in 2 recent tests in Rawalpindi.
So Ben Foakes, who's watched the 2 wickets fall from the non-striker's end.
I mean, there aren't many players who've taken a 5 foot and scored 100 in a test match. Well, Shakib Al-Hasan has that accolade to his name. And he's a quality player. That is a massive, massive breakthrough for Somerset. And watch our YouTube live stream numbers go down a bit, Stephen. The Bangladeshi fans there's been a mass exodus.
They've deserted, have they?
Is there a fire drill in the YouTube live chat? Suddenly, a lot of them have left. They'll be back for him bowling potentially later this afternoon.
Tom Curran is watching from the non-striker's end at the moment as Foakes moves that comfortably out to mid-wicket. Won't be a run in it. Something of a vigil for Ben Foakes, but he's still there. Strike rate of just under 30. Pick up another single there. Leach back point to end the over. Foakes on 34. 217 for 5.
This is one of my favourite comments of the day. Harry Go Lucky says, Jack Leach got 12 wickets against Durham. Shakib got 12 runs against Somerset. What's the financial difference in those?
Yeah.
Money per run, money per wicket.
Interesting equation. Exactly 100 behind Somerset. Surrey now.
So I guess the 2 spinners just continue for a while, don't they?
Should do.
We should say, I've not seen Lewis Goldsworthy bowl a single ball yet. I'd be surprised if he doesn't bowl at all in this innings. You'd have thought he'd definitely bowl in the second innings, but Case Aldridge only 4 overs, Craig Overton 8, Brett Randall 11. He's a Kookaburra ball member, so Brett Randall will probably have more time with ball in hand next week, even though Old Trafford does spin back here against Hampshire, but with a Duke's ball you'd expect Brett Randall to bowl a little bit more. Yes, used to bowl with the Kookaburra, but seamers in England generally tend to prefer the Duke's ball.
It's an elegantly struck single from Ben Foakes, which will bring Tom Curran onto strike.
Doesn't score many runs that aren't elegant, does he? He's such a silky, beautiful player to watch, even when he's 35 off 116 balls, which is probably one of the slowest knocks he's played in years, really. Even in this Bazball era, when he was playing Test cricket, Ben Foakes scored a little bit quicker under Brendan McCullum. Now, Tom Curran at 7, ahead of Cam Steele, ahead of Jordan Clark. I find an interesting one. Jordan Clark can play that aggressive role, the Jamie Overton role, perhaps with the bat. Aggressive, but I think he's a very good player to be at potentially number 9. Underrated all round Jordan Clark.
And we were talking about Somerset in that department.
Yeah.
It's not bad from Surrey either, is
They've
it?
got to have 2 of the longest batting orders for years in the Camp Championship, really. And this is without Jamie Overton, without Gus Atkinson for Surrey. I mean, Damn well, we expect to be 11. Kemar Roach, I'm pretty sure, off the top of my head, I reckon Kemar Roach is a test 80. Gus Atkinson is a test 100 now as well.
Yes, almost mint.
Yeah.
Nicely done by Jack Leach. Turning away from the left-hander.
I've slightly doubled Kemar Roach's test.
Beauty.
I should just check in. I've doubled Kemar Roach's test high score of 41 to 80, but talking rubbish, Stephen. Don't know where I got that from.
41 is the best score of my career, which never got beyond the foothills.
I reckon you scored more than 41 when we played corridor cricket in here in that rain delay a couple of years ago. I reckon you're on at least 50 then.
End of. I think less said the better about that. End of Jack Leach's over. There is encouragement for both these spinners. We've seen the ball turn away from the batter. It happened a couple of times for Archie Vaughn. That was against the left-hander, Shakib Al-Hussein. He hasn't got a left-hander to bowl to anymore with the departure of Shakib. So he'll be bowling to Ben Foakes initially in this over. Hasn't added yet to the 3 wickets he took yesterday, Archie Vaughn, but he well might have done.
Archie Vaughn with Joe Root's 66 number on his back still coming in now. That is a little bit short, a little bit outside off. And Ben Foakes with that massive gap in the covers knows he doesn't need to play with any bat speed through there. Just a push, just a poke. Cleanly for 2.
Amble 2.
Yes.
They knew it would be no more, no less.
3. Tom Lammonby's. No, Brett Randall that is. I think Brett Randall would be up there. If there's a race, Tom Lammonby and Brett Randall can be 2 of the quicker ones. Brett Randall is pretty quick across the ground. You'd expect that from a live quick bowl, I suppose. Ben Foakes does plant that front leg, doesn't he? Then he withdraws it. You think from a coaching point of view, you don't want that front leg sort of planted, especially when it's spinning and get caught OW, but he sort of goes with it and then moves it. Interesting. You keep thinking OW's in the game, but he just gets that leg out of the way.
Settles again. That's got a bit of inside edge about it, that stroke. Looking to play it straighter, fetches up at mid-wicket.
Just been asked to turn our effects mic down in the comments. Thank you for feedback in there. I think we're a bit fed up of the chat of who sorry I'm missing. I should ban that, shouldn't I? We've had so much chat. Oh, sorry I'm missing this many players. Sorry I'm missing that many. Let's just enjoy the 22 players out there.
Well, yeah, so given what they're missing, they're still putting out a pretty good side, aren't they?
Yeah.
Talking about the strength in depth. Surely no other county has anything to match that. All taken, given, the 6th wicket's gone, and it's Ben Foakes. His vigil, which began yesterday afternoon, has come to a close. Archie Vaughn has his 4th, and Surrey 220 for 6.
Yeah, he's standing there, he's not happy, but it looked like it came off the bat. He's really, really not happy. We'll show you a replay, but the easiest of catches to short leg, Archie Vaughn, the off spinner, getting a little bit of bounce. I thought it was bat onto pad. Umpire's giving it straight away. I'm not quite sure what Ben Foakes is not happy about there.
So it's been, I think you could say, with the fall of that wicket, makes it Somerset's morning thus far. We'll have a closer look at the dismissal.
It's the bat out in front of his...
Well, you think it's certainly close to the bat.
It's hard to tell even with that.
Was it a little bit of movement between
it's definitely hit his
the
front
bat and the pad?
I'll be honest, that's not conclusive. We're not just sitting on the fence here. It's actually quite hard to tell, even with a slow-mo replay. Ben Foakes is not happy.
The bat is certainly very close to it if there's no connection. Partly based on what you can hear as well as what you can see.
Yeah, we haven't got the noise, I guess.
We haven't got that. But it's a big, big wicket. All 3 of them have been this morning. Patel, Shakib and now Foakes gone for Surrey. They're still 97 runs behind with 6 wickets.
Game of cricket, and there's, you know, a pitch that they're playing on that certainly,
It's a beauty.
certainly is giving plenty of assistance there, and we're just seeing now, you know, without Patel and Foakes, who looked like they had a really good handle on how they were going to negate the movement, all of a sudden you've got 2 new batters here, lots of playing and misses, lots of oohs and ahs, and all of a sudden the game definitely has a different feel about it.
Yeah, Somerset winning the toss on day 1, remember, the first job they had to do. Really quite an important toss to win. Bat bowl. So Somerset will be bowling in that 4th innings, where you expect a little bit more turn for Jack Leach and Archie Vaughn than they're having. But you looked at the pitch again this morning, did your pitch report. It's not breaking out, there's no obvious cracks, no obvious rough. Not many big quicks to rough it up, I suppose.
Yeah, you won't ever really see cracks at Taunton. It doesn't have that characteristic about it. But what the 2 sort of landing areas for the seamers has a pitted nature to it. If that makes sense. There's high and low spots. The low spots are a little bit dusty. They're a bit gritty almost. And you can see that if the ball just catches the edge of one of those, that's when you're going to get those really sharp turn-in deliveries. There's an awful lot going on. 4 for so far for Archie Vaughn. 2 wickets for Jack Leach. 69 overs between them. They're going to be definitely keen for a rest. I mean, whenever the time comes, young Archie Vaughn's going to have to strap the pads straight back on after bowling.
Yeah, I forgot that.
For half a day. So
I forgot he was opening this game.
Yeah, he's going to be certainly tested. But if you're going to do it, why not do it when you're 19? Plenty of energy.
Yeah, I spoke to him after his debut in the last game, Durham, and he said he had a sore shoulder after all the bowling he did in that game. Well, could be even sore after this.
Yeah, strap it on, lad. Plenty of bowling.
He bowled 21 overs in the 2nd innings against Durham. Him and Jack Leach opened the bowling together. 30 for Jack, 21 for Archie. Just a 9 overs a seam in that last innings. Now, Jordan Clark is quite an aggressive player. Do we see him run down? Do we see him sweep? He'll get his iron, of course, to start with, but Surrey don't seem too worried about batting bonus points. They've got, nearly 18 overs left. They'll probably get the 250, but they'll worry about 300.
I could easily see Jordan Clark's first scoring shot being a 6 over mid-on. Easily.
I was just thinking that.
It's either going to be a six over mid-on, or it's going to be a turned ball into where the umpire's standing for one.
Yeah.
I can't really see.
Unless there's a bit of field.
I think that's a pretty good prediction.
Yeah, I'll take that.
I'm taking that
You
one.
take
Yeah.
that.
So he's ended up scoring through sort of a wide sort of mid-wicket.
It was in between the two options you gave, wasn't it? He attempted the heave over mid-on, I think, and then got the scuff through
He
square
was
leg.
definitely lining up the car park there.
Yeah, good player is Jordan Clark. He improved a lot since come down from Lancashire. Always thought of him as a medium pacer up at Lancashire. Seems to put on a few yards. A little bit quicker now. Looks like that might be going down the leg side, that appeal for Abu Dhabi. Off spinner. Looks like that's not going to be hitting the leg stump. So 2-1 for 6 after 93 overs. What are we? Day 3 of this game. It's funny when they all start on different days at the moment. It's hard to remember what day we're on. I think it's Wednesday. It's definitely day 3.
Thanks to Virtue Motors, one of our partners here at the Cooper Associates County Ground. If you haven't already, and you come to the ground a lot, I think it's about a tenner to get yourself an earpiece, and you can enjoy the cricket and listen to the variety of commentary that we offer here at the ground. We hope those that have invested are enjoying the coverage.
Yeah, I saw quite a few when I was wandering around the ground on days 1 and 2. I get accused of, what are you doing over here? You should be up in the commentary box when I'm over here. But we've turned them up in recent weeks, so we're extra loud in the ears.
Is your reply, I'm waiting for the food to be delivered? Don't think I've ever met a thinner statured person that eats as much as Harry Everett. That is definitely one of your USPs.
Yeah, it's sometimes annoying though, because can't go anywhere without. I've always got emergency rations in the car.
Do you feel it when you get hungry?
Yeah,
like
and then like
faint?
wasting
Do you get
away.
faint
Yeah,
at
a
all?
little bit. Yeah,
Okay.
it's a bit of a family trait. The whole family's got it. Can't do anything. I haven't got any energy in me.
Certainly, Leachy's going to need plenty of that into his 40th over. 2 for 79, 4 for 61 for Archie Vaughn. Spin holding the key here, as it often does at the Cooper Associates County Ground. Short leg has gone over to Silly Point. He's very, very close in there. Craig Overton under the helmet. Marcus Trescothick on the knees, might have had a chance.
He's getting his pads now as well, Craig Overton, because if he's on his knees and it's cut onto his kneecap, that's going to hurt.
Well, I think those deliveries there offer, the finer nicks will carry to first slip, but the squarer nicks, they go down and lose pace very quickly. So actually, for those who have watched Somerset cricket over the past 5 or 6 years, remember the Marcus Trescothick era where he fielded on his knees, but that was to get really, really close and to stay low, because that's where the edges go. He was there an awful lot. I think he only took 1 or 2 catches there, but you couldn't take that catch stood on your feet. So Vance is putting the old wicket keeping pads on.
Craig Overton, you can't mention.
Craig Overton. Sorry,
Can't mention Tom Banton. Sadly, still off the field.
Oh no,
We'll update you when
they were using Banton's Trent Rockets pads the other day. They had some bright yellow ones under Craig Overton's.
Yes, they did. And TKC
whites.
was batting with his pink Rajasthan Royal pads at lunchtime on the square yesterday. Nice, Craig Overton in a leg slip. Tom Curran's gone big. We talked to Jordan Clark, Mike. Well, Tom Curran has got off the mark with a 6 into the Ondarchi stand. There is a deep square. Casey Rogers down there. There is a wide long on, but the square leg umpire is going to run off and they're going to go straight for a new ball. They're not going to get this ball back from the car park. It's not exactly going to be lost. I don't think any of the fans will nick it. Well, umpires David Milnes and Steve O'Shaughnessy, they fancy a different ball. I'm not quite sure why, because it's not like it's gone into the river. Yeah, I fielded on playing out when I was overseas out in Australia a few years ago. Trez was in his prime, fielding on his knees, and I wasn't feeling too good one Saturday morning, so dropped myself from first grade down to third grade and floated on my knees for the whole game. the Aussie lads didn't have a clue what I was doing. I said, well, if it's good enough for Trez, it's good enough for me. I think I dropped a catch actually as well. So you've got to be alert in there. But they're not doing it to Archie Vaughn. All three close fielders stood up. Ben Green, Lewis Gregory and Craig Overton. Just letting that go through. On the leg side. Lewis Gregory never seems to bother with protective gear. He's at orthodox slip. Doesn't really need it there. It's Craig Overton and Ben Green who are covered. Tom Abel, great bit of... Oh, just going to get a cheeky single there. It was a good stop, good effort. Just squirmed away from him for one run. So what's this ball? Nearly 15 overs old now. That could come off it a little bit. Leach and Vaughan twirling away. Straight to Tom Abel. Jordan Clark's got to go. He's only got one run, and Tom Abel's taken another great catch. A tiny little misfield from him previous ball actually got Clark on strike, but Tom Curran taking a 6 early in the over. Surrey struggling a little bit now, 228 for 7.
And more importantly, Harry, 5 wickets for Archie Vaughn. A debut 5-wicket haul for the young man. Brilliant moment, celebrated by his teammates. They're all over him. They're rubbing the hair. Loving life. He's been picked up by the wicketkeeper. Brilliant scenes here at the Cooper Associates County Ground. Somerset very much on top now. After an excellent batting performance for Surrey, but now the door is wide open. 228 for 7. If they can get a lead of 60-70, Surrey will be back under a whole lot of pressure as this pitch continues to deteriorate throughout the course of these 4 days.
Archie for Pakistan, say the YouTube comments. I like that. Jack Leach, Shoaib Bashir. They're going to Pakistan the Test Series. Has a county ever provided 3 spinners for the England side for a tour? I'm not sure, but anyhow, if say Rayan Ahmed suddenly gets an injury the next couple of weeks, could England have a slight change in plan? Well, Archie Vaughn has bowled brilliantly here, and tell you what, he was dicing with the time there, coming out to bat. I think it's going to be Cam Steele. Took a long time to get out here, and then suddenly sprints on. He's going to be ready just in time, but Jordan Clark giving Archie Vaughn a 5 for that. 5 for 68, having been taken for 6 first ball of this over. Really well bowled, young man. He's going to be the talk of the county championship for this week. Archie Vaughn opening the batting and 5 wickets. Already with 3 left to take. So Cam Steele the leggy on strike. Spinner to spinner. Cam Steele's first innings bowling figures 5 overs, no wickets for 31. One at 6.2 and over. Tom Banton taking a bit of a liking to him. James Rue as well. Where does Surrey go from here? So Dan Worrell and Kemar Roach. Proper tail enders really to come. Last recognised batter for Surrey.
Yeah, Cam Steele, I wouldn't say he was a 9.
No.
I think he'd be more of a 6 in a lot of teams, so certainly a decent player. But that's the 6th wicket for Archie Vaughn.
He's bowled him, I think.
That's clipped the outside of the off stump, taken the bail off, and number 66 gets 6. Unbelievable work from the young man.
He had to point out, James Rue had to point out to Cam Steele that he'd been bowled. Don't think he realised. Bowled second ball for a duck. Just clipped. Thought, is it caught behind? Is it stumped? But no. And then James Rue went off celebrating. Cam Steele, the leg, as we say, yeah. 4 first-class hundreds. He can bat, Cam Steele. Pretty good number 9, but even with his 12 first-class 50s, even with 2,651 first-class runs from 102 innings, can't do any more against Archie Vaughn. He's got to wait for the second dig. And now we really are into the bowlers. Could Somerset even deprive Surrey of getting that 250 for that extra batting bonus? Now that could be crucial if 1 point comes into it. If Surrey don't get that 250, Somerset make sure they get all their bowling bonus points before the 110 overs are up. That could be massive. 15 overs left to get 2 wickets, basically, and not let Surrey get 250 runs. That is the first innings challenge here for Somerset now.
I think both look like they're quite likely, you'd have to say.
Yep.
Can't see how Surrey are going to survive 15 overs of this. Can they eke out a few more runs, though? Absolute box office stuff from Archie Vaughn. 6 for 68.
So after that depressing start to the day with Tom Banton carried off injured, Somerset have cheered up the Somerset fans with a pretty good first hour and a half here. Can they make it an almost perfect morning session by wrapping up these last 2 wickets quickly? Tom Curran might go on the attack now. Long on and long off. Well, long off is pretty much all the way. Long on is maybe 20 yards, sort of 3/4 of the way. Deep square leg is similar.
Part of me is thinking that Archie Vaughn, I really do hope he gets at least 1 more wicket. Number 66 can't get 6 wickets. Lucifer's number. He's got to get off 666, surely.
What a bit of fielding as well. Archie Vaughn, the ball's always going to him as well. He's at backward point, he's at point, he's at deep cover, he's bowling, he's opening the batting. All action cricketers, Archie Vaughn can't stay away. So 1 off 12 for Jordan Clark. 0 off 2 for Cam Steele. No one's batted above a 53 strike rate for Surrey. It's been more about survival for them mostly, but will they change approach now with the last 2 wickets? Archie Vaughn might have to put his pads on before lunch. 12:30 lunch, remember, so if the last week was to fall at 12:21, it would be lunchtime, or even 12:20. If it was at 12:19, then the 10-minute turnaround, they might have to come out for 1 over. Archie's already beaten his dad's best bowling performance in his 2nd game. I like that from Adam. There's some brilliant chats coming in this morning. Solid from Kemar Roach. Looking at home, controlled. Planning to go up to Old Trafford next week, and Somerset going on to win this game would make that a pretty important game too. Lancashire really struggling at the bottom of Division 1, but Somerset just got to keep on winning. Keep on winning games, and you never quite know what might happen. Surrey, yes, still top, but this will be a bit of a wake-up call for the Brown Caps. Meanwhile, Tom Hartley of Lancs is bowling against Durham. Con Ackerman and David Bedingham are piling on the runs up in the north. David Bedingham could get the highest first-class score for Durham. He's absolutely flying, but Archie Vaughan's going to continue here. We'll eventually update you on some scores around the grounds, but there's so much happening here with the spin that little time to talk about much else. Right, no leg slip now. Just a slip and the short leg. Tom Curran on the sweep. Slog sweep it all the way for 6. Up towards the Priory Bridge gate. Right-hander batting against the off-spinner. Going to sweep with the spin. Hit that cleanly enough. I think they're going to send a deep square leg all the way back now. No one being 5 yards in. Lewis Goldsworthy out there. Vaughan again. Does he bring his leg slightly back? Slightly slower. Curran slaps that. Should just be 1 run. Should be 1 run. Brett Randall does really well. Yeah, that's important. That Tom Curran wanted 2. He's annoyed. He really fancied 2 there. Kemar Roach will have to face Archie Vaughn. Yet to get off the mark. Or could that be another wicket? I don't think that's bad. No. Easy catch for Ben Green. Stifled appeal. Although Ben Foakes will argue that was similar potentially for his dismissal, but bit of wind now at the Cooper Associates County Ground. But I must say here, Kemar Roach's defence against the spinners has looked as good as anyone, really. I know it's pretty early in his innings, but looks calm, composed, experienced test bowler, of course, but always been a tail ender, but looks to be playing Archie Vaughn pretty comfortably without trying to score, really. He'll hold up one end, I think, and allow Tom Curran to go at the other. They'll give him one if he wants it, but that can hit the pad going down the leg side. How aggressive will Tom Curran now be to Jack Leach? All 8 wickets to fall between Archie Vaughn and Jack Leach in this innings. 3 sweeps early on yesterday, we should say. Pretty poor batting from Surrey. Burns, Sibley, just playing those aggressive sweep shots, which you don't expect from 2 pretty solid former Test opening bats. Burns missing his. Tom Sibley hitting his straight to Tom Abel at mid-wicket.
I had a chat with Anthony Gibson next door about sweeps. And we kind of felt like scoring would be even more difficult if you didn't play a sweep.
Yeah.
If you just played with a straight bat, I just don't see how. It'd be interesting to know how many runs have actually been scored using the sweep shot, because you obviously have to score, as Tom Curran's done there, playing off the back foot, slightly short delivery there from Jack Leach, and played well. You'd almost put that into the bad ball category. Not that they've bowled too many of those, but yeah, we normally I'm quite critical when batters get out sweeping, but in this case, I'm not sure what kind of game plan you'd have to have if you didn't play a sweep shot. So I think there's a little bit of a grey area with a pitch like this, and why the sweep shot's played so much in the subcontinent when the ball is turning sharply, because if you play with a straight bat, you're bringing both edges into play, and obviously with a sweep it gives you that boundary option. So yeah, it's the one time I'm thinking I think you probably got to have to gamble your wicket quite a few times during an innings to score. If that makes sense.
Do you not think it'd be better to sweep on a line? I think maybe not Dom Sibley, but Rory Burns sweeping on a straight ball. With these guys turning it quite a lot, there's enough balls that would be going down the leg side or outside the line of off stump that they'd be safe for sweeping.
Well, I think with it spinning so sharply that unless you get the one that skids on, the ball's probably not going to be hitting the stumps a great deal anyway.
Yeah.
And if it does, you're probably going to be outside the line, or the ball's going to be pitching outside leg. So there's a lot. In this case, I think there are a lot of pros to sweeping, and like I said, be interesting to know how many runs have actually been scored of the 241. If you took all of the sweeps out, what would be the predicament? I do think that it's a must for the batters to bring it into the game. Like I said, I think backing up my point is how many of the great players that score runs in the subcontinent, which this pitch resembles, all of those great batters all sweep, because you have to.
Shakib Al-Hassan plays the sweep very well in his career so far.
Oh, that's close. That's close. Maybe just missing off. Maybe spun just a bit too much.
Kemar Roach surviving the last 2 balls of that over. Jack Leach varying his bowling speeds between 49 and 54 miles per hour. Archie Vaughn here to Tom Curran. You think this over, there's going to be boundaries or a wicket. Yes, Kemar Roach is looking solid enough, but if Kemar Roach falls, Dan Warren could easily fall next ball or the ball after. So Curran wants to take as many runs. Can he get Surrey to 250? 9 more runs before he runs out of partners or gets himself out. So deep point, deep backwards point, deep square leg, deep long off, 2 deep mid wickets. The slog sweep, he goes again. There's Tom Curran. It's gone all the way for 6. Fair play, great shot. He's not worried about there being a fielder on the rope. Tom Curran, bit of experience for Sydney Sixers in the Big Bash. Plenty of T20 leagues around the world, the IPL as well. Probably bats higher up in some of these franchise teams than he does for Surrey. Can bat Tom Curran. Plays that slog sweep well. Yeah, as I say, he's not worried about the 3 men now back on the sweep shot, basically. Can Archie Vaughn get a little bit back of a length, maybe a little bit further outside off stump, like that? But then he's going to slap it for the offside. Should be 2. Brett Randall can get there. It's not going to be 4. Should be an easy 2. Good cricket from Tom Curran. Archie Vaughan's got to decide here. Just be brave and don't mind a couple of slog sweeps. One of them might be top edge. Well, Ben Green's going to come into sort of extra cover. A couple of aggressive shots takes that short leg out of the equation. There you go. That's a 250 for Surrey. Well batted, Tom Curran. He's cover driven that for 4. He's playing Archie Vaughn as well as anyone. But that is another batting, well, the first batting bonus point for Surrey.
Yeah, it's a great bit of cricket there from Tom Curran. He's raced to 32 off just 25 balls. Those sort of knocks in what's going to be a low-scoring second innings are going to be absolutely crucial in the first. If he can get them up as close to that 317 as they can get, it's going to be huge for this game.
That's a better ball. That's where Archie Vaughn wants to be.
Anything I will say, if you had to... Surrey are a great team and they have got a world-class performer in Shakib Al-Hassan, but Harry, if you had to choose which bowling attack you take into the second innings in regards to spin bowlers, which are you taking? Leach, Vaughan and Goldsworthy, or Steele and Shakib Al-Hassan?
Yeah, you got to take the home spinners in this situation. Used to bowl on this pitch.
No one else bowled spin for Surrey, did they, first dig?
No. No,
I mean, what I think Worrell and Roach bowled beautifully.
Yeah. You could argue Worrell bowled spin. That ball he got Tom Banton with was a cracking leg cutter.
True that. Another factor is Tom Banter's not on the field at the moment. He's obviously picked up a knock before the start of play today, so that's an area for concern. Is he fit enough? Is he capable of 137 with a bad leg like James Hildreth did against Warwickshire all those years ago? Could we see another heroic innings like that?
Wasn't it Knotts? Jake Ball was bowling. I think Jake Ball got him.
Yeah, I think it was Jake Ball. Yeah, you're right. Knotts. Yeah, he had the ankle bone, the completely sheared in half. Physio Trigo strapped him up, much to the alarm of the physiotherapist.
I didn't realise that.
He trusted his teammate. I strapped him up.
Why?
Got him back out there because the physios were going to say you got to come off, and he didn't want to come off. And I said, leave me to deal with him. You know, this is not on you, because they were obviously like, you know, they've got their jobs to look after. We can't, advise this, we can't advise that. And Hildy was like, he put his faith in me. I can remember sort of taking his shoe off for about 10 seconds, strapping it as hard as I could with this brown tape that they use, putting his boot straight back on, all while he's literally like biting on the cushion in agony. I'm thinking he might have done a ligament, nothing too major. When he sent me the X-rays, I was devastated, because his ankle bone, the big knobbly bit on the bottom, that was in half, completely in half.
And you're just boshing it in the boot.
Got 137, mate. It was unbelievable. I've never seen anything like it.
Best knock you've ever been a part of, surely.
Anyway, can Tom Banton, with whatever's going wrong with his leg, replicate a James Hildreth?
That would be remarkable, wouldn't it?
I might even try and find you the X-ray.
I've told that story and heard that many times, but I never realised that the Pete Trigo physio strapping bit. I never knew that part of the story.
Yeah, the physios, and rightly so, they wanted no part of this witch doctor
that's brilliant.
medicine that I was dishing out to him.
Fair play. So they didn't even see it. Get out, don't look. I'm doing this. Brilliant.
That is actually true. It was, we still, occasionally when we discuss it, we just laugh about
the exclusives we reveal on the live stream. There you go. Dr. Trigo. And then he had to come off there must have been a lunch or a tea interval thereafter during his innings. What did he do then? Did he keep his boot on?
Yeah, it was, again,
lots of painkillers.
Again, the physios were around, and they were, because he was obviously struggling.
Oh, here we go. Sorry, I interrupt that. Lewis Goldsworthy's going to have a bowl. We just mentioned him. I'm excited to see Lewis Goldsworthy come and have a bowl. I'm so excited, I'm going to leave it to Stephen Lamb. Pete can talk to you about James Hildreth. I'll keep listening. But Lewis Goldsworthy's going to bowl.
Nurse Trigo stepped in. James, if you take that boot off, that's the end of your day, mate. If you take that boot off, you're gone. So he was like, right, I'll keep the boot on. So I got on my hands and knees and I just did the laces up a little bit tighter just to put him into a little bit more pain. And he went out there again like a champion. Goldsworthy into the attack. Maybe number 66 is going to end up on 6 for this innings. They're giving Archie Vaughn a little bit of a rest. Double left arm spin, and that is a absolute lollipop of a loosener there from Goldsworthy, and he's been belted into the family stand for 6. He's going to have to find his length pretty quickly. This makes a lot of sense. 2 left arm spinners taking the ball away from the right hander. But a little bit of advice to you, Lewis. You might have to land it on the pitch, as he's done there. A little bit too full.
Yeah,
Hi, Lammy.
Hi, Triggs. They may be behind Surrey, but Tom Curran's knocking them off rather quickly. This deficit.
It's given Surrey a great bit of momentum here. Obviously picked up that extra point as well, and you know Surrey's focus is to get that gap from whatever they score and 317 to be as small as possible to give themselves a chance of putting up a score that's or bowl Somerset out for a sensible enough total, because I suppose when we talked on day one, what a shot that is from Tom Curran, deep in his crease, second 6 in the over, not what Somerset need at the moment, and that's gone a long way back here.
Almost looked like it was coming for us at one stage. Landed in the tier below.
Yeah, that's a big swipe from Tom Curran. He's on to 44 and he's having a massive impact in this game. Got the key wicket of Rue when he bowled, and he's really putting a dent in the buzz of the Somerset fielders at the moment.
Just 52 the deficit now.
He's gone again, and he's got all of it, just as much if not more. That's 6. This little experiment's probably going to have to come to an end. Lewis Goldsworthy isn't renowned as being a big spinner of the ball, and TC has picked up a 50 here at Taunton off of just 33 balls, and it's so out of context to every other innings so far in this game where batters have had to grind out their runs. TC striking at what would probably be acceptable in a T20 game.
Yeah, and what an over this has been for him. Exactly 50. And Surrey are approaching parity rather rapidly here. Half an appeal, but that was always heading down leg side.
I think that ball as well, just another sign that Lewis Goldsworthy he's not really known as being a big spinner of the ball. Plays a lot of one-day cricket where he skids the ball. I think it's going to be a big gamble to bowl him another over after seeing that.
Well,
Tom Curran was licking his lips.
Yeah, it's gone for 18.
Yeah, that's huge. That's huge in the context of where the game is at the moment. Casey Aldridge has come into the attack. Would not surprise me if Leachy has to just carry on bowling and have the little switcheroo.
Yeah, to the Marcus Trescothick Pavilion end, possibly, for Jack Leach. No harm at all in giving Archie Vaughn a rest with his 6-for.
That's a proper knock so far from Tom Curran. 271 for 8 here. 101 overs gone. 9 more overs for Somerset to wrap up this innings and get those maximum points in the bank. Every point's going to be crucial from now until the end of the season. Yeah, in particular in this game. It's like a football 6-pointer, isn't it?
Absolutely. And the way Tom Curran's going, Surrey will be fancying their chances of certainly another batting point. Conceivably 2. Who knows? Clipped down to fine leg. Just be a single. And that'll suit Surrey's purpose very nicely, because Kemar Roach has put Tom Curran back onto strike. Just what the doctor ordered. Talking about doctors. I remember that day very well, Triggs. The blow on the ankle. Jake Ball was the bowler, wasn't he?
Yeah, it was.
Playing for Notts in those days.
I mean, I suppose you don't realise the full extent of what's going on sometimes when you go through things like that as a team. But I think they are funny stories. They could go into a lot of depth and all the funny little interactions that me and Hildy and the physios and other team mates had at the time. But I think it really does drill down to, like, it just shows the desire from James in particular,
and the courage
and the desperation for all of us that also didn't want to go out there because the game was on the line, and the desire, the courage. And I always say, like, a lot of the listeners know I played a fair bit of sports, other sports, contact sports, where you have, like, in inverted commas, hard men and tough characters and all this sort of stuff. Two of the toughest blokes I played sport with across any sport, rugby, football, you name it, was Trez and Hildy. Some of the blows they took to in particular Trez facing the new ball. Some of the bruises on the point of the elbow and in the ribs. Oh my Lord, honestly, and it wasn't the fact that he got on with it. He didn't flinch. Yeah, do you know what I mean? It was that he just stare the back bowler down as if nothing had happened. And he'd get into the dressing room and he'd have a dinner plate sized deep purple bruise under his rib cage or in his armpit. And if you've ever had one of those from a cricket ball,
I never have.
Smart.
Never have.
I assure you, they're smart.
Had a few finger injuries behind the stumps. This is looking like a good move to bring on Casey Aldridge, because it has, despite the single for Kemar Roach off the first ball of the over, Curran has become unexpectedly quiet.
Yeah, it's just changed the momentum slightly, and I think Somerset had to do that. He was scoring freely off both the spinners, and I think he's going to stay in what I'd describe as hit mode, which brings the top edges into play. But he's got a good hand-eye coordination. Tom Curran, he's played plenty of very effective knocks in one-day cricket, which he's more known for. But a good over there from Casey Aldridge.
Yeah, I think he was toying with gliding that one down to third man, Tom Curran, that last ball of the over. Potentially a useful single to keep the strike, but no contact in the end, so Kemar Roach has got to start another over on strike.
Well, from afar, Lewis Goldsworthy has got a jawline like Deputy Dog at the moment. The old chin's a bit low. Doesn't look like he's going to continue his spell. And the nut, as we affectionately call him here in Somerset, Jack Leach, is going to continue bowling, albeit from the opposite end to his favoured, the Marcus Trescothick stand end. Leachy's into the attack. Kemar Roach on strike. Can Somerset just flip this momentum back in their favour after it being snatched away by Tom Curran?
Two slips in, plus the short leg for Kemar Roach. Can Jack add another one here? He has two already today. One or two adjustments being made still to the field. 4 saving 1. Want to keep Roach on strike if they possibly can. They will for one more. In largely Somerset's morning, but this is going to be runs down to fine leg. It could well be 4. It's got the legs, yes.
Is 4. Leg by signalled by David Milnes. Slightly straying into the leg side, Leachy, and no spin.
Yeah, they've put on 48, these two, and almost all of those runs have come from Tom Curran. And really at the point where the 8th wicket fell, looked like Somerset were in control of this game, and that's wobbled a bit with this Curran onslaught.
Well, let's just hope, Stephen, that this won't be known from Roach as the second best one not out ever. As this as this partnership grows at a rapid rate.
They'll never touch the best.
Oh,
Nicely bowled, leaving the outside edge. Could have been number 3 for Jack Leach. Beautiful ball.
yes, it was.
Big shout, but he was well forward. It's hard for the umpire to give. I'm not sure if it was maybe a little bit leg side as well. Last ball of the over coming up. Offering Roach the single. I'm sure he'll be wise to that. Defensive push, I fancy, coming up here. Having said that, he'll probably hit it for 6 now. No, he'll leave it to Tom Curran to face the first ball of the next over, presumably from Casey Aldridge. 276 for 8. Curran, that quick fire 50. Just 39 deliveries it took him. 6 sixes and just the 2 fours. Real counter-attack from the elder of the Currans.
It's a worrying amount of 6s going on at the moment in this innings. Number 66 has 6 and Tom Curran's scored 6 sixes. It's a tongue twister, isn't it?
Yeah.
You wouldn't want to do that
Well,
after a couple of pints of gold, would you?
Have a great fire of London thrown in. Out to deep extra. And he doesn't want a single this early in the over. Seen a little bit of that, and it's on offer almost everywhere you look around the ground. There are men out. Again, on offer, but no. Thank you very much. Nicely struck.
I'd like to see Casey just persevere with that hard back of a length. Encourage him to take the big shot on. There's 4 fielders out on the leg side boundary. I don't think going, looks like he's striving for that Yorker's the way to go here.
Guided nicely. Again, to deep extra, but no.
Must have been like a different game for Tom Curran in this innings. He's played beautifully, struck the ball clean. He's been aggressive. He almost instantly took out the attack, the Leach-Vaughn combination that was running amok. Now all of a sudden, 300 and Somerset's totals very much in sight.
Oh, outside edge, and it wasn't going to carry. They'll get a single for it, possibly 2. They're not going to risk that. James Rue in pursuit. Yeah, it's been in the context of the Surrey innings that we've seen overall, it's been a rather uncharacteristic knock from Tom Curran, showing real urgency and scoring at twice the average rate.
Yeah, I think there's a couple of ways to go. When if you're not a top order batter that's going to be able to do almost what Ben Foakes and Ryan Patel were doing, which was bat a lot of time and play quite orthodox in some ways and wait for the bad ball. If you're not trusting of your technique against the spinning ball that much, then instead of just dying in a hole for half a dozen, actually play some shots, be positive. And Tom Curran, I think he's got it exactly right. First few balls when he was looking to defend with a straight bat, looked like a wicket was going to fall at any moment, and he came down the wicket, got his innings going, and now he's on 51. So I think he's played brilliantly. Kemar Roach just clipping off his pads.
That's a bonus.
Poor delivery from Casey Aldridge. Being sucked in towards stumps, trying to search for that Yorker. Don't think that's the right tactic. Another 4 runs to the Surrey total.
Yeah, and it's to Kemar Roach off the final ball of the over as well. So Curran will be back on strike. Surrey closing in on this Somerset total of 317. Jack Leach, over number 45. He's been a workhorse this past month or so, has Jack Leach. Plenty to show for it as well. Great game against Durham here. 2 for 85 so far in this innings. Once again, singles on offer everywhere, but Curran not interested. I think this is going to be the format for this 9th Surrey wicket. Now this time he is going to take one off the second ball. So Roach on strike, perhaps earlier than he'd anticipated. Field coming in. Might have been a single there. Neither batter interested. Appeal given. 9th wicket goes. Roach has gone, and I wonder what Tom Curran will be thinking about that single early in the over now, because one more wicket required by Somerset, and it'll be Dan Worrell who comes in at number 11.
Yeah, it looks like that one's just skidded through the defence. Caught Kemar Roach on the upper part of the knee roll, but from this angle it did look relatively adjacent, and I think, as we see a lot now in this DRS era, those left arm spinning deliveries that skid onto the pad almost inevitably given a positive decision from the umpire. I don't think there'll be too many complaints over that one. Maybe a fraction close to being outside the line, but we're on a slightly offside angle here at the moment, so like I said, I don't think there'll be too many complaints with that one, as the last man strides out onto the ground here. And wouldn't surprise me if he's looked at the nature of the innings so far and gone, you know what, I think Tom Curran's got it right. This could be a little few positive shots here. What would you have your 10p on here, Lammy?
Well, the 2 balls of the over to face, I would guess that Dan Worrell will probably defend them and leave it to Curran at the other end, who's in such good nick.
Extra half an hour, 9 down, Lammy?
Could be. Could well be.
Absolutely will be.
Yep.
Come on, mate.
Unless a wicket falls.
This could be the first time ever I actually know the rules of the game I played for 25 years. I'm going to milk this now, Lammy.
It is decidedly possible, Triegs, that if a wicket falls in the next couple of deliveries, that won't matter.
Well, that will be then lunch.
And it's, well, you can't rule it out. Here's the first of them.
Oh, is that back leg or has he nicked it? He's got an edge on it. Oh,
that was nearly lunch.
So excited, so excited. It's fascinating watching the battle of bat versus spin. You don't see it too often in the UK, but it really is an absolute spectacle, especially with the stakes.
That was a pretty straight ball.
Yeah, I think you got a bit of an outside edge onto back shin. Oh, my Lord. There we go, and I'm pretty sure it looks like the extra half an hour will be enforced. I don't even think there's a question anymore. It just is. If you're 9 down, you have to. The umpires will just continue the session. So.
But Jack Leach doing his damnedest to finish it off.
I've just started a new competition that's going to go for the next like 7 or 8 minutes. How well do you know your cricket rules? Trigo 1, Lamb 0.
Yeah, although I think I feel my argument was tenable. Had that wicket fallen, which it jolly nearly did, he was close, Jack Leach, on both those deliveries. Could easily have been the Surrey last one in the innings.
Lovely argument, Lammy, but still 1-0. Aldridge in from the river end to Tom Curran. He's on 52. How will he play it? The scouts are out. Quite bizarrely, they've kept the first slip in place, but everyone else is out on the boundary here at Taunton. James Hildreth's stand is always in the eye of a ball striker such as Tom Curran. Anything banged in bouncer, he'll try and ramp over the slips. Apart from that, it's going to be hard for him to pick up a boundary, but he's somehow found an angle at backward point. What a fantastic shot from Tom Curran. Yeah. 4 more to the total, 4 more closer to that next point for Surrey.
That's perfect placement.
Oh, unbelievably
all
good.
The men out there. Beautifully done by Tom Curran. Somerset already sure of the 3 bowling points with that wicket of Kemar Roach. Playing a miss there. Curran looking for the long leg boundary. And can Surrey eke out another one for batting? With Curran there, you wouldn't bet against it. The way he's been playing, he's been hitting the ball so cleanly, and the placement's been good. It's been a fantastic innings, really. Up in the air, but it's going to fall safe. And they want to. Oh, he's going to have to run back because Dan Worrell wasn't interested. Whether he actually sent him back, Dan Worrell, there, but it looked rather like it. He was up for a second, was Tom Curran.
Yeah, I think that would have been a very, very, very tight second run. So
they're just having a quick chat, the 2 batters.
Curran putting a bit of trust in his number 11, Dan Worrell. I haven't seen him bat before.
I've seen him.
What kind of a record he's got?
I've seen him bat for Gloucestershire a couple of times actually when he played for them before he moved to Surrey. Didn't pull up any trees. So,
well, he has a first-class batting average of 13, a highest of 51, so certainly capable with the bat.
Yes, that's better than based on what I saw, so maybe just didn't see him on a particularly good day.
Yeah, I suppose like anything in double figures for your number 11 is something like reasonable, I guess.
He's a fine bowler, though, Dan Worrell.
I always say, like, for guys, when you're trying to judge a number 11, I always just say, he ain't no Shah Willoughby. Yeah. And all Somerset fans will know what I mean by that. Yeah. The one batsman in my whole career that when he used to come out to bat and I was not out, he used to greet me at the middle of the outfield on his way to the wicket and just say, "Sorry, bro."
Succinct.
Yeah, thanks to WPA Health Insurance for supporting us, one of our tremendous partners we've got here at Somerset, alongside Trade Nation, Virtue Motors, Daffabet and Eurolay, who sponsor our speed gun.
Leach to Curran. That was I was looking at the extra cover boundary there, but no contact with the bat at all. It's interesting, as that's another defensive push. Big reason for the signing of Frankie Worrell, as he's known by Surrey, was Hashim Amla played against Gloucestershire when he was with them and was so impressed that he went straight to the gaffer, Alex Stewart, and said, "You've got to sign this guy."
No, he's one of those bowlers from Australia, New Zealand, like almost like a Matt Henry, that they've worked out the English lengths. A lot of guys that come over from that part of the world bowl a little bit too short for English conditions. Dan Worrell pitches it up, attacks off stump. Lovely bit of batting there from Tom Curran. A little lap sweep, almost a ramp sweep. He's picked up another 4 runs. He moves into the 60s. What a brilliant performance this is so far from the Surrey all-rounder, who's come out of something like 4-day cricket retirement to play the game. Am I right in saying that he'd stopped playing 4-day cricket officially? Well, sure, I read that somewhere.
There's no sign of rust.
61
not out.
I'm actually going to rephrase that. There's no way I would have read it somewhere. I heard it somewhere.
Fair enough. He's really, I mean, we were envisaging a significant Somerset lead at the point where, certainly the point where Kemar Roach came in, and it's now not going to be. It's down to, what is it, 26, the lead, as things stand, which isn't huge.
Yeah, they played very well, Surrey. They battled hard, the top order.
Heave-ho from Curran.
Reaping the benefits now. Tom Curran, I think, has really iced the cake of the knock, and it's going to be, like I said, the closer Surrey get to Somerset, all of a sudden that little pressure gauge goes back over to the Somerset court. If they had a 70-80 run lead starting the second innings, I think they'll feel really confident and getting a defendable total. All of a sudden now they're going to have to play really, really well. I mean, I was downstairs earlier in my little break, and I met a chap I was introduced to a chap downstairs. He's a writer, a novelist, #1 seller on Amazon apparently, and I kind of vaguely remember someone telling me in the past he writes like these murder mysteries.
Okay.
And I was introduced to him. Someone was, describing his excellent book writing, and I said, "Sorry, mate, I always wait for the film to come out." He smiled. He got me. Not everyone's a reader, are they, Lammy? Do you read?
I do read a bit. I like the odd novel.
Yeah.
Robert Harris.
On the Sun Lounger?
Yeah.
Gin and tonic?
Indeed.
Agatha Christie?
Robert Harris.
Okay.
It's a favourite of mine. I
read about 3 or 4 books in my life. The Catcher in the Rye, GCSE. And then I read the Dan Brown books, the Da Vinci Code ones. I quite enjoyed those.
Yeah.
But I enjoyed the films way, way more.
Catcher in the Rye's fine book.
It was, wasn't there some sort of definitely conspiracy theory verging on now? But wasn't the Catcher in the Rye supposedly some sort of encouraged the chap who assassinated?
I did read that.
The Beatles guy.
The John Lennon.
Yeah, John Lennon. That's the one. Yeah.
Yeah.
And if you took out the Catcher in the Rye at the library, it was like an FBI flag, and you'd get monitored. That's the conspiracy theory. I remember that. Anyway,
Going
back
to
to
be
the
more
cricket.
runs here, and probably not a maximum 4. Beg its pardon, but comfortable boundary for Dan Worrell this time. Nice way to open your account.
Yeah, poor delivery there. One of the rare poor deliveries. Can Archie Vaughn pick up his 7th wicket? What a great start to your first-class bowling career he's had.
In cricket terms, my favourite book is England, Their England by A.G. MacDonnell, which is about a village cricket match, and it is uproariously funny.
Really?
You'd enjoy that, Driggs.
Is there a film on the horizon?
I don't think there is. I think that boat has probably sailed. Appeal for LBW from Archie Vaughn, who's replaced Casey Aldridge at the River End.
With some of the nonsense that these streaming channels put on the TV. Do you think that we could maybe pitch something like that to a Netflix?
Perhaps we should. Perhaps we should. There's some just hilarious moments. Village side, including the blacksmith and the butcher and the baker and whoever.
Some of the great names.
Wonderful stuff.
I'm right in saying there was a cricketer, Bertie Buse. Is that a name of a? I'm sure.
Yeah, that was a Somerset player.
Yeah, I mean, what a name. He should definitely open the batting for that team when we pitch it to Netflix.
Yeah, he was around here shortly after the Second World War. Quite a while ago now. Took a few wickets.
5 runs Surrey require now to get that 300, that next batting point. Every point's going to be crucial here as we close the English domestic season. Surrey flying high at top with Somerset hot on their heels. You have to say 45 minutes ago, Stephen, you think that Somerset were really, really taking command of this game. They were looking like the 70-run lead minimum. All of a sudden, that's just going to be reduced to pocket change. All 9 wickets taken by the 2 bowlers bowling now, Leach and Vaughn.
Bertie Buse, in 304 first-class matches, took 657 wickets. What about that?
Take that, wouldn't you, eh?
Average of 28. Made a few runs as well. Over 10,000. Highest score of 132. Bertie Buse. Great character. I understand. Not that I ever saw him play. Lived 1910 to 1992.
Oh, he had a good innings.
Yeah, he did.
Good innings all round.
Very much so. I think John Arlott described him as his run-up. Up in the air, that's going to be
again.
6 more. That is the 300, and that is another batting point for Surrey. Curran, well, maximum number 7.
Yeah, this really is putting a dent in the euphoria the Somerset players and fans were feeling an hour ago. Lots of sort of changes in body language as Surrey race past that 300, all thanks to the excellent ball striking of Tom Curran. He's played smartly as well. He's protected the slightly lesser batters, let's say, down the other end, the tail enders, the bowlers. He's taken responsibility for his team. He's putting in a real shift at the moment. He's gone again. Has he got enough of it? The tallest man on the field, and he's caught it and carried it over the rope. Looked like he had a chance to throw it to the man next to him, which would have been Goldsworthy, and he hasn't done it. Or Lammonby. Oh no. So you see those, they're almost regulation these days. He's caught it, he's stepped over the rope. Disaster for Casey Aldridge in Somerset.
6 number 8 for Tom Curran. So the gap between the two sides on first innings is now just 10 runs.
Almost
going to be pretty much parity.
Almost looked too casual there on the boundary from Casey Aldridge. I think it was Lammonby was no more than 5 yards away from him. He could have offloaded it. Leach in, and he's managed to manipulate that ball into the offside. Excellent bit of batting. You've got the aggressive shots, the 6s, the 4s, and then that nice bit of touch there to get down the other end. A real headache now as Surrey not only get that extra batting point, they're now closing in on potentially getting a lead here in the first innings, which really changes the momentum of the game.
And Tom Curran is now the highest scorer of the innings for Surrey. 73 not out, goes ahead of Ryan Patel's 70. Patel the first man out earlier this morning. Just to conclude the John Arlott quote, he used to describe Bertie Buse as his approach to bowl is a bit like a butler carrying a tray with the tea. Somerset hero of a while back.
Archie Vaughn, talking of approaches, the Nathan Lyon hop that he does just before he starts his run up, getting a bit of momentum.
He wants
Curran
two here.
to the leg side, he's gonna pick up two. Very, very smart batting there from Tom Curran. Sometimes you just have to say well played, sir. He's putting in a great performance here from the current league leaders.
Yeah, he's well over a run a ball, Tom Curran.
Down the wicket, big swipe. He's dragged that along the ground.
And declining the single this time. Has tended to do that early in the over.
Oh, what a great shot that is into the gap. Tom Abel out there, probably the one fielder that you really do struggle to take two to unless you get the weight of that shot perfect.
Yes, he didn't quite time it, and he looks in a little bit of discomfort, Tom Curran. I don't know whether he tweaked anything in playing the stroke.
Oh, inside edge for four. It's all going Surrey's way at the moment. Luck really does favour the brave sometimes. Tom Curran on to 80. 20 runs away from 100.
Seesaw morning it's been, hasn't it?
As Archie Vaughn closes in on the other kind of 100. He won't mind though, he's got 6 wickets in the bank. Tom Curran's playing an absolute gem here.
Nicely bowled. Passing the outside edge, which has been a rarity with the bat of Tom Curran.
Archie Vaughn, he looks like he's starting to look a little bit tired now. He's bowled an awful lot of overs for a young man into his, well, just about to complete his 36th over. Jack Leach has bowled 47.
Up in the air again.
Even the false shots, they're getting away with them at the moment, aren't they?
Yeah, Bale's taken off by James Rue, but no damage for Surrey, who are just 3 runs behind Somerset's first innings total. What a knock by Tom Curran. I mean, you'd felt at the start of play, Triggs, Surrey would have fancied a first innings lead. But then the chances of that seemed, certainly when the 8th wicket fell, to have fallen away. And
I thought that when Jack Leach bowled his first over and Archie Vaughn struck, maybe 100 or so for 3 maybe, I genuinely thought that Surrey would struggle to get to 180. I really did think that, and they played beautifully. And for them to be 314 for 9, I think is absolute testament into why they're, 2-time champions going for 3. Most other teams, under the pressure and quality of bowling they've faced, would have capitulated. I'm convinced to a sub 200 score, and that's just why this game's been so fascinating. And you've seen 2 very, very, very strong teams go head to head here, and hopefully why the live stream and the ground is going to be relatively busy and full throughout the course of this game. Yeah, and this really is the icing on the cake from Surrey perspective. Tom Curran's 80 off of 67 balls. Nobody would have predicted that.
Dan Worrell wants a single and he's going to get it comfortably. Just the second ball of the over. If you're wondering why we're still playing, it's because the 9th wicket fell just on the stroke almost of 12:30, which was the standard lunchtime in September. But because 9 are down, they're playing through till 1 o'clock, or when the 10th wicket falls. Reverse sweep from Curran, which will just bring him a single. Was hoping for more than that because it's put Worrell back on strike. And almost inevitably the field comes in again. 3 balls of the over remaining. Somerset desperate to polish this off.
Yeah, it felt like a foregone conclusion that this extra half an hour that was taken at 12:30 would be in Somerset's favour. I didn't think 20 minutes into it Somerset would be praying for lunch and an end to this momentum that Surrey have had for the last hour. Some tired bodies out there now. Leachy driving over that leg. I know it's, you know, spinners, they only run up a short sort of distance, but the effort to get over that front leg pivot, get energy on the ball is very, very sapping, especially when you bowled now 48 overs. I hope someone up in the Andy Caddick Pavilion's running a nice warm bath for Archie Vaughn and Leachy to top and tail in.
Yeah, although Archie Vaughn is going to have to come straight out to bat.
Oh, of course, yeah, poor old Archie. Pray for Archie.
Yeah, what an innings it's been for those 2 bowlers. It's up on the scoreboard there. Vaughan 36 overs, Leach 48. 84 overs between them, these 2. And
Yeah,
still Archie Vaughn continues.
They've put in a shift, haven't they? I think someone's going to have to help put them pads on, old Archie. Maybe
Up in the air, and has he found the gap between? He has, between long on and long off.
85 now for Tom Curran.
Somerset in the sorry, I should say in the lead. 319, 320 for 9. So they're 3 runs in the lead.
What a great effort. I'm going to give Vic Marks's theory of commentator's curse not being a thing, but Tom Curran looks on course to get 100.
Timely, Triggs. Come on, Archie. Number 7, please.
Oh, he's nearly taken out his opening bowler there. He's belted that back down the ground.
That was fizzing.
Yeah, he's every time he's hit a big shot, he's either missed it and it's just missed the stumps, or he's absolutely nailed it so far. Tom Curran has had all the momentum and he's made it himself. You can't take anything away from Tom Curran and the Surrey team. They have scrapped fearsomely, and now all of a sudden you've got that counter punch from Curran as he steps away and nails a cut shot out to the deep cover boundary, which will leave Dan Worrell 1 ball to defend as we're closing into what will be the end of this extra half hour, which you have to say, Lammy, has been an absolute shocker for Somerset.
Well, it has, as there was an opportunity to dismiss Tom Curran out in the deep. Done a lot of damage by then already. But given the situation Somerset were in, they were fancying their chances of a first innings lead. 228 for 8. Surrey. And now they're 321 for 9. So the pendulum has swung in this session towards Somerset and then back again towards the champions.
One of my main concerns at the moment, Lammy, especially with Harry Everett being in the building, is we've done this extra half an hour. Lunch was served at 12:30. We could be going hungry, mate. We might have to go down the chippy. We got a couple of cinnamon swirls. That's about all I can offer.
The worst thing is when the gentle aroma of lunch drifts up the nostrils.
It smells like cottage pie.
And you know you can't have it. pie and chips.
Oh, pie and chips. Oh, that's close enough. Take that. Leachy.
It's probably gone by now, as you say.
Can Leachy end this innings? The last over before that extra half an hour is over and lunch will be taken. Here's Tom Curran going to finish with
High in the air.
High. He's
And
not going to get the 100. Craig Overton or Lewis Gregory does not drop any of those. The Surrey innings comes to an end. Tom Curran, an amazing, a wonderful, a miraculous 86 to get Surrey. So who'd have thought it? A lead. They've got a lead. 321 all out.
Well,
and Surrey will be feeling on top of the world going into this lunch break.
yeah, they've got the momentum. Tom Curran, no one else this morning in this session has given it to them. That is a fantastic knock. And how influential would it be when we look back on this game at Stumps tomorrow? It could be huge.
Yeah, all 10 wickets falling to spin, Lammy. We're going to take a break, and I'm going to race you to the last. There's only one, apparently. Pie and chips. Ready?
I don't
5.
fancy my chances in that case.
Hey. On your marks,
Talk
get
to you in
set,
40
go.
minutes.
Good afternoon and welcome back to the Cooper Associates County Ground. We're just listening in the effects mic there. The Surrey group are pretty positive, pretty confident. They went into the lunch interval with a bit of a spring in their step. Tom Curran, got to applaud it, 86 off 75 balls, a serious knock, whacking sixes for fun off Leach, off Goldsworthy in his one brief over, off Archie Vaughn. But Archie Vaughn, we should mention, 6 wickets for 102. Somerset will probably take Surrey out for 317. 317 Somerset scored, sorry. Surrey 321. Not much in it. Annie Chave joins me for the opening passage of the afternoon session. Pretty much in the balance, Annie.
Yeah, I think it is pretty much in the balance, Harry. And let's face it, when I did get here, and early on this morning, you said, oh, you're here to watch Surrey bat all day. And, you know, I wasn't expecting them all to be out by lunch. So for Somerset, it's not, you know, I know they were in a good position and the last half hour was really frustrating, but they still should feel buoyed at the moment. It's a innings game now, isn't it?
Yeah, I think you make a good point there. If Shakib and Ben Foakes had scored big runs and they'd got 321, Somerset wouldn't have been so bothered. It's a good start from Kemar Roach as ever, but I think it's more the fact that having had Surrey 228 for 8, to put almost on 100.
Absolutely. Yeah.
That's the frustrating thing for the last 2 wickets.
Yeah, and at such speed.
Without the 10 or 11 doing anything. They both got 5.
Yes,
you know,
exactly.
You know, as much as Tom Curran's not best liked in these parts, shall we say, you got to applaud good batting, and he batted very, very well.
Yeah, considering he hasn't played a red ball match for a couple of years, it was not bad.
Exactly. But Kemar Roach, that's in swing. Well played by Lewis Goldsworthy. Can they push 2? They should push 2 here. In between Patel and a deep square leg and a deep fine leg.
Well, he's done better than he did in his first innings.
Well, yes. So we had twin 38s in the last game against Durham.
Yeah.
So Lewis Goldsworthy into open with no Andy Mead or TKC in this game.
And now possibly no Banton.
Well, yes. Very, very depressed this morning I've been about that, because he's been such sparkling form. T20 quarterfinal last week. Brilliant, and then the 100.
Great in the red ball too.
What a ball that is from Kemar Roach. Yeah, that knock, we shouldn't forget how well he batted in the first innings. You know, Shakib we thought would be the main man with the bat in this game, but actually, Tom Banton, 1-3-2, 16 fours and a 6.
Fabulous
he was bowled,
innings,
yeah. That leg break from Dan Morrow was a lovely piece of bowling to get rid of him.
Yeah, and talking of lovely bowling, I have to say, I love watching Roach bowl, and I've got prime spot here just to watch him bowling, and he's a fabulous, has always been a fabulous bowler.
A little bit wide, that one. He's got the last couple to swing in quite nicely. That one is asking a lot of that ball. That's the kind of line that Tom Taylor delivery to George Thomas in the One Day Cup started, and actually that absolute boomerang into the stumps. I will never forget that ball.
Yeah, obviously not.
And talk as to whether George Thomas will come back in on Saturday. A lot of social media chat and the live chat. Will it be Lammonby? Will it be Rue? Will it be George Thomas to open with Smead if Banton's not fit for Saturday?
Well, surely it would be Rue, wouldn't it, for keeping purposes, or?
Well, yes, potentially TKC could keep. You could also say.
Yeah, but I don't know.
Or Baby Rue. Thomas Rue's at school, but it's
Baby
a Saturday.
Rue, yes. Well, I had a good chat with, I sat in the Colin Atkinson Pavilion with Vic Marks earlier on, and we were discussing this, and we both agreed it probably would be Rue. But, you know, I don't know.
But does he then open?
Yeah, that's the issue, isn't it?
Do you push Dixon, Abel, or TKC up to open? Well, you know, Rue's got the 360 game. Bats left-handed beautifully. Times it nicely.
Well, let's not write Banton off completely.
Exactly.
We don't know yet.
And the more pressing thing is, will he come out to bat in 2 wickets' time? Unlikely. Will he come to bat at number 9 or 10 or 11?
I think that's more likely.
Yeah, Pete was talking about Hildy on his broken leg, broken ankle. Jake Ball crushing Yorker. So, one of the Somerset 12 was on duty. Andy Mead was on 12th as duty. Ben Green has been out in the field. Remember the twos are playing. We should have a twos update from Taunton Vale. I'll give you at some point. Will Smead, of course, involved in that game. Sean Dixon as well. He'll be playing on Saturday. But Dan Frankie Worrell will be running in, not round a tree, as he did in his garden, but he'll come in with that trademark run-up of his.
That well-known tail.
I do love a tail like that.
How about the other games in the in this
Yes, I was just
division?
looking. Good point. Ackerman. Colin Ackerman and David Bellingham. What a partnership.
Oh.
Ackerman out for 186 at half-1 he was. Wells got the wicket. 524 for 5, Durham. So remember, Durham playing Lancs this week, but Somerset are up at Old Trafford next week, having played Durham last week. So, you know, Lancs are in a bit of strife.
They really are, aren't they?
And we're with 2 slips in play. That's a nice first delivery to Archie Vaughn. So Archie Vaughn has just gone in. He bowled 37 overs, 6 for 102 with 7 maidens. He's then had a 35-minute, well, maybe half an hour rest.
It's a good job he's a young lad, isn't it?
Well, yeah, do you reckon he's had throwdowns? Is there time for any batting prep?
Yeah. Well, I hope they let him have a bit of a rest, really.
I get some good messages come through. Adam Savoury said, does this mean that England's first choice spinner is now Somerset's third choice spinner?
Yeah.
Wow, we've just been showing Dom Sibley with sun cream on. That's interesting. That's a good single from Archie Vaughn to get off the mark. Not much sun at the moment, but
well,
bit of blue sky
it's
around.
better to be safe than sorry,
Exactly,
you know.
yeah. My grandma used to always say, there's enough blue sky for a sailor's pair of trousers.
Did she?
There you go.
Did
And
she?
there is enough, I reckon.
Is that the grandma that doesn't come and watch you play cricket even when it's just down the road from
No.
her?
That's yeah, she lives opposite Upline Cricket Ground, and yeah, that was it. I scored 123 not out, and she watched my bowling innings where I got whacked everywhere and dropped a catch, and then didn't watch me score me. That's the tale, Annie. Yeah, well remembered.
Well, you know, I remember these things. I saw Dom Sibley down. He was hiding downstairs. So he obviously wants to stay out of the sun.
Yeah, fair play.
No, he was.
Sun smart.
He was downstairs at some point.
Well, I hope he's not upstairs when he's going to be playing cricket.
I know this was after his innings.
Yeah, and Bellingham broke his record as the best ever Durham score. He got 250 odd in 2021 against Derbyshire, and he's well up to 2060 plus now. And yeah, David Bellingham, South African, of course. So sadly, won't be playing for England, but South African Test batter.
Fabulous. What did they get between them then?
I think it was it 300 something daft? Let me just check that.
Not a bad partnership.
That
was a good
strangle
ball,
down the
wasn't
leg
it?
side he's appealing for there.
I mean, yeah, Surrey, they have their players, don't they? I mean, you think how many players they're missing, and you have Worrell and Roach opening for you. I mean, it's not.
I was saying earlier,
Not bad.
a couple of years ago, Abbas and Abbott were the best bowling partnership in the county championship.
They're not. They haven't been this season at all.
No,
have
they're
they?
a bit old and past it, for being truly honest.
Nobody's old and past it. Come on, Harry.
Bob Willis Trophy, it was probably Craig Overton and Josh Davey.
Yeah.
But I'd say this year, maybe even last year as well, Worrell and Roach.
Yeah.
I think, and that's why Sonny Baker signing for Hampshire is such a massive coup, because with Dom Kelly, with John Turner, with Eddie Jack, with Sonny Baker, you think Keith Barker, Mohammed Abbas, and Keith Abbott, they've not got, Kyle Abbott, sorry, they've not got long left, so they've replaced them very well.
No, they're all getting a bit long in the tooth, aren't
That's
they?
it. Is that a more polite way of putting it?
Yeah. Well, I don't know if it is, actually.
I just say how it is.
But these two are very impressive opening bowlers. It's a pleasure to watch. And then you've got such an extremely good keeper as Ben Foakes as well. It's
He was a bit unlucky potentially with his dismissal as well.
yes, I think that there's the Peter May boys that were on the bench over there said, there's no way he was out, no way he was out. Somerset still behind at the moment. Two runs behind, yeah. But both players off the mark.
Yeah, this little catching mid-wicket is an interesting ploy. Whether they tried to find a weakness in Archie Vaughn's game already.
Oh, they were bound to. They'll have had analysis all everywhere. I mean, It's the thing these days, isn't it? Oh my goodness! I was up at the disability
Premier League. Oh,
Premier
Brendan Parr
League,
on Sunday.
yeah, on Sunday, and they had analysts there sitting around with their computers, and I'm just thinking, blimey, that's changed a little bit from the old days.
Well bowled, well played.
Really impressive group of players up there in the Disability Premier League. Some incredible fielding.
Quite a lot from down here as well. I mean,
yeah, a lot of
Greenway,
Devon.
Bowser,
Yep.
Parr, three of the lads I played a lot of cricket with and against over the years in the Devon League.
I thought you probably had. I had a good chat with Greenway.
Yeah, good player.
Yeah, good bowler.
His brother bowls off spin. For Exmouth
Plays for
as well.
Exmouth, yeah.
Yeah,
Yep.
played against. Got them boys out, Annie, don't worry about that.
have
Got
you?
them in my back pocket.
I should have mentioned your name, shouldn't I?
No, cracking bunch.
Yeah, just really impressive. I think that's what surprised me most. The fielding was just really very, very
I must
good.
admit, I had an ECB physio come round to see, because I had a car crash, slightly different to Brendan's, but trying to work out if I qualify. And he come down and do 3 hours of test with me, and because of my shoulder can't fully, you see me bowl, I only bowl, toss up these leg spin pies, and
You
it
could
can't
be
fully
playing
get
for
over.
England.
Well, yeah, that was could I manage that? But I've got just too much movement to qualify, apparently.
Yeah.
Which, it's great in some ways, but shame in other ways.
Yeah, you can be more Mullithering, can you? Yep, still behind. Yep, still behind, Harry. We are.
Oh, by one run.
I
Not
know,
worrying about that,
I know. There'll be polite applause around the ground when we actually get into the lead.
Good point here, though, about Tom Curran retiring from Red Bull a couple of years ago. He had that back injury he was worried about. And, I was surprised that Jordan Clark batted so low. I was surprised that
got
Cam
really
Steele batted
talented.
so low.
Yeah, both of them really talented. You sort of think, I've got 6 wickets down. Oh, no. in comes Clark, and then in comes Steele.
But actually, you can't argue what he did.
No.
Solid looking is Archie Vaughn so far, as he was in the first innings.
Yes, but I mean, what a fantastic start to his Red Bull career so far. I mean, he's looking really, really good.
Because he's not even played that much club cricket in Taunton. Taunton Saints and Andrews and Taunton Dean have had in the last couple of years. And he's only played a couple of games for both of them. Got a couple of 80s. Did get 100 and one. I think he got 100 for Dean against Saints. And then when Dean got relegated from the Whipple Prem, he then went up the road and joined St Andrews to be back in the top league in the Whipple. But he's played so much under 18 cricket, under 19 cricket, twos cricket. He's been in and around the Somerset setup. But that one day cup got him into this little run of form. And
Yeah, he's got a good bowling career ahead of him, really, hasn't he?
well, it does. Oh, a few people have said to me, Shoaib Bashir could technically have come into this game for days 3 and 4. When there's a test match that finishes early.
Yeah.
Technically, you can sub them in.
Oh, yeah.
That's an interesting development. Goldsworthy wants to just leave that, you'd have thought. I mean, it might have flown over the slips and gone for 4, but a bit of a risky shot with a bit of shape away from Worrell.
I know you don't like comparing him to his father, and I think that's fair enough. But he's if he can bat and bowl,
he's better than his father.
Better than his father. Although his father did get Tendulkar out, didn't he? So,
Well, that's all I've heard for about the last month. Michael Vaughan got Tendulkar.
Got Tendulkar out. Yeah, he'd probably say that to him all the time.
3 slips in play now for Dan Worrell with that curved run up. Reminds me of, we'll mention it now while he's not in the box. I always remember as a kid. Probably as a teenager.
Trigger?
Maybe when I was at college, yeah. Mornay Morkel had that. Do you remember that curved run up Mornay Morkel had? He joined Surrey at the end of his career.
Yeah.
And one of my favourite memories of Pete, I don't remember being here for that amazing Yorkshire chase on day 4, but Pete hitting 6 fours in an over off Mornay Morkel. And just smoked him before. And then Mornay Morkel went back, did his little loop round and got it for 4 again when he got the ball. 6 fours. I can't remember ever seeing it since. Normally there's a 6 or a wide or something different in there, but it's just 6 fours. 24 runs in a tour game. I think it was the same game where Mark Boucher lost his eyesight, had that bail laceration of his eye.
Oh,
I
yeah,
think it
that
was
was a
that same game.
horrible injury,
I
wasn't
remember
it?
seeing it. I was square on. I think it was in the family stand.
Him and Keysvet, honestly.
Yeah, well, the two tour games I will never forget will be the Chris Jones 130 against Stark and Harris and Siddle and Lionel, the big boys from Australia, and that Trigo against South Africa.
Yeah.
Didn't Strauss play against India in a tour game, I think, as well? There's been some cracking tour games down here. Long-lived tour games, pre-test match series.
I love that you say the two games I'll never forget, and then
No,
go
no,
on
three.
and go on about other games that you obviously won't forget.
I was just trying to think of tour games over the years, and having commentated on England Lions against Sri Lanka. I guess you call that a tour game, you know. Oh, here we go. Tom Banton, is he walking? Oh, he's on crutches.
Oh.
He's on crutches. He's on crutches. Oh no, Tom Banton. Oh,
Yeah.
No, Tom Banton. There we go. A lot of people asking me on Twitter. Well, you should be watching the live stream. There you go. You see it in the flesh. Tom Banton on crutches.
Yeah.
That's
It's not a sight you want to see, is it? It's a bit like Glenn McGrath. I mean, the other side of it.
Pull shot. Okay, he's not nailed that. It's going to top edge it. It's going to be at least 2. Might skip away. No, it's not going to be a 3rd because Kemal Roach can come round from deep back of square. But slightly risky. But Archie Vaughn knows all he's got to do is beat mid wicket. I think it's Tom
There
Curran
was
with a big
nobody
jumper.
really out there, was there?
No.
It's a fairly safe shot, but yeah. You talk about Morning Morkel.
Yes.
The last game I ever saw Triscothic properly play was with Morning Morkel bowling to him.
Sorry, Somerset.
It was at Richmond. Yeah.
He's out in, isn't he out in Queensland?
At
Is it
Guildford,
Brisbane?
sorry, when I say Richmond.
Guildford, I was
Guildford,
gonna
yeah, not Richmond, Guildford.
Guildford
yeah.
was where Virat Kohli was going to play. Do you remember that? All
Yeah,
that excitement,
yeah,
and he
yeah.
never did in the end.
Oh, it was wonderful though watching
I think,
Morkel and
yeah, I'm pretty
and
sure
Triscothic
Morning
play.
Morkel was playing club cricket in Australia. He was a couple of years ago. I think it was Adelaide or Brisbane. Check that, but I'm just right. No more negativity about Tom Banton's injury. Let's try and be a little bit more positive.
Well, he's here. He could still be in hospital.
Yeah, okay. But is it awful that Surrey could almost be? You know, they don't want to risk. You know, they don't want to wish injury on anyone, but they could almost be silently celebrating that their main threat to them winning on Saturday morning.
Of course.
Yeah. It's a brutal game, isn't
Well, like I say, it's a Glenn McGrath moment a little bit, isn't it? I don't suppose there were many England fans that weren't celebrating that Glenn McGrath wasn't playing.
Well, one more thought on that then. Go on then. Is James Drew's not played in the group stage? I'm not sure the rules.
No, I
You
don't
need
know.
to check that,
No.
whether he can actually come in having not played in the group stage. Surely you're allowed to bring in a keeper back. But we need to check that.
Yeah, I don't know.
I'm sure someone will inform us officially. There's so many different rules with different formats and different games nowadays, when you can bring in a sub, when you can't. But
Yeah.
anyway, back to this game. County Championship on the line. Lewis Goldsworthy, not played for Leicestershire this month. Played against them end of last month. Has really come on as a cricketer this year. Oh, the umpire's lost his hat. Is that Steve O'Shaughnessy revealing his...
Good head of hair.
I was going to say, yeah.
Yeah, not bad.
So many times you don't see umpires'
No, that's
hair,
right.
do you?
It's like when golfers take off their hats and they've got that silly white line where they always have caps on and often no hair. Like Tiger Woods, you think, oh yeah, he's probably, yeah, and then he takes his hat off and he's got no hair left.
There we go. Nice replay there. Great work. We have a replay of a hat being blown off. Also, he's just trying to cover drive it. Not quite getting his timing yet.
Yep. Well, you know, Somerset are in the lead now. That's all we need.
That's all you're worried about. 57 overs remaining in the day, to me, seemed very ambitious. I mean, this is 104 overs today, trying to make up for yesterday's rain. But it's nearly 2 o'clock.
Yeah.
And because there's been a change of innings, there's going to be a bit more seam bowled, particularly at the start. So it's not going to be all spin. And it is overcast, so there'll be a bit of seam.
They'd have to go some to get 57 overs in the light.
Before
When you have
you're
to
not gonna
play,
much
when you have
past
to
6.
play games at this time of year.
Yeah, you're not going to have the light to play much past 6.
Yeah. I mean, when's it getting dark now? 7:15? No, I don't know. It's pretty early, isn't it?
Oh, yeah, I wouldn't say it's dark. I was coaching until 8 o'clock the other night, but
Oh, well, yeah, I see.
that's probably not professional cricket level of light, though.
You probably couldn't see a thing.
No. Got the pink balls out.
Yeah.
I wonder why the 12-year-olds weren't catching the balls I was
Yeah,
hitting.
funny that, isn't it?
well bowled. Kimo just bowling a lovely little spell here. But we should say that the Somerset pair just probably want to survive this opening 10 overs because the Kookaburra ball doesn't do that much. If they can get through these two, will Tom Curran come on to bowl next? Maybe Jordan Clark first? They went to Shakib Al Hassan first in the first innings. Cam still only bowled 5 overs. I'd like to see the leg spinner bowl a bit more.
They've got to get their money's worth out of Shakib.
Well, exactly. That was what we were saying in the first day, weren't we? And where were we? We were in the Clonakson Pavilion, weren't we, this time of day one? Lewis Goldsworth's done very similar to what Archie Vaughn did in the previous over. Yep. A plinked top edge pull shot into the gap for 1.
A little bit more nerve-wracking, that one.
God, the live chat is all about Saturday. Yeah, go on then. One more comment. I agree. George Thomas in to open the batting.
Yeah,
TKC
that's a lot of people saying.
Thomas and Smead.
Yeah. Yeah.
But then other people saying the crutches could be precautionary, give him 2 more days of miraculous recovery.
Well, exactly. And we just don't know. He's come in on crutches. Like I say, he's here. So.
Something here then. Ryan Patel is going to put the short leg pass. It is going to be a bit of spin.
Yep.
Is it Shakib Al Hassan?
Yep.
Yeah, of course it is. Did I even need to look to check?
Yep.
So, value for money, as you say, well, 2 overs.
Yep.
For Dan Worrell. 2 overs before he comes on. Is that an indictment of the Kookaburra ball, I suppose?
Absolutely it is, Harry.
Right, so Shakib, I was actually sent, I should say, someone sent me something quite useful earlier. We're talking about Shakib Al Hassan, whether he'd actually played with or against one of these guys before. Now, talking of a tour game.
Well, Trigo's played against him, hasn't he?
Yes, yeah. We like this. May 2010, Bangladesh Tour of England. Surrey, 318 for 7 declared.
Who would have been playing then?
Shakib Al Hassan.
Yeah.
6 overs, 0 for 27. Bangladesh first innings. Shakib Al Hassan, captain.
But 2010?
Yes.
So who would have been playing for Surrey then?
None of them, actually.
No, exactly.
No, none of the Surrey 11. So it shows Shakib Al Hassan. Gary Wilson will probably be one of the bigger names. Stuart Meeker was playing. Laurie Evans is still playing.
Well, Laurie Evans today.
Laurie Evans opened the batting. He was ringing the gaffer, wasn't he? Alex Stewart was in here.
Yeah.
Going to come on comms with us, and Laurie Evans rang up for a chat. But yeah, Bangladesh. So Shakib Al Hassan, actually, that match was drawn, and Shakib only had 1 innings, and didn't even bowl in the second innings. So he didn't get any wickets, and he only got 5 not out of 4 balls. So.
What did you think of his batting?
I thought it was. First of all, that's almost as similar to Lewis Goldsworthy's first ball, the full toss. Tom Curran it for 6, but it's a low full toss driven for 1. He's very good against spin. He's aggressive. I thought it was odd that having had the drop 2 balls previously to Jack Leach's right hand, to then go again running down to get caught and bowled off the leading edge. I thought it was almost. He's bowled him. Archie Vaughn has to go. Archie Vaughn has had a wonderful day so far. 6 for 102 off 37 overs from the morning session, but he's gone for 3 now. Somerset 8 for 1. He can go and have a rest, to be fair. He's put a lot of effort in. I guess we'll see Tom Lammonby at 3 and Tom Abel still. Don't know where Tom Banton's going to bat, if he's going to bat at all. But Somerset have lost an early wicket.
Yeah, I think Shakib's going to be a bit tricky today.
Yeah, I mean, we'll get a replay of that to see if it's turned. Has it just missed a straight one? I don't think there'll be that much turn this early with a new ball. Tell you what, that almost drifted a little bit. I think it might be drift rather than spin. Looks like it's starting in towards leg stump.
Quite hard to see because Foakes is in the way, but yeah.
Yeah. I'm going to put my neck on the line here and guess. We can't see the very good angle. Then it's dipping in towards leg stump and then just gone away a touch.
It was a nice ball. And, talking about his batting, he's a lovely player to watch batting, so it was a bit disappointing that he wasn't around more for the Surrey fan, obviously. But he's obviously a tricky bowler.
Yeah, exactly the same first 3 bowlers then for Surrey. This second innings is the first. Clear plan. Shakib will now have a left-hander to bowl out. Though that brings something different into play.
Yeah, and at least Lammonby hasn't come on in the first over.
Yes, that's a good point, actually. Well, we were talking about whether Tom Lammonby could just open the batting.
Yeah.
Well, you know, I thought Archie Vaughn, before this match, actually, I didn't think Archie Vaughn would come in and open. But Lammonby has almost opened so often this year.
Oh, totally. I mean, and that happened with Abel season before, didn't it? Always coming in early and might as well have opened. Oh,
A bit of a mix-up.
Bit of a mix-up. Lammonby was very firm that he didn't want to run. Goldsworthy.
You thought he wanted to get off the mark first ball.
Yeah.
Nicely, but I think there probably could have been a single. Goldsworthy almost ran 2 halves, didn't he?
Yeah, I think Goldsworthy was a bit faster on it than Lammonby.
Not a single there to Tom Curran, a good fielder.
Yeah, he must be aching a bit though after his long innings. It wasn't even that long, was it? It was just fast.
Cool, that's turned. Just come back into Tom Lammonby.
You
Tom Lammonby off the
see,
back foot is good though, isn't he?
You think both Leach and Vaughan did well bowling. I'm not surprised Shakib is.
Yeah, 48.2 overs, 405 for Jack Leach. Between them, they bowled nearly 100 overs.
Yeah. And they wouldn't have stayed on if it wasn't doing something.
Yeah, I was a bit gutted for Lewis Goldsworthy. I 1 over 18, but Tom Curran was in fine fettle when that happened. Thank you to Annie. Lovely little stint with Annie Chave. Stephen Lamb will come back in. Stephen Lamb's a good omen for Somerset normally. He likes to take wickets. But there's the end of season dinner, Friday, October the 4th, 6:30. Get that date in your diary. £55 for a 3-course meal. Plenty of chat, plenty of laughs, plenty of tales and story. Could it be a treble-winning season plus the 2's T20? Arguably a quadruple. You never know. A few more games left to go, but cover drive from Lewis Goldsworthy is almost lately played, almost deliberate. A deft touch for 3, I reckon. That's 4, yeah. Now, I shall be honest. In day one, talking about Annie and myself in the Colin Atkinson Pavilion, if this game comes down to 2-run win, Stephen, then it could be very controversial, because I even wrote it down. The 68.3rd is the 3rd ball of the 69th over on day one. There was a definite 4 where the Surrey fielder, it was Roach, was sat on the rope as he flicked it back, and the umpire gave it as 2. So if Somerset lose by 2 runs, they have every right to be fuming, because the umpires maybe couldn't see from a long way away, but that was clearly 4. He's got him again. Kemar Roach has got Lewis Goldsworthy bowled, and the first 2 batters for Somerset have both been bowled, and this morning goes from bad to worse for Somerset. Despite Archie Vaughn's 6-fer, the Tom Banton injury, then the last 2 wicket partnerships because of Tom Curran's superb batting, and now both openers gone without Somerset having more than 12 on the board. And Surrey are showing why they are top and why they're defending champions, even with all the players they're missing.
They're bossing it now, aren't they? The influence of Tom Curran's innings, the confidence it's given the county champions.
Did that stay low? He went to pull it, didn't he? It looked like he was.
We'll have a look.
Back foot. Look at your replay. Kemar Roach is a quality bowler.
Don't think so. I think that was hitting middle and off. See from the other end, give us a better idea.
Top of off.
Top
off
of off,
bail,
and,
wasn't it?
yeah, and then ricochet onto middle. So Somerset in a fair bit of trouble, really, with uncertainty about whether Tom Banton will be able to bat. Tom Abel is coming in his allotted spot at number 4. But we may need to have some adjustments to the order below, having seen Tom Banton
Yeah, I guess
reappear on crutches.
James Rue, I guess, has to go up to 5.
That would be the likelihood, wouldn't it?
If he wants a rest from all his keeping stood up. Remember, keeping stood up is a lot harder work. Stood up for a lot of the overs today, of course. You could chuck someone like a Casey Aldridge in at 5, or even Lewis Gregory, but leave from Tom Abel, his first ball, but Somerset having surrendered that slither of a
first innings lead to Surrey, effectively 9 for 2, and uncertainty about whether their number 5 will be able to bat. Tricky situation.
Yes, it is. No, we've got to say well bowled, but I think you could say that maybe that Goldsworthy shot was avoidable. It did look short enough to be able to pull it, maybe. He's quite a short fella, is Lewis Goldsworthy. He plays the short ball quite well, but 2 top edge pull shot, 1 from each of the openers that fell into space, and then that pull shot missed. A little bit full for the pull shot. I think maybe thought it was a little bit shorter, going to bounce a bit higher. I guess also maybe a September pitch isn't going to get the bounce. Maybe you can play that shot in August. Maybe that's a fair comment we should actually consider. That's a lovely Tom Abel shot for 1, but you know what I mean, Stephen? When it's hard and it's been sunny in August, that same length ball will bounce up a little bit higher. But now we've had a bit of rain, it's been under covers, it's September, we've not had baking sun to dry it out. The pitch actually isn't going to bounce as high. No. So that same ball Goldsworthy might have pulled last month is going to stay low and have to play for straight back this month. Yeah,
that's been a bit of a feature as well, the ball currying through low to the keeper, in this case Ben Foakes. Last ball of Roach's 4th over. Defended comfortably enough by Tom Lammonby. You can tell how up for this Surrey are at the moment. They've really got their tails up with the dismissal of those 2 openers. They're ahead in the game at the moment.
Yeah, I wouldn't worry about the runs. You know, Somerset technically have more runs, yes, but those 2 early wickets, Surrey. Just look on top, that Tom Curran in it, I think a lower order hitting type innings can just really give that momentum shift, that confidence boost. A lot of chat about the weather. There's a bit of rain forecast this afternoon. It's very overcast at the moment, just a few gaps for the sunshine, but I think we'll be alright for the next hour or so. More in around tea time, there might be a little bit of rain, but just a chilly wind, isn't there? So Shakib Hassan will continue from the river end. They'll plug him in, won't they, Stephen? Plug him in for the day now.
I would think so. If the Leach Vaughn experience is anything to go by.
And the way he bowled in the first innings. I mean, I hope they've attached him to the solar panels and we're getting free energy.
Yeah, that's a rather impressive looking innovation on top of the Andy Caddick Pavilion.
I was here in the week working in the office helping out a bit, and the chap with the drone came in. He's a big Somerset fan, and he had his drone out and he was getting some pretty cool shots.
Comfortable single here out to long on. It really has swung this way and that this game today. We've seen 9 wickets go down already. 7 of Surrey's first innings and now 2 for Somerset in their second. And interspersed with that, a magnificent knock of 86 from just 75 deliveries from Tom Curran. Here's another wicket, is it? Not given. Now, there was much celebration and appealing. We'll have another look at it. Sharp turn away from the outside edge.
Good catch from Sibley at first slip off the parry of Foakes' gloves, we should say. Ooh, that's nearly a chance to Ryan Patel, isn't it? Short leg.
Hazardous business batting at the moment.
I think just missed the outside edge of the bat. Sharp turn rather
really
than
good delivery.
That's almost unplayable though, isn't it? I mean,
turn and bounce.
Yeah, what can you do to that? That's 3 balls in a row that they're appealing for. I mean, those 2 hit quite hard at short leg.
So, Somerset facing a searching examination here. 15 for 2 in their second innings. Both openers gone. Goldsworthy for 9, Vaughn for 3.
So we should say Roach only back in the Surrey fold the first time since May. Not played since May, so interesting to see how his body holds up. He's had a few niggles, but then has obviously played a fair amount of cricket for Surrey in the last couple of years, since no longer playing for the West Indies. Well, he's into his 5th over. Downwall had a short spell, but Roach will continue. Could there be a single there? Suddenly a bit nervous, Somerset. Playing for West Indies against South Africa, of course, was Kemo Roach. That was just last month. His last outing that got 2 for 53 and 1 for 39. And yeah, last play against Worcestershire in May, he had 2 for 34 and 2 for 29. The game before that, 6 for 46 against Warwickshire. So Roach has still got it. You know, every game he's played for Surrey or the West Indies going back to April this summer, he's got wickets. Still a class act. Lovely shot from Taunton, just 1 run.
Yeah, you look at the way this game has gone today for Somerset. Surrey with 228 for 8 with the dismissal of Cameron Steele, and we were looking, we thought, at a significant Somerset lead. But Tom Curran has taken that away from them, and the 2 wickets that have fallen since, it really couldn't have gone better for Surrey from that point. Typical fluid Tom Abel defensive stroke. Abel dismissed 1 short of a half century in the first innings.
Somerset just got to rebuild here, haven't they? Just got to get through, soak up some pressure here, get through Roach's first spell. I mean, Shakib Al-Hassan is, it's not going to be a case of getting through his spell, is there? Because he could bowl 35 overs straight through. And he's used to doing that in the subcontinent for Bangladesh.
Yeah, he could hold up that river end for the rest of the day.
Yeah, rotate the seamers and maybe a bit of Cam Steele from this end. I'm quite surprised Worrell only bowled 2 overs though. Maybe after Roach finishes they'll give Worrell another go from this Stratoscopic Pavilion end.
Be logical.
Yeah.
He's a mean bowler, Dan Worrell.
He is indeed, yeah. What have you decided? He fancied that end, and well, Shakib might change ends. Pretty flat at both ends here at Taunton. No Lord Slope to contend with.
Defensive again from Abel, and rightly so given the match situation. 16 for 2 in their second innings, Somerset. Just 13 runs in front.
David Bedingham has got that record score for any Durham player, past Martin Love's 273, the highest score ever made by a Durham batter. Fair play to him. Bedingham breaking that 21-year-old record. Durham nearly 600 for 7 now. Lanks almost being condemned for the drop. There he is, Tom Banton, with crutches in the Andy Kelly Pavilion, the Somerset home dressing room. Sight for sore eyes, do they say?
Comfortable single here for Tom Lammonby. But yeah, those crutches of Tom Banton, it tells a pretty simple story, doesn't it? Very
indeed.
Unlikely to see him bat again in this match. Turn again, but started off far enough outside the off stump for Tom able to leave it alone. Both these two batsmen have contributed significantly over the course of the season. Tom Abell more in the latter part, having been injured for the early championship matches. Tom Lammonby has been in some form as well. They desperately need a contribution from either or both of these two.
Day 3 today. It's the last day tomorrow. But we'll have a good idea by close tonight, won't we, Stephen, as to where this game's headed, especially if we do get another 51 overs.
Yeah, long first session today. Additional overs anyway, 8 of them to help make up for the time lost to rain yesterday.
So do we reckon, normally tea is taken with 32 overs remaining, 96, we're playing 104, aren't we? So we're playing 8 overs more today. So do you reckon tea with 34 overs remaining? We always play the game up here, guessing when tea might be. 34 overs remaining, perhaps?
Might just be at a standard time.
Well, that day
Sometimes
4
go
is
for that.
Day 4 is a standard time.
Yeah, but I think when overs are added,
Yes. You think they'll just go for the
we're
3?
possibly looking at something like 3:30.
Yeah, well, it's normally 3:40 in August. Then it'll be 3:10 in September, because it's half an hour earlier. So something like 3:30 in the middle sounds about right.
It is going to be Dan Worrell.
There you go. They listen to us, Stephen.
Predicted by a certain HE. So 2 overs for 4 so far for the Australian.
Oh, quickly I'll mention David Benningham's gone. 279. Durham 573 for 9 declared. Lancashire, where Somerset go up to visit Old Trafford next week. I'll be up there. Well, they could lose by an innings again, I reckon.
Oh, that's a good ball. Outside edge of Tom Abell. He's going to get 4 for it, but fortuitous. He was beaten, really, for all money.
Why have they only got 1 slip in play for a bowler as good as Dan Worrell when Somerset had 22 for 2 in the 11th over? I know it's a kookaburra that's not going to do loads, but Dan Worrell's used to bowling with a kookaburra. That's got a lot of swing on it. That's actually swung in to Tom Abell, but it's still taking the outside edge. It's almost like the line it started on, Tom Abell would have left, but it swung on to the outside edge. Don't think a second slip would have caught it anyway, but might have maybe saved 4. Tom Sibley's at first.
Abell looking to run that down to backward point, but no contact. All the 2s on top of the scoreboard. 22 for 2. Somerset under plenty of pressure here from the county champions. Just finding the middle okay. Three for 41 in the first innings for Dan Worrell from 17 overs. Looking to add to that. My word, he nearly did with the first ball of this over. Just eased down to third man by Tom Abell to bring him another single. Goes to 8. Surrey bowlers warm to their task. Seen 3 of them so far. Kemar Roach, Shakib Al Hassan and this man. Round the wicket now to the left-handed Lamonby. Wasn't initially sure where that had gone.
Bit of movement, isn't it, for Worrell? The swinging into Tom Abel, the right-hander, but now also swinging into the left-hander. Good bowlers down Worrell, say, with this Kookaburra ball. He's still getting a little bit of movement. Maybe they'll put that second slip in. I just think Surrey could really go aggressive here. Do they need that deep square leg? Is Tom Abel really going to pull down Worrell? Do they need a deep fine leg and a deep square leg? I'll keep the third, I'll keep the fine, but I reckon they could go more aggressive. There you go, another outside edge. Yeah, that probably would have been wide of second slip and be run anyway, but I reckon Surrey could really go on the attack here. Get that deep square leg into second slip. If Surrey take a couple of wickets now, then they could almost wrap the game up in this session. But Tom Abel and Tom Lamonby, if they're allowed to rotate the strike, it just relieves a little bit of pressure. It's definitely a jumper day now. Those knitted sweaters on show all around the Cooper Associates County grounds. Suddenly got chilly this week.
Yeah, whiff of autumn.
It is.
So Worrell will feel maybe a bit aggrieved to have gone for 7 runs off that over. His third. 33-year-old Victorian. He's a mighty fine bowler. You would find many better on the county circuit.
No, indeed.
Just 3 one-day internationals for Australia.
Yeah, I'm surprised he didn't get more of an international go, Stephen.
Yeah.
Very much in the Michael Nezza, Scott Boland category for me.
Yep, nearly man.
33 now, right? I was saying to someone yesterday, actually, when he qualifies for England next year, could he have another 5 years and replace Jimmy Anderson? You know what I mean?
Well.
Genuinely. I think he's that good that he's not quite as good as Jimmy Anderson, but potentially better than Chris Woakes in that role. Not as good a bat as Chris Woakes, we should say. And that catch Chris Woakes took in the last test was superb as well. But also, Woakes struggles a bit outside of England, whereas Worrell's got a little bit more experience of Australia, of course. But
So he would be qualified for the Ashes.
yeah, that would be funny, wouldn't it? Imagine that. You didn't want him, Australia. We'll use him, and he can skittle you lot. That would be funny.
Would be something, wouldn't it?
It wouldn't be the first time. Was it Darren Patterson? He was one a few years ago. There's been a few that have... Well, Matt Renshaw, born in the northeast of England, but played... Here's a question then. Would Matt Renshaw...
Nicely played. Just be a single.
While we're on this English-Aussie conversation, could Matt Renshaw have been the opener that replaced Andrew Strauss? Rather than Alistair Cook going through 25 or however many opening partners he went through, could Matt Renshaw have been an opener soon after Strauss retired over the last 10 years for England?
Well,
Yeah. I think we went through Lythe, Robson, Milan, Wesley. Then, some of them opened, some of them batted 3. We had Compton for a while. We had so many of them that we tried.
yeah. And how many Test matches might Andrew Simons have played for
Well,
England?
Yeah.
Started his
Another
first-class career with Gloucestershire early on.
Yeah.
Made stacks of runs as well.
We were talking about him earlier, weren't he, for rugby tackling the streaker. Yeah, there's funny rules really when you're part English, part Australian, or Joe Burns now playing for Italy, having retired from Australian international cricket.
I remember Kepler Wessels years ago
Yes.
playing for Australia when South Africa were banned from international cricket. Eventually went back to play for his homeland.
Ricky, of course, played for Notts and I think for Worcestershire a little bit. Class opening bat alongside Hales or Lum. When that was not, look how bad Notts are now. Struggling in Division 1, struggling in the T20 Blast. Well, 5 years ago, Notts were the best white ball team around with Dan Krishna as captain. Ricky Vessels in the side. Worrell will bowl his 4th over. 2nd from the MTP end. He bowled 2 from the River End earlier on. 2 mid wickets. They know Tom Abel's good on the on drive, but occasionally just flicks it aerially.
Played comfortably enough by Tom Abel. 12 for 2 when these two came together. They've taken it on to 28 for 2, not without problems being posed by this excellent Surrey attack.
Yeah, just riding the wave here. Somerset just hanging in there.
Got 12 overs in now. Aiming to see it through to when the kookaburra is less potent. But much damage already done. Nicely driven, yeah.
Give it a fielding, Kimo Roach.
Not quite straight enough to take it to the boundary, and Roach with time to come around. Abel on to 13. What an influence Tom Curran has had on the day's play so far. At 86, he made to turn Surrey's fears of a deficit into a marginal lead. Bit of room there on the pads.
Should be 2. Fine leg was a bit square then, really, wasn't he? He was more deep backwards square as opposed to fine leg.
Comfortably taken couple. No need to play that. Much work done by the spinners in this match. 33 overs for Shakib Al-Hassan in the Somerset first innings, and 48 for Jack Leach, 37 for Archie Vaughn, and I fancy there's going to be something similar from Shakib in this innings. That's the conclusion of Dan Worrell's 4th. Just the 3 runs off it. So 2 2-over spells. Keeping things tight. Well, they all are really. Shakib 1 for 8 from his 4.
You reckon they might give Jordan Clark a go before the ball gets too soft?
I'd certainly stay with Shakib and maybe another 1 or 2.
Yeah.
For Worrell.
But if you're Tom Curran and Jordan Clark, you want to bowl before 20, 30 overs, really, don't you? They've got 2 genuine seamers to go with yet. Jordan Clark I'd bowl before Tom Curran, but plenty of options for Surrey. Cam Steele, of course, later on as well. 5 fifers for Toby Rowland-Jones in his last 5 games. More than anyone else in England this year. For England man. That's not a very good ball from Shakib Al-Hassan. That could go for 4, but the fielder's chasing very hard. It's a cracking chase. Oh, all that effort and it's still gone for 4.
Yeah, there was just a moment, wasn't there? Despite all his efforts, he knew the ball had won. And just a matter of retrieval. Out at that deep mid-wicket boundary. Clouded over a bit here at Taunton. It's been a pleasant enough day, although quite chilly in the breeze. More runs here for Abel. They were interested in a second, not quite there. Quite often seem to have a chilly breeze watching county championship cricket, be it in April or early May, or now in September. Championship bookending the season, as it's done for some years now.
I've had to put the shorts away the last couple of days, Stephen. 2 days of wearing trousers watching county cricket in the summer. Not right, is it? Not happy. I've barely gone outside today. I got my big woolen jumper on. Suddenly got chilly.
Didn't seem to time that quite right, but he's going to pick up a single for it, Tom Lammonby. I've had the shorts on every day for the last 6 months.
Stephen's been in France or something, hasn't he? I wonder why he wasn't on the
Not
street.
quite. Big appeal. LBW. Third wicket's gone. Tom Abel. And another hefty blow for Somerset and their hopes of winning this match. Surrey are right in control of this game. Shakib has his second wicket, 2 for 14. Abel gone for 18.
Yeah, when you bring in a man of his class, you expect him to take wickets, and fair play, he's delivered. Shakib Al Hassan has not let Bangladesh nor Surrey down in recent times. Not many with the bat, but he's come in mainly to bowl spin in this crucial county championship match. He had a couple of beauties, didn't he? A couple of overs ago.
Oh, that was a good ball too. There was turn there, and you could see from the celebrations how important Surrey knew that wicket was.
Kevin Howes was teasing me earlier about Somerset being the bridesmaids again. And it is Casey Aldridge. I said it might be. I think that's Casey Aldridge coming out. Yes, it is. Ah, that was a wing out of nowhere.
Well, he's got number 5 on his back. Why not?
I said to you out of nowhere, it could be Gregory. They just don't like to move Rue up. James Rue at 6 has been superb for the last couple of years. Casey Aldridge has batted anywhere from 7, 8, 9, really. So, actually, why not? I like that. He batted really well for the England Lions when I was up there commentating on that Sri Lanka match. And New Road batted beautifully. He's bowled well, got a bit of confidence. Particularly bowled well against Leicestershire in that semi-final here. So I like that from Somerset. Give the youth a go. Lewis Gregory could have put himself to 5, but no.
Well, Casey Aldridge has tended to come in ahead of Gregory and Overton in recent games. So that's a logical progression with the injury to Tom Banton.
So we presume Rue stays at 6. Gregory 7, Overton 8, maybe Banton comes out on one leg at 9. I don't know, depending on how it is. Or you just put him at 11. Can he swing with one leg after Leach? Confident stroke from Casey Aldridge, although it was a bit outside edgy.
Yeah, I guess it depends, well, primarily on how serious the injury is and also on the context. How long this innings progresses. Somerset in all sorts of trouble really at the moment here. Banton on crutches and the three of the top order batsmen gone. Just 37 on the board, and you can take 3 off that for the deficit.
So I'm still surprised how spread the field is. Surrey on top here, but the field doesn't show a team that's on top. They've got a second slip and a fourth slip, really. There's almost a gap at first and third. Ben Foakes is a class wicketkeeper, so we can almost do first slip's job at the same time. But they got a deep square, a deep fine, and a deep... Well, it's not even a deep third, it's a deep backward point. I don't know why Surrey aren't attacking more. It's not like Somerset particularly attacking with the bat. Very defensive field. So there you go, that Tom Lammonby single, maybe even push for 2. No, just a single. I feel like that shouldn't be a single there. I feel like Surrey should be more aggressive. They're on top in this game. Right, I'm going to check if there are effects, Mike, trying to work out where they want the field to the tall right-handed Casey Aldridge. Freddie Flintoff, the New England Lions coach, so I guess he'll have a bit of work. That would be really good, actually, for Casey Aldridge to work with Freddie Flintoff. Could be massive for his career development. Similar right-arm seamer, right-handed batter at 6-ish.
Here's his first ball.
No, second ball. He faced that ball in the last over, Stephen.
Beg his pardon.
He should have had a single, really, didn't he? Do you remember that? That one out to cover. I don't know why he didn't run. We'll forgive you, Stephen. You drank a lot of wine in France the last few months, haven't you?
Had a glass or two. It's the height of, it's just coming up to harvest time out in France.
Apple harvest here, and you're harvesting grapes out there.
Grapes out there, and they've got a lot of grapes. We drove through a few vineyards in the southwest region. That's an attempted leg glance from Aldridge.
I guess the advantage of Surrey having a deep square and a deep fine is Aldridge would have probably hard pulled that full-blooded pull shot if they weren't back. Maybe now they're back, he's trying to be cute and dab it fine for 4, and then he might get an edge and get caught behind. But so I think if Surrey had an Aussie captain, they might be going full throttle. There's almost a 2 to deep third as well. Look how wide deep third is. Long boundary over towards the Hildreth stand. Not that Somerset are worried about runs for the next few overs. These two just got to get in. I keep saying get through this spell. Get through the seamers spell. Is Worrell having a bit of a word with Aldridge there? Ryan Patel's little medium paces didn't come out at all in the first innings. Didn't see much of Cam Steele.
Yeah, Tom Lammonby hasn't had all that much of the strike, just 17 deliveries for his 8.
Yeah, that's a comfortable ball to leave. That's too wide for Worrell.
Doesn't bowl many like that.
No, he doesn't. You're right.
Usually demands attention. Pulled and is going to fall safe. Out at deep mid-wicket, there were cries of catch, but it was never really in that ballpark.
No, but 3 of the 5 batters we've seen so far have played almost exactly the same shot. A top-edged pull in between the ring that's not there in this form of the game, of course, but the proverbial 30-yard ring and the deep fielders. What does that say, Stephen? Does that say it's not bouncing as they expect? Is it the Kookaburra ball? Is it just misjudgment?
It's very difficult to tell, but he wasn't in full control of that.
Agree with that.
3 wickets down already. And quite possibly no Tom Banton, as we've been saying. That injury picked up playing football just before the start of play this morning.
We're getting more chats in the live chat and on Twitter about Banton and Saturday Finals Day than we are about the current game at hand.
Appeal for LBW. There wasn't any real conviction about it.
No, again, it looked a good ball that turned. But yeah, I don't think Kishori's looked particularly worried.
It was one of the first sights we saw this morning, wasn't it, Harry? And a depressing one, to see Tom Banton being carried off by 2 teammates.
Yeah, I think quite often the coaches get involved in the football warm-up. You might see Shane Berger involved or Jamie Thorpe. But you could tell it was a panic straight away. It was very clear to the whole stand. There was no hiding it. The Lothian Botham stand, the Con Atkinson Pavilion was pretty packed. 15 minutes before the start of play, maybe 20 minutes. And all the members and the fans could see exactly straight away it was bad. He was down. He had to be carried off. The anguish on the face was clear for all to see.
Lammonby wanted it, but Aldridge had reservations.
They're both quick between the wickets. Oh, and wow, Lanks chasing that mammoth Durham total to not lose 1 innings. They've already lost Keaton Jennings.
Yeah, they're relegation candidates.
Yeah, I think I'd almost put it out there and say that they're almost, they're going to be gone with Kent. I can't see Somerset not beating them at Old Trafford unless maybe the rain saves them. Lancs just look a broken side at the moment. Them and Kent, no confidence. Well fielded.
Shakib concludes his 6th and figures he'll be entirely happy with. 2 for 15.
What are we calling him? Shakib.
Shakib.
I thought you had a nickname for him.
No.
I thought you were on nickname terms. I like that, Steve. I don't mind that. He might be Shakib. It might be Big Shakib.
Perhaps it was a mute B.
It was. I think it was a mute B. It wasn't my ears anyway. I thought I'm not gonna tell you off. If you're on nickname terms with Shakib Al-Hassan, fair play to you.
I wish I could answer in the affirmative. Worrell, unsurprisingly, is going to continue. It's not a lot been taken off him. 6th over coming up. 0 for 16 his figures, but 4 of those were an involuntary. Nick really down to 3rd man. He's been very much in control of things. The Australian.
Two proper slips in place now with no gaps between them. But they're still going to be a run. Square of them.
Yes, played with bat some way from body, that by Aldridge, but he got the whole face onto it. Comfortable single resulted. Jabbed into the ground by Aldridge this time, just checking on which way it was going to go after the bounce. Get a strange bounce, you could be in trouble.
Yeah, I like to defend Lewis Goldsworthy that his stayed a little bit lower than he expected, but there hasn't been that many inconsistent bounce deliveries so far this match.
Nicely timed, but only as far as extra cover.
Properly overcast cloud now. Will that help the bowlers? A little bit of assistance, a little bit of extra movement with that Kookaburra ball. The last 2 days of this year, we've got to mention the Kookaburra ball, Stephen. Well, I suppose, actually, isn't it a Kookaburra white ball for finals day on Saturday? After this week, we can go back talking about the Dukes again.
2 more games in the Championship, 2 more.
The red ball with the Dukes, that would be nicely received, wouldn't it, by the bowlers particularly. The seam bowlers, I mean the spinners probably don't mind the Kookaburra as much. Brings them into it a little bit more, but just less of a seam on it. Kent bowled out for 207. Hampshire were in a similar position, but their lower order bailed them out in that first innings. Even Brad Wheel whacking 6s at the end of that. Mohammed Abbas whacking out a few reverse sweeps. Kent really struggling at the bottom of Division 1 into Division 2 next year.
Up in the air, but it's going to fall safe and go for 4. Out to deep mid-wicket. It's a rare loose delivery, really, from Dan Worrell. Could that be the end of the spell? Fancy it might be.
It's the end of your voice, Stephen. Just having a sound check. You back in.
Now a miraculous recovery. But yeah, 6 overs. He's bowled in 2 spells, 4 in the present one. But we've only seen the 3 Surrey bowlers so far. So fancy we'll see something different at the Marcus Trescothick Pavilion end. Still Shakib at the other though.
Not far away from short leg. The Bangladesh fans are back in the chat. Got Chris Timms watching from New Bradwell in Milton Keynes. Got some Leicestershire fans, Tim Furu. Yes. The numbers are going up. They know that Shakib Al Hassan's bowling again. Must go round the bank. Do you reckon the Bangladesh News has tuned in to Somerset live stream? Nice tuck for two. Should be two.
Yeah, he controlled it quite well in the end. I was wondering how that was going to go, but he got into position nicely. Pick up a single.
The standing umpires are David Milnes and Steve O'Shaughnessy. That's for those asking in the chat. Well, they said, who are the standing umpires on field? Well, I'm not sure they'd be standing off field, would they? Roy Burns in the thick of the action at short extra.
Well, they get a single for that. Misfield by the bowler, which is always a bit unusual. Shakib just not quite getting down to it in time. Bring Tom Lammonby on to strike. Reappearance of the sun. Haven't seen too much of it in this session. So 48 for 3. Just 45 ahead overall, Somerset. Vaughan, Goldsworthy and Abel are the 3 men gone. Tom Banton is injured. So Surrey at present have a firm grip on this match. And we are going to have a change. Jordan Clark for the first time this innings.
Yeah, I think that's a sensible change. Not that Royals nothing wrong. Just think Jordan Clark is too good a bowler to not be given a chance for the new ball. I think he's a class act. Lancashire missing him greatly, you should say, really. Would they be down to Division 2 for next year? Would they be relegated this year from Division 1 had they had Jordan Clark in their ranks? I think not. Michael Jones coming down from Durham to play probably Division 2 for Lancs next year. Jennings, of course, having come from Durham to Lancs to play a higher level of cricket, but Michael Jones actually stepping down a level probably. Fortunate is Casey Aldridge there. An inside edge for 4, and that could have gone to the stumps. Got to say he's got away with that. A cracking first nut from Jordan Clark. He's just straight on the money, isn't he? A little bit of movement in. The angle. Straight through Casey Aldridge for 4.
And double teapot to follow. 16 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 52 in the first innings, Jordan Clark. Tidy enough. And very nearly had one with his first ball in the second. Oh, is that another one? Yes, it is.
He's bowled. The bails are off. We thought it might have been caught behind, but the bails are gone, Stephen. Casey Aldridge has got to go for 10.
So the 4th wicket has fallen for Somerset, and this second innings of theirs is in disarray at the moment. Just hearing that Tom Banton is going to have an MRI scan on his leg injury tomorrow. That doesn't sound too good either. And Surrey, well, they're just casting all before them at the moment in this game. Somerset 52 for 4. He knew Casey Aldridge. He heard the death rattle. And Jordan Clark could so easily have struck with the first ball of the over, has promptly struck with the second.
Yeah, I think we both thought caught behind, didn't we? The way Ben Foakes jumped up to take it, but it kicked off the bails, kicked off the top of the stumps. We'll show you another replay in a sec. And yes, well, not ideal for Somerset here. 52 for 4, and the champions asserting their dominance here. Well, Dan Whiting, our friend on BBC Radio London, wants me to go for a drink with him and some Surrey mates tonight. Well, that might be painful listening. I'm not quite so keen, Stephen, if it keeps going like this.
Yeah. How much will you have to say? Doesn't look too good, that scorecard for Somerset. Could well be equivalent to 52 for 5, given the situation with Tom Banton. And James Rue is in to join Tom Lammonby. We'll have two left-handers together.
For weeks now, I've been planning a trip up to Old Trafford, hoping Somerset would still have the title in the balance. Chance of overtaking Surrey to win the first championship, but to lose this game, it's looking at less likely. Well played, James. It was almost like a get off me sort of tickle, but they're going to get at least 2 for it.
So, underway at the first opportunity, the Somerset wicket-keeper.
I should say, don't write Somerset off while Rue and Lammonby at the crease. Probably the two men, other than Abel, well, and Banton's done pretty well, I suppose, but, you know, two of the top 4 run scorers for Somerset in this format this year. Two left-handers as well, so it might be easier for them to face Shakib Al-Hassan. I know he's only actually got 1 wicket, but the tricky thing is, right, so say Somerset do not bat out the day. Does Tom Banton bat today, before the MRI tomorrow? Do Somerset put this game ahead of the Blast? If Somerset weren't in the Blast final on Saturday, I reckon Tom Banton would come out whatever his injury. Whereas now with the Blast final Saturday and MRI tomorrow, there's a slim chance he could be fit for Saturday, and if Somerset think they're going to lose this game, then they might not want to jeopardise Banton playing on Saturday. But then it's almost a question of what do they prioritise?
Yeah. Somewhere ahead. We've got 43 overs potentially today. Whether Somerset can bat through that now is open to doubt.
Exactly. Surrey might only have to take 9 wickets today, whereas tomorrow it might have to be 10. Depending on, you know, how he's feeling or the MRI, hopefully first thing tomorrow morning.
What a first over for Jordan Clark.
That first ball chopped him in half, didn't it? Could have had a wicket first ball, we should say.
And then took it with the second, 1 for 6 in all. 4 of those 6 were that inside edge from the bat of Casey Aldridge before he was out. Next ball. Sorry sight for Somerset at the moment.
A Surrey sight or a sorry sight?
Both, I think. A sorry sight of Surrey.
That's it. That is it indeed. I've made an absolute mess of my scorecard. It's going from bad to worse for me, Stephen. I put the second innings score was in the wrong innings. I put them in the first innings section. The order's all wrong with Aldridge and Banton. 5s in separate innings. Absolute mess. So Casey Aldridge, 10 off 18 balls before being bowled a second attempt by Jordan Clark. Shakib Al-Hassan into his 8th over. 8th over of the second innings after 33.5 in the first, so well over 40 in the match so far.
Yeah, the number of overs of spin we've seen in this game has been phenomenal.
And it's not actually been ragging miles. Yes, it's been turning a little bit, but it's not been a snake bit, it's not been a Medabad type spin. We should also say that the spinners have generally bowled pretty well. It's not just a little bit of help from the pitch. They've actually bowled good, other than Lewis Goldsworthy's one over, and potentially the way Tom Curran was hitting Archie Vaughn off his line of length. Let's have a counter argument then. A positive thought from Somerset fans, Stephen. If Somerset, Rob Cusack says, if Somerset can get 3 and over till the close, that's 180 lead and could be fantastically set up for tomorrow.
Well, it could. It seems a long way off at the moment.
And then Will just said, if these two can get hundreds. Yeah.
There's a single towards it for Tom Lammonby. Really have got a mountain to climb, these two batters at the moment.
We talked about the bottom two strides struggling big time. Kent will have to bat again, 196 behind. Hampshire in force to follow on. And Yorkshire could wrap up a victory against Leicestershire, frustrated by the rain after that first day collapse to Leicestershire, 98 all out. Well, now Rahani's gone. Ben Code again, the wicket taker for Yorkshire. What a match he's had. A little bit of positivity for not struggling against Essex. Hashib Hamid, the skipper's got a 50. He's already on 21 more than the highest score in Knott's whole first innings.
So Jordan Clark, buoyed up by his wicket, is going to continue.
Even the BBC Live texter said that Somerset are in last chance saloon. There you go. They've called it.
Well, it's a very, very difficult way back for them if they can achieve it.
No, he's still going for those drives. Just not getting the timing. Chris says, excellent stream, better than my own team who are now charging so I can't watch them. I feel like Somerset are gaining, is it Leicestershire or Kent fans potentially? Charging for some of their streams. And yeah, Abu says, don't Surrey have an off-spinner? No, they do not. No, well, you could argue Dom Sibley, I suppose. He hasn't bowled much in recent years, has he? What would it have to take for Somerset to face a bit of Dom Sibley? He bowls leg breaks primarily, but can bowl.
Doesn't look very likely he's going to come on at the moment. I think it's a case of service is not required.
He never got a test wicket. He's got 4 first-class wickets. Only bowled 1 over in test cricket, actually.
Flicked away, nicely timed actually. Down to deep backward square.
Who might bowl off spin in an emergency for Somerset? For Surrey, so I feel like Ben Gedders could maybe just a bit of something different. Ryan Patel medium pace. Rory Burns. I don't think we see Rory Burns bowling, do we? Is Rory Burns?
We haven't seen Tom Curran yet.
I don't know why
he's got to come first.
You know what? I don't know why we're going. Or Cam Steele, who's actually in the team to bowl leg spin. Don't know why we're going down this rabbit hole, but they want a right arm off spinner to bowl the left-handers, I suppose.
Can expect a decent spell for Jordan Clark, who's already struck once.
If Chris Foakes can bowl off spin, then anyone can. Very good point. Very good point. Touche.
Nicely stroked out to deep extra. They're going for us. They'll get that second comfortably.
Timed that beautifully, though.
Yeah, who was speculating that England might take Chris Foakes as an off-spinner this winter?
No
on
one.
Tour?
Nobody, Stephen. Nobody.
I saw it somewhere.
Ben Stokes bowled off-spin in a test match, didn't he? Ollie Robinson's bowled test match off-spin.
Well, Chris Foakes did a little bit.
Well,
in the
yeah,
previous test.
I don't think he can
It's a
even call it
flight of
off-spin.
fancy.
Yeah. His last ball, arm ball, was better, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Basically seam up off 2 steps. When they say the light's not good enough to bowl spin, I don't get why they don't just bowl seam up off a couple of steps, not as quick. It'd be better than trying to suddenly spin the ball. I don't think it qualified as spin. Mind you, some of the balls I bowled don't, in fairness.
This will. from Shakib.
Indeed. Well timed. That's a lovely shot from Tom Lambert. Should go for 4. It's not racing away, but Tom Curran seems in no urgency. Is he saving his legs for final stay?
Well, I think he knew that the ball was going to win that particular tussle. Kept its pace over the outfield. It's often the case with nicely timed strokes like that one. It's probably the best stroke that Lammonby's played.
Yeah, I'd go with that.
In this innings.
But yeah. Played that so late, didn't he? Could be 2. I think that's Cam Steele coming in from the square leg boundary.
It's one of these situations where you don't need to look up to the scoreboard too often because it's quite depressing to do that. You just get on and bat.
Probably was quite irrelevant.
Keep your head down.
I don't even know I'm getting stick from here in the YouTube chat. Ah, isn't that a nice comment? Having recently introduced my best man to cricket because having the games on YouTube has brought him to the game. We made the trip up for day 3 against Durham and it was all thanks to SCC YouTube. That's a nice message, isn't it?
Excellent. Good healthy over rate for Surrey, as you'd expect. The spinner on almost since the start of the innings. He's into his 9th over now. Shakib Al-Hassan failed with the bat, but he's earning his wages, his not inconsiderable wages, with the ball. 2 for 28. His figures in this innings to go with his 4 for 97 in the first. 67 for 4 then. Surrey very much in control of this match. They looked marginal favourites this morning, first thing, but that was pretty tight. Their grip has certainly strengthened over the course of the day so far.
I reckon this could be one of the highest partnership of the innings so far, Stephen. Oh, Abel and Goldsworthy put on 25. We're only on 15 so far. But
good looking stroke. Has he pulled it in? I think he just has. Although it ricocheted along perilously close to the rope, but I think he saved his team a couple there. Good chase. Out at deep backward point. Going to be more runs here though. Not such a good shot, but we'll get twice the number of runs.
I'm not going to say the runs are starting to flow, but a little bit quicker without too many risks being taken by the Somerset batters.
Roos into double figures with that boundary.
Was that a similar length to the one Lewis Goldsworthy got out to?
Maybe fractionally fuller.
Yeah.
Bring Roo a single.
So these Bangladeshi fans watching one end and then making a cup of tea while the seams are bowling, and then just watching the other end. They all seem to, as soon as Shakib got out, they all seem to disappear.
Oh, they've got to concentrate
He's
now.
on at one end, yeah. If they're taken off, they all rage quit and go and watch a different county stream. It's not a terrible shout.
No. He was up too late. Jordan Clark.
Copying his keeper, you think?
Yeah.
Going with Ben Foakes.
Yeah, from that angle, it's quite hard. Looked like it was slanting across the left-hander, yeah, going down leg. That's absolutely plumb. Wicket number 5, Tom Lammonby has gone, and there was no delay in Jordan Clark's appeal there. Total conviction, and Somerset are 75 for 5, Lammonby gone for 24.
Well, you can blame me, Stephen. I accidentally wrote Tom Lammonby LBW earlier on when I meant to write Tom Abel LBW. Got it wrong on my scorecard, and there it happens, but he was knocking on the door, wasn't he? The ball before was almost like a warm-up act. Almost like he thought it was going to be out. The LBW shout for Jordan Clark was a little bit late.
Well, it's in disarray, really, for Somerset now.
Captain Gregory, what can he do? Can he save this situation? Tom Lammonby's having a chat with him. Quite often, an outgoing batter is so disconsolate, frustrated, upset, angry, they just head down, walk straight to the dressing room. I like that from Tom Lammonby. I'm not sure what he said. We didn't have our effects, but we could have actually turned the effects mic up a little bit there and probably heard it. But he's just given Lewis Gregory something of advice for how to get through this Jordan Clark spell. 2 for 17 off 3 overs. He's gone for a few runs, but 2 big wickets, and he could have had Casey Aldridge out twice in his first few balls.
So, really challenging situation confronting the captain as he comes out to join James Rue. Surrey absolutely in control.
With a Kookaburra ball, which isn't meant to do very much. Meant to make batting easier. Shakib Al-Hassan's only got 2 of the wickets. Vaughn bowled, Abel, LBW. So Aldridge at 5, Rue at 6, Gregory at 7.
There's a substantial hole here that Somerset are in. How can they dig their way out of it? It's nicely played, just for a single out to deep extra. Which will bring the skipper onto strike, the right-handed Lewis Gregory.
Surrey really dominating this afternoon session. No rain to save Somerset yet, although it does look grey over the Quantocks, we should say. That looked like a full toss from Shakib Al-Hassan, just dipped. Look over the valley, out towards, well, not quite Norton Fitzwarren way, over Taunton School, over towards Taunton Vale where our 2s are playing. I will give you a 2s update in between the overs. They could be off for rain first. Bertie Michael got some runs at Somerset in the first innings. He was 35, the Taunton Dean left-hand youngster. He's out for 5. Ben Church 23 not out. Finn Hill out for 3. Will Smead 10 not out. Somerset need 174 to win against Warwickshire 2s. That's a lovely shot. Tom Curran didn't pick that up, did he? He didn't move. He was at wide mid-on. I maybe wouldn't have got there, but he didn't even try, which seemed a bit odd. Good fielder when he puts his mind to it, but maybe Liz Gross just timed it in between the 2.
Yeah, I think it would probably have beaten him anyway.
Yeah.
It was so well timed.
But he didn't play a big swing at it, the timing of the bat. Look at that, it's just a push, just a prod.
Lovely way to get off the mark.
Shakib bowls quite quickly. would have summed up Somerset's day. If that had been caught off Ryan Patel's foot trying to jump out the way, and then ricocheted up to Rory Burns. Well, former Taunton Dean and Somerset twos man himself, a man Rao, came all the way up through the Somerset pathway. He's another one of those. We talk about Calvin Harris and Jake Lintott, who played Somerset Academy, he's now playing elsewhere. He's got 2 wickets for Warwickshire. Warwickshire second 11 with 309 all out in the second innings. Alfie Ogborn got 3 wickets. Young Rice got 5 foot. I think that's his first 5-wicket haul for the twos. Petrie goes back in the box. I'll allow a right arm seam bowling all-rounder to come and commentate on Jordan Clark, I suppose, shouldn't I?
Nicely played by James Root for no run. Our Roach at mid-on doing the fielding. It's been a bit of a procession of Somerset batters. 8 for 1, that was Archie Vaughn. Then 12 for 2, Lewis Goldsworthy. Tom Abel's departure made it 37 for 3. Then 52 for 4 with the Casey Aldridge wicket. And the last man out is Tom Lammonby, and that was with the total on 75 for 5. And since you were last on commentary, Pete Trigo, it's turned in one direction only, this match.
Yeah, absolutely has. And I think this particular spell is going to be very influential. The way that, you know, all 10 wickets fell to spin for the Somerset bowlers. You've got those contributions for the seamers here as well. You've got Roach got 1 and Jordan's got these 2 key wickets here, and just takes a little bit of pressure off Shakib. And yeah, Somerset in the mire now, no doubt. Massive blow that Banton looks like he's going to be unable to pull off a Hildreth. He hasn't got the right medical team in there, you know, with the sellotape. But no, in all seriousness, yeah, it's been a tough day, really. Probably momentum changed massively, maybe 11:45, 45 minutes before the end of that, you know, that extra half hour when Surrey bowled them out. You know, I thought Tom Curran was magnificent, and that was the switch. It looked nailed on that Somerset were going to get a 60 lead, and then all of a sudden, you know, they're effectively, what, I don't know, 60 for 5. And, you know, I suppose next door we were talking about, you know, what does Somerset need to at least be in the game? And I like that phrase, it's got to start with a, and I think it's got to start with a 2. There'd be a realistic chance of Somerset to be competitive. So an awful lot of scrapping, scraping, and who's going to be Somerset's Tom Curran? I think that's probably the question. We know the man that's just leg-bide that down for 4. He's certainly capable of that sort of innings when he gets his eye in. A very clean ball striker. Lewis Gregory going on the offensive, getting a 70-80. Rue just batting the way that James Rue does. That's going to be what's required for Somerset this afternoon.
It's not beyond the capability of either of these two, but yeah, I'm with you, Triggs. 228 for 8. When Surrey were on there, Somerset had the game firmly under control, and it's just been downhill ever since.
Well, one other thing that could save the day is the old Duke of Spain. He's pulled up his galleon on the Tone. He's in, and the rain is pouring, and the umpires have called time. Bails off, and there's going to be a little bit of a respite, and maybe an opportunity to get together in the dressing room and have a strategy. Because I do feel like to turn the momentum in this game, you're not just going to be able to bat. I think, in particular, Lewis Gregory is maybe going to have to go on that sort of counter-offensive a little bit. Get himself in, yes, but I think he's going to have to be quite positive.
And he usually does bat in a positive way.
Yeah, he very rarely scores slow runs, Lewis. And he's a very clean ball striker. And I think sometimes when he's looking to play positively as well, he gets in really good, crisp sort of technical positions as well. So hopefully that'll be the message. But yeah, it's almost like the wind's picked up 15 miles an hour and this rain's whipping across the ground now. So I'm not sure what the forecasts say, even though, as we've discussed, I never believe them. But you never know. But we're definitely going to have a little break here at the Cooper Associates County Ground. Keep your eyes on your apps, and as soon as we're back out there, we'll be back online. For now, put the kettle on, slice that Battenberg, and have a great afternoon until we're back.
Obviously the build-up to the 2019 World Cup in the style of play and all the changes of white ball cricket for England, and then to sort of finish with that day at Lord's, which just the most remarkable game and finish you're ever likely to ever be a part of. It was just absolutely amazing, and yeah, if I could relive sort of a minute or 2 minutes of my career, that would certainly be that feeling, having broken the stumps and having won the World Cup, was just the best feeling. And then of course, getting the opportunity to be captain of England and then lift the trophy in the T20 World Cup in Australia was very different to 2019, but equally as memorable and important and fulfilling. I just sort of can clearly see, once we won, sort of talking to Mark Wood about, can't believe it's going to be me to get to lift the trophy for the team. It gets presented to the captain, and then I can still see it now, sort of holding the trophy aloft and with the team all around you and everyone cheering and stuff. That was, that'd be sort of my main highlights, I'd say, throughout my career. My relationship with Cooper Associates sort of started right from my start of my cricket career, really, at Somerset Seconds, conversation with Lee, agreeing to sort of sponsor me and support me, and saying support me as long as my career goes, really. But actually, sort of my dad sort of saying to me once I became a professional cricketer, you're going to need to look after your future and think about what you do with your money. And he very much as well introduced me into Glyn, and then into sort of conversations with Lee about sort of financial advice and buying a house and getting a mortgage and all those kind of things that Coopers have supported me with throughout time, really, which has been a great relationship to have. Very comforting that it's you've got a very professional relationship, but with people you've known for a long time, so you've got that sort of deep level of trust, and someone on the end of the phone who can always pick up the phone and have any sort of financial advice that's needed. The sort of relationship with Coopers has been there for a long time. They've been a sticker on the back of my bat at various times throughout my career as well. And so as I said, I've probably bought, maybe 3 or 4 houses now in my lifetime, and sort of all gone through Coopers with the help sort of setting that up, financially and with the mortgage, etc. And then into the wealth management side of things as well, sort of obviously future-proofing, hopefully, mine and my family's sort of as time goes by, and Lee's very much always talked about, at some point your cricket career is going to finish and you want to be in a position where you've set the rest of your life up and set your family's life up, and because the way it is, your earning potential is never going to be the same as it is when you're playing cricket. So that's been a huge sort of comfort to know that sort of having that sort of level of planning and everything in place to sort of look after me off the pitch certainly allows you to, in my opinion, perform as well as you can on the field, because it's just an extra worry or something that's taken care of, and that you can just go out and do your thing on the field, and know that sort of very important things that you need set up in your life are being looked after by some really great people.
One of life's great invites. Thatchers have invited me to their orchard to see the process from on the tree to in the pint. Shipplate Orchard is just 16 minutes from Myrtle Farm, Thatcher's largest orchard with 137 acres of land and home to 65,700 trees. It's got the most amazing views over the levels and across the Bristol Channel. No wonder our apples are so happy here. The apples include varieties such as Dabinet, Three Counties, Tremlett Bitter and of course the Somerset Red Streak. There's even a royal variety called Prince William, named after his favourite drink when at university. When it's time to harvest, we shake the apples from the tree using specialist tree shakers. It's fascinating to watch and a lot more effective than back in the day when William Thatcher used to shake the trees by hand. Once the apples are shaken from the tree, it's just a case of gently sweeping them up. The harvester has giant brushes that collect the apples and transfer them to the trailer that's hooked up to our tractor. Right, my lovers, we got a trailer full of apples. We're back to Myrtle Farm now to press these into pints. So we've made it to the processing farm. Here is John here, who we met earlier with my apples, ready to put them onto the weighbridge here at Myrtle Farm. Our trailers gently lower the apples onto the apple sorter and washer. So now we see nearly the end of the road for the Thatcher's apples, going into the cleaning facility. All of the, as I'd like to call them, bad apples are got rid of, dropped through the bottom, all the leaves and bits that the machines have picked up, all disappearing, and all those high quality apples going into the press a bit later on to make that famous Thatcher cider. It's ideal, this machine, but it actually came from the potato industry and works brilliantly for our apples. It's gentle on the apples, saves on water, and has been a fantastic addition to Myrtle Farm. We can shake, collect, deliver into the press within an hour. That's impressive and means we get the apples to Myrtle Farm when they are still at their absolute finest. The apples are fed into the mill and pressed into apple juice. Our cider making experts then ferment the juice and turn it into cider. This is probably the most important part of the whole cider making process. And then the juice is matured, blended, ready for tasting. The cider makers taste the cider every day to make sure it's absolutely perfect. Now that's a job to get. Hey, Martin, where do I put my application in? After a hard day's work harvesting the Thatcher's cider apples, it's only right that you taste the fruits of your labour.
We are Somerset Visually Impaired Cricket Club. This is our story. In 2010, the first game of visually impaired cricket was played at the Cooper Associates County Ground. In 2024, the VI team has over 16 members and the current men's and women's England captains playing for them. England women's captain Catherine Jelfs-White was one of the founding members.
The organisation that runs a domestic VI game, Blind Cricket England and Wales, wanted to spread the game a bit further, more areas of the country. So they brought a few players and coaches down to Taunton. That was 2010. We all loved it immediately, so we decided we'd set up a committee, and with the help of the Somerset board, we got ourselves going, formed properly, entered the Development League the year after. We won that a few times and were promoted to the National League. Sadly, we didn't manage to win that one yet. We've got several runners-up gongs for that and the 30 Over Cup, but we have won the 2020 Cup 3 times. So,
in the UK, more than 2 million people are living with sight loss. Of these, 340,000 are registered blind or partially sighted. Living with a visual impairment can impact everyone differently.
Day to day, it's hard, especially with lighting for me. So I have really bad days with my eyes, and I have to have a lot of operations and stuff, and it does affect my mental health as well, because I can't see as much as other people, so I feel more insecure. So I keep it to myself and stuff, which impacts me. And then when I can't see anything, I just feel like I'm always in the wrong.
Every day, 250 people start to lose their sight in the UK. This is equivalent to one person every 6 minutes. 1 in 5 people will live with sight loss in their lifetime. This means that cricket must adapt to suit those with a visual impairment.
I guess the main difference in VI cricket, there's a couple of differences, but the main difference is the ball. The ball is sort of a size 3 football, and it's got ball bearings in it, so it rattles. When it bounces, it makes a bit of noise. So you have to have a certain number of people in the team who are totally blind, so they're called totals. Essentially, you have a spread of people along the spectrum of the sight, kind of sight classifications. Another difference is that if you're totally blind, you get double runs when you bat. The only other one to really consider is that when the bowler is about to start bowling, they ask the batsman if they're ready, because obviously they won't be able to see if the batsman's ready. But it also is a cue for all the fielders to go, right, okay, the ball's going to be in play.
These adaptations allow for VI cricket to be as inclusive as possible. Everyone can get involved, no matter what type of visual impairment they have. Like any sports people, visually impaired cricketers are trying to grow the game.
It just needs exposure, I think, and really. I mean, it's not, I wouldn't say it's widely known compared to obviously other sports. Obviously everyone knows about like your VI footballs and obviously the Paralympics and stuff like that. For us as a club, we just, I mean, the things we need is just support from families, friends, volunteers. We rely heavily on volunteers. I mean, if anyone is retired scorer or something and wants to maybe get involved in doing more scoring games, but for VI cricket and not your normal red ball cricket, then that would be great. We would greatly appreciate that.
Somerset VICC means more to its players than simply the training and the trophies.
It wasn't just about the actual playing the sport, it's the actual social side of it as well. So you might not be a cricket expert or anything of that at all, but you could just join in as a social thing.
I've met so many people, meeting other people with different eyesight conditions, learning about different vision impaired people's eyesight and how vision impaired sports has helped them and stuff, and getting involved. It's amazing. Yeah. I don't know how to put it. None of us stick out, so it's I love it. I actually love it.
We are Somerset Visually Impaired Cricket Club. This is our story.
Cross, trying to scoop it, it's gone high, has he got another catch by Alfie Osborne on the... It's gone a long way, he's knocked his off stump back.
Ridiculous, seriously a ridiculous shot.
Johnny Baker's 5-wicket haul. Whipped away, he's bowled a full bugger and Ben Green has belted it into the stand 4 in a row and his maiden 100 for Somerset. Goes again, goes even bigger this time. Wow, where has that gone?
Oh, he goes again. At least he's got hold of this. Number 6. Touches, that could be the final wicket. Yes, Tom Abel has got it.
Highest score in a T20 ever.
Craig Overton, and he gets the main man out, Will Young.
Gregory goes, and he goes big.
And that is Tom Banton's maiden first-class century. He has made it off. A century for Lewis Goldsworthy and Mike. And that is James Rose, maiden first-class century. Tremendous innings.
It's another one.
That is a block outside our stump, and Jack Brooks has a breakthrough for Somerset. Another massive breakthrough. Jack Brooks has run away to the point. He might be off your camera. One end.
When you bat at your best, there's no distractions. You're engrossed in the game, you're in, I guess, the zone, a little bit cliche. You're not really consciously thinking about anything. You almost let all of that practice, all of that hard work sort of take over. I'm doing it with an element of freedom, and I'm not worried too much about the risk or getting things wrong. Actually, I'm taking the game on, and I think that's probably where my game's made a huge shift over the last couple of years. I'm Sophie Luff, captain of Western Storm, and I'm a top order batter. My first memories of cricket would have been probably 5 or 6 years old in the garden. My dad played club cricket, still does play club cricket, believe it or not, and I've got a younger brother, Jack, who was always in the garden throwing balls at me. I was always throwing balls at him. So it started from there, really. I remember every weekend, every Saturday was spent at our local cricket club, and yeah, I just fell in love with the game from there, really. Yeah, I'd say both my experiences at school and at club were I was a sole girl in a lot of boys' teams, and to be honest, that was the norm for me. I actually really enjoyed it. I was a bit of a tomboy growing up anyway. I loved playing football, playing cricket, and I found myself in those environments more often than not. I thought it was a real challenge. I always sort of had a point to prove, I guess, being the only girl. You used to get a few comments around, oh, they've got a girl playing, and I always wanted to show my worth, and I think that's something that stayed with me throughout my career, really. Yeah, I think as captain, there's a responsibility on me to lead from the front. I make no bones about it. I talk openly about wanting to lead from the front and put in as many match-winning performances for Western Storm as possible. I'm incredibly passionate about the club, about the team, and I want to see it go from strength to strength. And with me as captain of the ship, I guess it's on me to sort of lead the way, pave the way for the next girls coming through. And one thing I'd like to think that I will do is sort of leave it in a better place than what it was when I started my captaincy stint. Having a really positive impact on what cricket is played at Western Storm, how we go about things, both on and off the pitch. Yeah, I absolutely do see myself as a role model to younger girls in the dressing room, as a senior player in the environment. I work on the academy as well as a coach, so I can see the next crop of players coming through and feel like I can have a real positive influence on some of those girls as well in their development and hopefully their careers in the future. But I also want to inspire the little girl that comes along to a Western Storm game and experiences cricket for the first time sat in the stands, and I think we've all got a role to play in that, but it's something that I really enjoy doing and take a lot of pride in.
Hi, I'm Neve Hollands, I'm 17 and I'm an all-rounder for Western Storm. I always enjoyed it from the start, and it was something my parents always said, you want to do something you enjoy when you're older, and I think it's something that's kind of stuck with me. Ultimately, I'm playing with my mates. It's something that I have to be grateful for. I probably forget about that quite a lot when I get kind of hooked up in things. Probably say when I got to about 14, I got asked to play for Somerset women, and at that level, I kind of thought, oh, I'm really enjoying this, and kind of my competitive side kind of came out a lot more. And I was like, I looked up to a lot of people in the Western Storm side that are in it now. For example, like Sophie Luff. I saw that I played with her with Somerset, and she also played for Western Storm at the time. And I thought, oh, I could do this. And obviously it's all happened very quickly for me, which is exciting. And someone like Luffy and Fran, they're kind of, what they saw ahead of them was I have to play for England to be a professional cricketer. But for me, that stepping stone is I can play for Western Storm and do it as a job, do it as a living. Whereas probably at my age, they probably thought, what other job could I do alongside playing cricket? So I think it's made it a lot easier for people my age, and they can definitely see a pathway to where they want to go.
Hi, I'm Fran Wilson. I play for the Western Storm. I'm a batter and I'm vice captain. How do I feel being seen as a successful woman in sport? First of all, a bit of imposter syndrome. I just kind of play cricket, but then I guess if you think about it a little bit, it's you do feel like a bit of a pioneer, especially like the era that me and my kind of age group grew up in. I don't think we'll see that again, where you're literally the only girl in a boys' team, and kind of all those hurdles that you had to overcome, but you didn't even think about it at the time. So I guess a bit of a pioneer and a bit of history that, you know, you've taken the game to the next level, yeah, that would be how I feel about it. So the way that the women's game has developed in the last 5 years, there's so many girls playing, and it's across all different demographics now. I think before it was girls with brothers would be playing, but now it's girls who used to play hockey who'd come into the game, state school, private school, everyone. So I think it's a lot more accessible. So likes of Chance to Shine's probably really helped. And also along with that, I think the level of the girls coming in, so the ones who are like 17, 18 now, have had really good support since they were probably 11, 12, like really good coaching. And I think that's meant that they're ready to play the professional game, the international game, a little bit younger. Yeah, it's quite scary how good the kids coming through now are. So basically, I feel like a whole new professional level of the game has been added, but the facilities and the infrastructure is still behind, still where it was. And it's amazing that we've now got however many pros across the country, but if you've got all these pros and they've got nowhere to train, it's kind of a bit conflicting. So I think there needs to be a real push and a real emphasis on facilities, coaches, physios, and it's pretty urgent. So that would be the barrier for us right now as professionals.
Hey, I'm Nat Rafe. I'm a wicketkeeper batter for Western Storm. Like, the mental side of the game, I'd say I've struggled with more than the physical side, especially after becoming pro and like feeling that pressure of like, this is my job, I want to keep my job. It's definitely got hard to deal with that sometimes. I think the progression in women's sport has been like quite evident recently. So you've had the Women's Euros. I've definitely been following that, and I've seen some quite big crowds there. And just like speaking with my friends about it, which you maybe wouldn't have seen in the last few years. And I think you can see the same in cricket, like the World Cup in Australia was very well viewed. Oh yes, I've seen a huge change in the last 5 years in women's cricket. So like now, you have the opportunity to make it your career, and whereas before it would probably only be the England girls that have that chance, it's now people playing at a regional level that get to do that as well, which is really good.
The one piece of advice I'd probably give to my younger self and give to younger girls coming into the game now is just remember why you play, like know why you play, because like I said, there's so many highs, so many lows, but you can always come back to why you play. So for me, it's because I love the game and I love playing with my teammates, and like I'm hungry to succeed. I've always got that drive, that ambition, and I think if you can keep coming back to those reasons, then you'll keep waking up the next day and going to the gym and putting in that hard session, turning up, doing your skills, doing everything that's required of you as a professional cricketer to, you know, keep getting better day on day. So yeah, remember why you play.
Someone's knocking at my door. Santa Brooks. Oh, someone in. Hello, Rose. I'm Jack Brooks from Somerset Cricket.
Hello.
That's Craig Overton. That's Sonny Baker.
My husband's not here, and he'd love to be here to see you lot.
Well, you've got us on your own then.
Oh,
We've got your memberships. We're hand delivering them to you. Happy.
Thank you so much.
Thanks very much for buying them.
I'm so delighted to see
Should we get a hug?
Absolutely, yes. Oh,
How are you? Nice to meet you.
do you want to come in?
I don't know what the rules are. His door's open.
I need to knock.
Hello.
Hello.
Is Malcolm here?
He is, yeah.
Do you mind if we have a chat with him?
It's okay,
will just grab
I'm
him.
here.
Sorry, we're not being random.
2 secs.
This gets better, doesn't it?
All sorts going on here.
It's a nice pad, this, isn't it? How long have you lived here?
We've lived here 13 years now.
Nice.
They're both Malcolm built both of them.
Did he? It's nice.
Craig Overton's out now.
Come on, they got a few minutes now. Come on.
Hello, Malcolm. How are you?
My God.
I'm Jack Brooks. Lovely to meet you.
I know.
Sunny. Just sunny.
Sunny. You have
And-
bad back.
Yeah, they're thereabouts now.
I brought them going to see you.
We're hand delivering some memberships. We just scared / surprised her next door, so we heard this. Hello, who's this?
Who's the next cricketer?
This is
Excellent.
Cricketer.
Yeah.
Aren't you? You're going to be a batter or a bowler? I don't know yet.
You're our youngest member.
I'll tell you. This is Jack Brooks. This is Craig Overton. This is Sunny Baker.
Oh, now then, I met your mum.
Oh, wow,
yes.
okay.
Yes, I did.
Well, I thought Malcolm would like to see them too.
Oh yeah, but I thought you were kidding.
Yeah, I was outside the front door with Rose, and he said, "Oh yeah, you know, Jude."
Jude, that's a nice name.
Jude.
Hello.
You're gonna wave? You're gonna wave at the boys?
Hello. Hello.
Hey.
Hello. Oh, there you go. Bye-bye then.
No. Say bye-bye. Bye-bye. Bye-bye.
Nice to see you all. Take care.
Yes.
All the best.
Likewise. Okay, take care.
One of life's great invites. Thatchers have invited me to their orchard to see the process from on the tree to in the pint. Shipplate Orchard is just 16 minutes from Myrtle Farm, Thatcher's largest orchard with 137 acres of land and home to 65,700 trees. It's got the most amazing views over the levels and across the Bristol Channel. No wonder our apples are so happy here. The apples include varieties such as Dabinet, Three Counties, Tremlett Bitter and of course the Somerset Red Streak. There's even a royal variety called Prince William, named after his favourite drink when at university. When it's time to harvest, we shake the apples from the tree using specialist tree shakers. It's fascinating to watch and a lot more effective than back in the day when William Thatcher used to shake the trees by hand. Once the apples are shaken from the tree, it's just a case of gently sweeping them up. The harvester has giant brushes that collect the apples and transfer them to the trailer that's hooked up to our tractor. Right, my lovers, we got a trailer full of apples. We're back to Myrtle Farm now to press these into pints. So we've made it to the processing farm. Here is John here, who we met earlier with my apples, ready to put them onto the weighbridge here at Myrtle Farm. Our trailers gently lower the apples onto the apple sorter and washer. So now we see nearly the end of the road for the Thatcher's apples, going into the cleaning facility. All of the, as I'd like to call them, bad apples are got rid of, dropped through the bottom, all the leaves and bits that the machines have picked up, all disappearing, and all those high quality apples going into the press a bit later on to make that famous Thatcher cider. It's ideal, this machine, but it actually came from the potato industry and works brilliantly. Welcome back to the Cooper Associates County Ground. We're just about to resume Somerset's second innings on 85 for 5. Surrey very much in the ascendancy. We're about 3 or 4 minutes shy of the play starting. The coaches are leaving the field. I think that's Surrey bowling coach Jade Dernbach, just taking all the various coaching paraphernalia off the ground. Surrey fielders are all in the dugouts. Somerset batters have just popped their heads out, followed by the 2 important guys, the umpires, Steve O'Shaughnessy and David Milnes. I'm with Stephen Lamb right now to talk you through the next passage of play here, and you'd have to say it's going to be a crucial one for Somerset. A bit of rear guard option with a little bit of rear guard action required, but also I think maybe one of the players has got to take the old ball by the scruff of the neck.
Indeed, which can be hard to do with bulls, but we'll see how they go. I mean, both the batters who are in at the moment are established. And
ball by the horns, isn't it? Yeah.
But James Roux has been in form. Lewis Gregory scores at a good pace. So it's still there are still options open. Craig Overton's still to come in, and Somerset, we've said all the way through this season, they bat deep. But Surrey have been impressive with the ball. And Shakib, who's bowled almost all the way through at the River End since the start of the innings, came on after just 2 overs from Dan Worrell. But he's had the support of the seamers, who've picked up wickets as well. 1 for Kemar Roach, 2 for Jordan Clark, including 1 with his second ball after he was very close to taking 1 with his first. So it's been a bit of a steady flow of wickets, and the way it all looked so optimistic for Somerset midway through the morning session, and then along came Tom Curran to really play an innings which has swung the day.
Yeah, it absolutely has. That massive momentum shift, as you say, and yeah, Somerset are going to have to do some scrapping. And I think, you know, I suppose to summarise here, Shakib Al-Hassan, a quality performer, has got those couple of wickets, but 3 wickets fallen to seam. And I think I'm right in saying 6 in the first innings. That's 9 wickets of the 15 that have fallen have gone to seam, and that within it there is probably the difference at the moment. Somerset seamers have been ineffective in terms of wickets, haven't they?
They have completely.
Maybe just elongated that innings for Surrey to the point where they were able to capitalise at the end, but taking nothing away from the way they played. I think, you know, Ryan Patel, Geddes in particular, I thought played beautifully, and then the icing on the cake was Tom Curran. But we've got to look forward now. We have plenty of cricket to play here. We've got 29 overs remaining in the day, if there is no more rain. And Shakib Al-Hassan has just removed 1 of the jumpers that he's got on. It's obviously a little bit chilly out here from the man from Dakar.
Yeah. Via Rawalpindi, I gather. Long old flight to play in this game, but he's certainly had a...
Oh yeah, of course he would have been playing in the Pakistan series, wouldn't he?
Yeah, he's had a really positive effect with the ball. Didn't do much with the bat earlier today, but has been amongst the wickets. There's going to be a single here to get the final session of the day underway. Lewis Gregory moving along to 6, but they're just 84 runs ahead, Somerset, with 5, effectively 6 wickets down, because it's unlikely we're going to see anything from Tom Banton after the injury he sustained this morning in pre-match warm-ups. So Surrey very much in charge. Had a flurry of rain which has taken 6 overs out of the day. Lovely shot from James Roux. That's a nice way to re-announce yourself after coming back out after tea.
Yeah, put away a poor delivery there, James Roux. He's going to be a big factor in Somerset's success for the back end of today. Quality player, very, very rarely has let his team down in the middle order. One of those young batters you watch, Stephen, and you know, even with my bowling head on, you watch players play and you can see ways that you can get him out, or there's a trend of dismissals. With James Rew, he's very, very good technically. Doesn't have, I don't think, a mode of dismissal that he seems to be weak on. Very, very good all-round player, and we know he plays the spin well. He's got all the sweeps, got all the shots, so Somerset will be hoping that he can bat well into tomorrow.
Well, yeah, class player. He's looked it last season. Quiet start this year, but has come good in the last couple of months. Very good in the Metro Bank and runs in the Championship as well. 18 not out. And there'll be a single here for the Somerset skipper. Gregory will keep the strike with that. But yeah, you mentioned that no wickets falling to any of the Somerset seamers. Archie Vaughn finishing with remarkable figures, 6 for 102 from 37, and Jack Leach, the senior partner, didn't have any wickets when play got underway today, but took the bulk of them this morning, 4 for 105 in the end from 48.
Yeah, I think both spinners would have had even more exceptional figures if it wasn't for Tom Curran, who's certainly the star man of the day and has been the thorn in the side of Somerset a number of times.
The sun has won the battle over the rain. Looks lovely out there at the moment. Shadows tend to be longer cast by the players at this time of year, well into September. You can call it autumn sunshine almost. Certainly late summer.
Yeah, there's certainly strange. It's almost like the climate knew that the months had changed over. The coats are out all around the ground. I'm going to give 70% credit there to James Rew. Looks like he's just opened the blade on that. He did that a number of times in the first innings, actually. He just managed to guide the ball in that sort of vacant third, fourth slip area. Certainly, yeah, has a aroma of being a little bit finer than I think intended, but he definitely opens the blade on those ones. Most modern batters now, they know that that third man is such a fruitful area in terms of runs. Just get something on it. Jordan Clark's bowled beautifully before this little break. He's really picking his heels up, running in hard. He's picked up quite a bit of pace. He's into his early mid-30s now, and actually I think my memory of playing against him a while back, it feels like he's getting stronger and maybe even bowling a little bit of a heavier ball the last few years. Certainly the results would suggest that he's doing something right. Another lovely back cut from James Rew, but smartly fielded at gully.
Yeah, I remember, well, you will better than me, that Marcus Trescothick picked up runs down to that third man area by opening the face quite a bit.
Absolutely.
Straightforward singles,
yeah.
Sometimes a bit more.
It drives all the bowlers crackers when runs go down into that area of the ground.
But certainly seeing that stroke on the replay from James Rew definitely opened the face and was looking to play it into that area.
Nice bit of shape across James Rew. They've
I don't
plugged
think
that gap.
There wasn't quite the same intent there either. I think that was more leading edge. Useful delivery from Jordan Clark. He's into his 5th over now. He's bowled a spell which was broken by that flurry of rain and the tea interval. 2 for 25 from 5, which he'll be perfectly happy with.
Looks like that's a little bit of reverse swing on offer there, which is pretty early in in the piece, I guess. 27 overs gone. But you look at the square, all the way across the square, especially on the right-hand side as we look at it, very dry wicket ends. Every time the ball bounces in that area, you get the little scuffs off the pitch. The ball starts almost to create a little suede effect, which adds as a bit of a rudder, which assists the reverse swing.
Shakib then. This will be his 12th over. Watchful defence initially from James Root. They're almost up to 3 figures, Somerset, but they've lost 5 wickets getting there. Awful lot for them to do if they're to save this match. Full day's play tomorrow as well as this session. Surrey will be really fancying their chances of pulling off a win, which would effectively send the championship in the direction of the Oval for the 3rd season in a row.
And everyone else in Somerset hoping the trophy goes in the direction of Yeovil, not Oval.
Indeed.
It does look like Surrey have got at least one hand on that trophy again. Again, they've created a little bit of a legacy period in their history. I mean, it's always got a very proud and winningest past, Surrey, but really, really pulling the old trophies in of late. Oh, a bit of spin, a bit of backspin. Jordan Clark's had an absolute shocker down there. He's ran past it. He's got the old Scooby-Doo feet on. He's on his backside and the ball's gone for 4. Have a look at this.
Yeah, it's pretty damp out there as well with the
the rain. Well, let's not worry about that. We've all been there.
Yeah, I shouldn't make excuses for a Surrey player. Could be a combination of factors though, but it's seen Somerset through to 3 figures. You take off the deficit, they're effectively 100 for 5.
Yeah, they've got to do that at least to make tomorrow entertaining, and the bowlers are going to have to bowl their socks off. Leachy's batting down the order. He's got hopefully some more time to rest up. Ice bath, massage, all the things that you get these days as a modern cricketer. Archie Vaughn. He obviously didn't last too long in this second innings. He's hopefully got his feet up at the moment, getting some rest. He's going to have a big part to play in this second innings if Somerset are going to bowl Surrey out. Lovely shot there from Lewis Gregory. Timed to perfection through the covers for 4.
Yep, he's been finding the middle of the bat pretty consistently the short time he's been in, Lewis Gregory. Into double figures with that. Early days, but a run a ball. And going to be more here as well. Just one more. Out to deep mid-wicket. I've always liked Lewis's demeanour at the crease. Always manages to look relaxed. Chilled is a word he uses every now and again.
Yeah, he does. I mean, I personally have always thought he should score more runs than he does. He's a much better player than his average suggests, and I think part of that is the physical workload. Being a frontline bowler, takes its toll. It does make it harder to to score the runs that maybe your ability would allow you to. But yeah, I would like to see in the last number of years of Lewis's career him almost switch those averages round. I really think he's such a good player when he's in. I feel like he's the sort of player that really ought to have first-class hundreds in the double figures for sure.
It's a flowing cover drive with the bat well away from the body from James Roux. Pick up a single. Yeah, Lewis Gregory didn't bowl in the Surrey first innings. Mentioned about the bulk of the work being done by the spinners. Handfuls of overs bowled by Messrs Overton, Randall, Aldridge, but not Gregory. Got plenty of options, has Rory Burns, the Surrey captain. Kemar Roach has bowled just 5 overs, 1 for 9. He could come back. I'm sure he's fresh, having had the break. Dan Worrell similar, 6 overs for 21. Jordan Clark completing his 6th, 2 for 31. Surrey will feel that the destiny of the trophy is very much in their hands at the moment in this game. 5 more wickets needed, possibly just 4. Tom Banton may not be able to bat.
Yeah, I did get the feeling that Banton's participation in this game was over, sadly. You never know. A good partnership here, a good night's sleep. You know, back in the old days, it would have been a couple of pints. You wake up the next morning and you feel fine. But yeah, we hope we wish Bance well. I mean, for this game, and I suppose in particular, what he and the team have worked incredibly hard to achieve, which is getting to that finals day.
Yep.
On the weekend. That's going to be crucial for him to be involved in that. He's such a big factor. The way that he's just transformed his whole game. Really, the better at red ball cricket he gets, the better at T20 batting he becomes. And
yeah.
I think a lot of the purists, you really do feel that there is a connection there. And name drop Clang, chatting to Archie's dad. He's not Michael Vaughan anymore, he's Archie's dad. Talking to him, that was exactly his point, how well Bance is playing in one-day cricket. And he instantly went to, but look at what he's done in his four-day batting, the technique, the changes, the confidence that's given him. And I really do feel like that's a massive element to Tom's success this year in one-day cricket. The fact that he's managed to work out a technique to survive in the toughest format in terms of like the ball moving around and stuff. You never know that all of those positive things, might that rub off on a Will Smeed over time? Who knows?
Could be. And what's been a bit of a fitful red ball career in the past 5 years or so, he's really nailed down a place in the side this season. So unfortunate that injury should have occurred. It's interesting about the one feeding off the other as confidence has developed in this format. He's got even better as a one-day player. It would be an awful shame if he can't make finals day.
I always felt, just from a logical point of view though, so when you play 4-day cricket and you play it well, you get exposed to spin, you get exposed to swing, you get exposed to express pace. And if you can't stay in against it, how are you expected to smack out the park for 6? And I just think there's a connection there. And like I said, you have the opportunity when you play 4-day cricket to bat all day. So much learning is done playing the 4-day game that can be transferred and flipped into successful white ball batting. So, yeah, for any of those young cricketers listening here, don't neglect the red ball game, because it's A, a challenge, and B, it's the most rewarding you'll ever feel when you win a game of 4-day cricket or a championship title.
Dan Worrell has replaced Jordan Clark at the Marcus Trescothick Pavilion end, bowling in short spells, 2 first up, then 4, and this is his 3rd. Yeah, whatever the outcome of the injury, and as you say, he is hoping he wakes up feeling fine tomorrow. But if it means a spell out of the game, and there's not much of the present season left, just 2 championship games after this one, there's finals day of course, but he's got a great future here at Taunton. Still pretty young, Tom Banton.
Yeah, I think he's only 25, isn't he? Plenty of time.
Yeah, be 26 in November. For 5 here. Spots of rain in the air. There's a, can't really see because the roof is in my way, but at the top left-hand corner of the window there's a rather gloomy looking cloud making its way over the Cooper Associates County ground. I don't know if there's anything in that or behind it. I suppose we'll find out in the next 10-15 minutes. Well, it certainly looks like it's raining on the Quantocks at the moment.
Yeah, it's definitely raining in the distance above the Ian Botham stand, and always a good indication is you have a look down towards those Toros and John Deeres, those bits of machinery that the groundsmen use these days, and they're hovering, the hoods are up, the caps are on, they're poised, the engines are running. So something tells me it won't be long before we have another little interruption here.
Yes, there is 1 or 2 spatters of rain on the window of our commentary box.
I think this is going to be the last ball for a while.
Attractively played by James Root, straight to short extra. Rory Burns is in post there, under the wide floppy hat.
Both umpires are covering up. They've got the scarves on. I think David Milnes at umpire square leg at the moment looks like a snow ninja. He's got like a snood on, and you can only just see his eyes under his white Panama hat.
He's not dressed for summer, is he? He's dressed for stormy conditions.
Steve O'Shaughnessy having a little wander down the wicket to his mate. They're going to have a little bit of a conflab here. It wouldn't surprise me if they err on the side of caution and go off for a short while. They often take the lead from what the groundsmen are doing, because obviously the groundsmen have quite sophisticated radars that the umpires don't have. But no, they're going to continue.
Yeah, it was curious, the break we had just before the tea interval. Sometimes the wind seems to swirl around here at Taunton. You're not quite sure where the rain's coming from.
Yeah, well, I think you've got both sets of hills, haven't you? You've got the river tone, depending, I don't know if there's any science to back this up, but you know, the clouds can sometimes track around the ground, can't they? And well, as we used to say, that cloud sliding down the leg side, we used to say.
Yeah, it happens at the Oval as well. Being so close to the River Thames can swirl around a bit there. Surrey will know all about that. In the meantime, play continuing for the moment. potentially we've still got 23 overs. We may well have the floodlights on at some point because it's gloomier than it was. Never know what to expect. Just play on for as long as you can.
Well, I know I would imagine it's completely 180'd in the last maybe 3 or 4 hours. Going from Surrey pretty keen to get off the park to, I think Somerset would be pretty happy to go off the park now, as Surrey are very much on top in this game at the moment.
Big appeal, and he's given. Lewis Gregory has gone. Wicket number 6. The Somerset skipper on the back foot. It was a confident shout from the bowler and indeed from the close fielders.
Yeah, he's just pressed forward. I think he's played for spin, wrapped him on the front knee roll. I think the only chance of saving yourself is to get outside the line, and I don't think he has. That's pretty adjacent, and David Milnes has made the right decision there. Big shame for the Somerset skipper.
Yeah, he wasn't that far forward, was he?
No, so again, it's that, I know me and Vic spoke about it a lot on day one, framing the game, and Shakib Al-Hassan, he slightly undercuts the ball. Leachy bowls more classically, over the top, gets a little bit more side spin. Al-Hassan, he wants you to cut and he wants you to play for spin. He's not a huge turner of the ball. He can turn it, don't get me wrong. LBW bowls the danger. And unfortunately, Lewis has played for the turn and it's just skidded on and trapped him on the shin.
So, Craig Overton will join James Rue. They're just 107 runs in front. Somerset, there may only be 3 wickets left. Can Somerset polish off this innings this evening? They'll be fancying their chances. Straight away, Craig is off the mark. It's clipping Shakib to backward square leg. Kemar Roach, the fielder. So Nelson for Somerset. All the ones for 6.
Dan Worrell, who bowled beautifully in that first innings, continuing his spell from the Marcus Trescothick stand end. Craig Overton is off the dreaded. Oh no, he did get some runs, sorry, my mistake. That was that big slog sweep he played in the first innings when Somerset really did think that they had it sussed. And looking back now, Stephen, let's wind the clock back a little bit now. That 300 for 5 or 6 that looked like Somerset were almost certain to get somewhere in the region of 380, 400.
Yep.
Looks like that could be quite costly now. They went into turbo mode. They played a lot of massive shots, gave their wickets away, or that was certainly what it looked like.
Yep.
Now
Stumped.
all of a sudden, Mother Cricket has that way of that habit of just stinging you on the backside if you let the opposition back in. And Surrey have said thank you very much, certainly have today. I'm just going to nip off for a minute and Harry Everett's going to come and join you.
Yeah, Casey Aldridge 15, Lewis Gregory a duck, and Craig Overton stumped for 6. Those are the wickets that Pete was referring to, and they fell in a bit of a heap. Brett Randall last out. LBW to Shakib for 3, and it was really Shakib who did the cleaning up, ending with 4 for 97. And it was a tale of what might have been, both in terms of a competitive total and batting bonus points.
Yeah, no more bonus points available in the second innings, but like you say, Stephen, how important will those bonus points be? Craig Overton crashing it through backward point for probably 4 there. Yeah, sliding it over for 4 anyway. Good effort in the field.
Off Nelson anyway.
Off Nelson, there you go. Happy with that.
114. 115 for 6. Overton on to 5.
Dan Worrell into his 8th over as well. Still no Tom Curran. I thought you might go John Clark and Tom Curran as a medium pace swap.
Well, perhaps he's felt with Shakib tying up an end that he can just permutate between the 3 seamers that we've seen so far at the other. That's a nice stroke. We'll bring at least a couple. Might just be pulled in. Inside the rope it is.
No, I thought he got hold of that even better than the previous shot. He's had a habit of scoring pretty quickly early on, Craig Overton. A lot of times this season in the Championship, he's come in and hit his first ball for 4. First couple of balls, there's often been a boundary. He's found ways to get himself out. There's that potentially controversial stumping in that first innings. He thought he'd got his foot back in. Replays weren't conclusive. Of course, the umpires do not have a replay, but no, Craig Overton, not a bad guy to have coming in at 8, but he probably would have been 9 if Tom Banton was fit.
I think, but for the rain we had round about the tea interval, that would have been 4.
Yeah.
I think that slowed up the outfield a bit.
That's an interesting pull away. I'm not sure what it is, but that reminds me, did you see the Scotland-Australia match the other day? Josh Inglis scored 100 against Scotland at the Grange in Edinburgh, and Mark Watt does that 26-yard delivery, sometimes behind the umpire, and Josh Inglis pulled out the way, bowled him, and somehow the umpire said, well, okay, fine, you're not out. But that wasn't as late from Craig Overton there. Bowled Worrell.
Yeah, well defended, Overton. Good cricket. Worrell has just the one delivery left this over. He's yet to get into the wickets column in this innings.
Tom Sibley's been at slip pretty much all this innings so far. I guess they'll keep him there. Well, Patel just having a word with the umpire. What's he talk about, the danger end or what he can stand on? Don't know. Umpire in his flat shoes is more than welcome to trample all over a length, but the players in spikes avoid that area. What are they looking at here, Stephen? Can't quite see. No obvious rough.
No, it's a bit strange, difficult to explain that one. Umpire wants the sun behind him at this stage of the day, so he's gone off to point rather than square leg. Play and a miss there from James Rue, who's on 29 not out. Firm forward push again from Rue.
Yeah, the short leg in play potentially, but it's first slip. Shakib has got another wicket. James Rue played pretty well, been pretty solid. Just going to talk to you about that short leg in place, but it's actually the first slip that takes the catch. Dom Sibley, I mentioned the previous over, was there. He's been there pretty much the entirety of this innings. 34 overs in now. And James Rue has come off Ben Foakes' left glove and left thigh, but Dom Sibley takes that catch well, and Somerset in disarray really. Rue with 29 showed the most resistance of the batters so far.
Yeah, that's a rare case of a deflection, making it rather easier for the slip fielder, because it took the pace off the ball, whatever pace there was, and it turned it into a really bit of a dolly.
Yeah, Foakes getting the assist, and Dom Sibley pouching that catch, but that really is a recognised batter's gone now. Into the bowlers. Brett Randall will bat ahead of Jack Leach. Still no Tom Banton. That probably, to me, says we probably won't be seeing Tom Banton with the bat today. If we don't see him with the bat today, then unless these two do something miraculous or it rains again, then that probably means no Tom Banton with the bat for the rest of this match. Brett Randall swishing his arms around. Not much of a batter for Central Stags neither. First class high score of 90 not out, yes. But only 658 runs in 50 innings. Well, that 90 not out will be very, very useful for Somerset here today if he could get somewhere near that.
8 wickets in the match now for Shakib Al Hassan, 4 + 4.
Yeah, a lot of time out of the game. Brett Randall with injury. Last first class match before this month was back in November last year against Canterbury. But I thought he bowled well. I might take a bit of confidence from his bowling without getting a massive amount of reward. No wickets. 11 overs, 2 bails for just 35 runs. Not bad with the Kookaburra ball. Shakib Al Hassan is trying to work out. He's got Dom Sibley at first slip. Going to have Rory Burns at second slip. Good bit of fielding there at cover, saving Brett Randall from getting off the mark his first ball. Now we're going to see another helmet come onto the field, I guess, with the Somerset tail enders in now. Surrey sent blood, and they are going to bring in an extra catcher. Or are we going to see leg spin? Because I haven't seen Cam Steele bowl in this innings. No, we're going to see Rory Burns, the skipper, continue with Dan Worrell.
Yeah, I mean, it's worked pretty well, hasn't it, this ploy of... He started with Kemar Roach at this Trescothic Pavilion end. Then he had a switch for Dan Worrell from the river to this one. Jordan Clark's bowled from this end as well. It's really been a bit of a permutation of seamers, while Shakib holds the river end and holds it very effectively as well. 15 overs. Off the reel, really, barring the rain and tea break. And it's been a very effective ploy. Kemar Roach has bowled just the one spell of 5 overs, so he would be ready to return if his captain wants him to.
I think we might have to get our cameraman Neil Shilabir and Freddie Lammy to give us a look at the dressing room. Do we see a Tom Banton in whites with any pads on? I can see Jack Leach getting some kit on. If Tom Banton were to bat, he'd be able to think about strapping some pads on now if he could. Or are they trying to save him for Saturday? Or maybe neither is feasible. No slips actually now. Craig Overton has Dom Sibley at sort of a short third. Almost a gully. Good chipping in that gap again. How many times have we seen in that gap Ryan Patel with short leg pads on? They can exploit that and come back for a second. Good running from Brett Randall. He's quick between the wickets. Craig Overton.
Yeah, big strides.
Yeah.
Surrey have a firm grasp on this match at the moment, and in consequence on a third championship title. Just chopping that one into the ground.
Good thinking though, to try and cover his stumps after the sort of inside edge. Didn't want to chop on.
Seems a long time ago since the middle of the session when the 8th Surrey wicket fell. We were thinking, yeah, a Somerset lead, possibly a significant one on the cards. And all that turned around by Tom Curran with the bat, and since then by the Surrey attack. Mainly Shakib Al-Hassan, but wickets for Jordan Clark and for Kemar Roach. Dan Worrell looking for one himself. To add to the 3 he took in the first innings. It's been a thoroughly impressive performance by this Surrey attack.
Another result in Division 2. Yorkshire beat Leicestershire by an innings and 73 runs. The Division 2 promotion race hotting up. Sussex, Yorkshire, Middlesex in the mix. George Hill got 6 for 59.
Good looking drive for a single. Kemar Roach quickly round to prevent any chance of a second.
And Northants potentially could get their first championship win of the year. They've got Derbyshire in a bit of trouble. 93 for 6, chasing 266. Could have 2 results in Division 2 today, if weather allows.
.120 for 7 then. Overton on 10. And has the strike to Shakib, looking for a 5-fer.
I wonder how many players have had one match at a club, got man of the match, and then never played for them again. Could that happen?
It's possible, isn't it?
Say he gets the remaining 3 wickets, right, which is quite plausible. He gets 7-fer. Surrey go on to win. You know, they knock off 150. No one's going to get enough runs to make them a man of the match contender. So he could quite comfortably be player of the match and then could never play for Surrey again.
It's perfectly possible.
We might even get a few runs in the second innings.
Who are the other contenders? Tom Curran would be one. That innings today.
But then not getting a chance to bowl doesn't give him a chance to. You know, if he's coming at 7 or 8 as well, he might not get a chance to bat again if Surrey win comfortably. That was the right shot to sweep. We were talking about this earlier. Did you hear myself and Pete were chatting about when you should sweep? And I was saying, well, on a pitch like this, you've got to take the aggressive route when it's off the stumps, really. Brett Randall's missed out there. I'm not quite sure they put a 45 in play from one leg side delivery.
Single out to deep extra. So Randall's off the mark.
Yes, Jack.
Yeah, feeling missed out on that leg side ball to sweep early in the innings. Well, in the over, sorry, but yeah, got that one through the covers. Allow the long handler Craig Overton to come back on. Long on is 15 yards in, quite wide. So a big gap over Shakib's head if Craig Overton does want to take the aggressive route.
It's well played. Stabbing it down on the leg side.
I wouldn't expect Overton to sweep. He might use his feet, but having been stumped in the first game, first innings of this match, sorry, from the same bowler. Might change things up. Leachy, number 11, would be a definite sweep candidate, although he's probably going to be number 10 here, we reckon.
And another Shakib over. Still doesn't quite have that 5 foot, but we'll fancy it. 4 for 48 at the moment from 16. Surrey eyeing up a victory target of potentially less than 150. Still to be Dan Worrell. Captain deploying his fielders, moving a couple of men around. We've got just the one slip. Long leg, third man.
Deep square leg, just been pushed back right on square. Interesting, there's been so much chat about Shakib coming for this one game. We've talked about so much on comms and on Twitter all week, but Amir Verdi is another name that I feel has been hard done by. They don't rate him, sorry, sadly. They don't seem to rate him. Dan Moriarty, they sent off to Yorkshire. Verdi's been on loan, played for Somerset, one game up at Southport last year, don't forget. Played for Worcestershire. Our own Shakib Bashir from Somerset went on loan to Worcestershire. But Surrey's own spinner, Cam Steele, don't forget, was leading wicket taker at the start of this campaign. And now 36 overs in with a Kookaburra ball on supposedly a pitch that's turning, they still haven't used him. So I think, is that a bit of disrespect for Cam Steele? I don't know. The leg spinner's a good bowler. Pretty sure he was leading wicket taker after the first couple of rounds. Somerset playing away at the Oval. Back in April I was there. I was on the live text duty for the BBC on day 4, and that amazing 19 over chase Surrey nearly pulled off with Lawrence and Smith whacking it to all parts. Cam Steele bowled well in that game.
On, Frank.
Decent bounce from Frankie Worrell.
Yeah, I suppose the bottom line is, if you look at the match figures for Shakib Al Hussain, he's justified his selection.
Yeah.
4 for 97 from 33, 34 overs nearly in the first innings, and now 4 for 48 in the second. Oh, is that a nick? It is. 8th wicket gone, and it's Brett Randall. Hasn't hung around for very long, just the single for him, and that is the 8th and possibly the penultimate wicket that Surrey need to take. Little feather through to Ben Foakes. Just waited for a moment, Brett Randall, but I think he pretty much knew the outcome.
Yeah, just a tiny little tickle behind there. Ben Foakes isn't going to drop them. Worrell doing the damage now alongside Shakib. That looks like Jack Leach to me. Jack Leach, yep, with bat in hand.
No visible deflection, but the umpire would have heard it.
Right, Stephen, I can see Tom Banton in whites. This is with my naked eye. This isn't with binoculars or a camera. I'm pretty sure I just saw Tom Banton with whites and crutches. Now, fair play to him. If that's the case, that to me tells you maybe he's going to use his crutches to get downstairs. Wow. Yeah, they're probably not going to need Tom Curran or Cam Steele at this rate, but looked to me like Tom Banton looked like he was in his whites with crutches on. Don't know why he Maybe in his whites if he wasn't going to come back. Unless it's someone else mucking around with crutches that winding me up. Anyway, we've got Jack Leach here. Jack Leach is at 10. Concentrate on that hand. Jack Leach has history of taking Somerset out of a hole before. England, of course.
Yeah, well, the two of the most experienced Somerset players out there. They can both bat, but Surrey on the verge of polishing this innings off, one feels. Dan Worrell has his first wicket of the innings. Not undeserved. 1 for 30 in his 10th.
Good solid start from Jack Leach. In behind that ball. If you haven't seen the news, he's back in the test side for the Pakistan tour in a couple of weeks.
Deservedly.
Yeah, bowled pretty well this summer.
Firmly clipped up to Roach at mid-on to conclude the over. Successful one for Dan Worrell. The wicket of Brett Randall. As things stand, if Surrey can conclude this innings without further addition, they would need just 120 to win this game. Shakib Al Hassan to continue. Another single for Craig-O. Brings Leach onto strike.
Umpire was having nothing to do with that. No interest.
Shout from Ben Foakes. Don't think the bowler was very interested.
Pitch that's off something to turn. Well played. Been great bit of fielding by Dom Sibley at slip. Getting across there very well. Yes, cracking little point on the YouTube comments, one of the best comments today so far. I remember that. Oscar Lodwick, 2016, Leach and Timmy Groenewold at the end against Surrey. What a partnership that was. Groenewold had a couple of partnerships with Jamie Overton as well before he left from Somerset to join Surrey. Tim Groenewold, he was working with Cooper Associates as well. Derbyshire before he joined Somerset. Seam bowler. Well, I think he opened the batting in some 50 over or 40 over games back in the day. But it was more of a 9, 10, 11 for Somerset.
So the lengthy Shakib spell continues. End of the 17th over. 4 for 49.
And a fair comment from perhaps a Surrey fan. Me bigging up Cam Steele, saying how well he bowled at the start of the year. Really enjoyed his leg spin, but reckons he had a bit of a purple patch at the start of the year. Yeah, fair enough. But I guess having played a bit of cricket down under in Australia, that he's used to bowling the Kookaburra ball perhaps, and English players often do struggle against spin. part of Rob Key's idea, isn't it? This Kookaburra experiment is to get English batters better against the spinning ball. Then when they go to India or Bangladesh, Sri Lanka, play the turning ball slightly better.
Single to start. Dan Worrell's 11th over. It's become the longest spell of the innings of his 3. Started with 2 from the river end, then 4 from this one. And this is the 5th of the spell.
Craig Overton trusting Jack Leach. I like this. Because of the curve run up, Dan Worrell actually starts like he's going to bowl over the wicket when he's bowling round the wicket because of the angle. Played by Jack Leach. But in this circumstance, as you see the other day, Liam Livingstone in that Sussex T20 game down at Hove, farming the strike with Luke Wood at the other end in a T20 was bizarre to watch. But Craig Overton, yes, he's a better bat than Jack Leach, but these two are just going to bat normally, bat as long as they can. Survive as long as they possibly can. Potentially 16 more overs remaining in the day, but I'd be surprised if we see that many.
That's pretty well played by Jack Leach. Full length, almost Yorker length, I fancy. Dug it out nicely.
A bit of news for you, Steve. A bit of news that's been rumbling on in the county championship for months. You might remember the name Feroz Kushi, Essex 2's then first team bat. That oversized bat that didn't fit in the back gate. That was back in April against Notts. Somehow, 4 months later, they finally decided that Essex is going to be docked to 12 points.
Wow.
It's quite a change in the table, that would be.
So
Essex were probably out of it anyway. It's Somerset, Surrey. 2-horse race really, and after this game it could just be Surrey's title, do you think, anyway? But 12 points is some punishment for one bat, probably a mistake. Wouldn't have thought he's deliberately chosen to have a massive bat that doesn't fit through, but I don't know why it's taken 5 months, and then to bring it in with 2 games to play, pretty much 2 games in 2 days, seems a bit daft. Like, surely this is prioritised and they have to go through the case and sort it out as soon as possible.
Yeah, Essex looking likely winners in the game at Chelmsford against Notts. Notts 119 for 2, trailing still by 245. Leach is off the mark. Another one not out. Yeah, Essex 4th in the table at the moment, and Hampshire looking likely winners as well. Likely Essex to finish in the top half of the table regardless of the points deduction.
You'd have thought that it deserved a 3rd place, really. But now Hampshire could cement 3rd spot. Hampshire, of course, the visitors here, the last game of the season, week after next.
Time for a rest, possibly, for Dan Worrell after a 5-over spell. We shall see. 125 for 8. Somerset effectively for 9, we think. Another single. Gets some applause from around the ground for a popular figure. figures, these two, Jack Leach and Craig Overton. The taller man now on strike and sweeping. No problem with the boundary there because there's no one in the deep. Behind square on the leg side, Kemar Roach was too square to have any chance of intercepting that. So a second boundary for Craig Overton.
Yeah, I don't see Craig as much of a sweeper, but just got that tiny bit leg side. A bit greedy, Shakib, asking for too much turn there. I think we've got to applaud Nick Pepper. I think he's got this pitch ground just about right, isn't he? It's been a fair contest, really. The spinners have bowled well, but it's not ragged dangerously.
There's been a bit to encourage them.
Yeah, exactly. Good way of putting it. You can score runs, but there's been some poor dismissals. You know, we go back to Aldridge and Overton in the first innings. The 3 sweeps at the top of the Surrey order, really. A few giveaways. You know, if Tom Curran can do that from number 7, it shows it's not that hard to bat on this track. He made it look easy.
Yes, it's really the one time batting's looked easy today was when
Yeah.
he was in.
It was very much a game-changing knock, wasn't it?
It's the toast of his teammates tonight, Tom Curran.
Left arm spinner to left arm spinner. Last for the over. Well played, Jack Leach is good on the high elbow, back foot punch out there though. They probably could have brought point up really. They're probably trying to give Jack Leach the single. Keep him on strike, keep Craig Overton at the non-striker's end. So myself, Harry Everett and Stephen Lamb here for another 14 overs on day 3. I think the light might allow if there's no rain. We'll spin, could still be done soon after 6 o'clock.
Yeah, if the sun stays out, there's going to be no problem at all with getting through those overs. Just it could cloud over, and September, the gloom sets in a little bit earlier than other months. But we're fine at the moment. Bright sunshine, long shadows cast by the players and umpires. Longest of all by the floodlight pylon above the main scoreboard, which is going right across the ground. No rest yet for Dan Worrell. Yep, that floodlight pylon shadow goes all the way from one way to the other. Finishes up by the Ondarchi stand. The shadow, Dan Worrell casting a long one as well. Short and Leach having nothing to do with it. Crouching well underneath it. He runs here.
Could be 2. Should run hard and push.
No.
Chris. No, I think it's Tom Curran down there actually.
He was quickly onto it. He could see the danger of the second and did well.
Look at this for a field. All the fielders spread. Just the 2 on the single. 1 at mid-wicket, 1 extra cover. Craig Overton could push for 2 now. That should be a 2. Yeah, just gets his bat out of the line.
Yeah, well run. Said this before, it doesn't take Craig very long to cover the 22 yards. Twice over on that occasion. On to 20. Craigo. Highest score of the innings so far is James Rew's 29, which tells its own story. Rew 29, Lammonby 24, and now Overton 20.
There's a short ball ballooned up to point. We're gonna have here a check as the umpire signalling. We'll have to have a concussion check here. 1 ball remaining in the over.
Helmet involved, so the physio will appear. Protocol to be observed. Have another look.
Just looking at the comments, FSM the dog obviously wasn't listening to myself and Pete on comms earlier. It wasn't a broken toe, Hildy, it was a broken ankle, shattered in 2. Horrendous. Look at the pictures and that all over social media, and go back to when Jake Ball hit him with the Yorker. Jake Ball was playing for Notts. That was one of the best knocks I've ever seen. Even Pete said earlier, didn't he? One of the best knocks he's ever seen. Hildy on 1 leg, getting that big 100 here against Notts. Yeah, a lot more than a broken toe. That was incredible. Anyway, Jamie Thorpe's had a busy day, turning to Tom Banton, and now Craig Overton. I don't know why they didn't bring a helmet out. Surely they know the rules. If you lose your helmet, if you get hit on the helmet, you've got to change your helmet. But he came out without one. Remember, Craig got clocked by his brother in the Surrey game here last year. Jamie hit that 6 into Colin Atkinson Pavilion, smashed that pane of glass. He also hit Craig on the head. Craig had to have a different helmet. Josh Davey also got concussed by Jamie Overton in that game. Jamie trying to prove a point against his old county, while Wells steamed in, hit the deck hard.
New helmet has arrived.
Yeah, Shane Berger into the fray. Jog all the way out there, all the way back. I guess for the second still playing. I'm not sure where Andy Ameed is today. I haven't seen him on 12th as duty. Young Daniel from Exeter University, who played here in the pre-season game back in April. He's been on 12th as duty. Ned Leonard, of course, on loan at Glamorgan, playing today. The twos are still trying to chase 100 odd for victory against Warwickshire at Taunton Vale, just around the corner. Could be over tonight if they have enough play. They need 148 off 107 overs if you're allowing today and tomorrow, but 69 for 2 off 16 with Will Smead and Ben Church there together.
Turning into quite a lengthy delay here as Craig Overton gets his protection back on. Bat retrieved from that elegant position it was, leaning against the stumps. So this game's certain to go into the final day. How long it progresses through that final day, open to speculation, but with Somerset effectively 9 down, Surrey should certainly be expecting to be left with a pretty straightforward target. Oh, that could be a wide. Is a wide. Unusual from Dan Worrell.
Yeah.
Almost unheard of.
Do you remember that leg cutter, that leg spinner, that one that Tom Banton was through too early in that first innings? can't remember him on before that in the first innings. That was right on the spot. Well,
not quite on target this time.
Craig had a little giggle about it. He is a bowler himself. Occasionally your slow balls go wrong. That is a beauty. Arrowing in on middle leg. Easy single because no one's in the vicinity, but what a delivery that is from Worrell.
Yes. Back to the day job for the follow-up. Mighty impressive. There's the evening sunshine on the county ground. Always a good sight. And on the Quantocks beyond. A few clouds around, but the sun is winning the battle at the moment. And it seems that Surrey are winning the battle for the championship. Much in control of things here, with 13 overs still remaining today potentially. Here's Shakib Al-Hassan.
Still possibly a slip, but only that short leg in the front of the wicket catching. The Rory Burns, that's an interesting field, so it's like there's not really a mid-off. There's a very wide mid-off, and what would normally be short extra cover Rory Burns has now come to a straight silly mid-off position. Shakib just gives Jack Leach a cuddle as he goes to field that for 1 run. Pete's done as usual. Just going to go to the toilet for a 10-minute break. Disappears for an hour and a half.
We might see him again.
We're not sure. We never quite know. He can turn up at any point, can Pete Trigo. Yeah, you look at those speeds from Dan Worrell. Thanks to ULA speed gun. You look back at those and you think, oof. Well played by Jack Leach, soft hands. Fast slip.
Got at least 2. Might get 3 for this.
Am I being a little
Why
bit...
not?
Wow.
Why not?
Am I being generous saying soft hands?
Oh, I think you could have a point.
Didn't quite carry the slip.
You don't often see an edge down to third man in front of us here in the Marcus Trescothick Pavilion result in 3 runs.
Off a spinner as well, yeah.
He'll say he got the pace perfectly right off the bat.
Give Craig the strike as well. Now, will Craig try and get a single in the next 2 balls? Potentially so. Recently engaged, of course, last week, just before they went up to Northants. It was the Tuesday. Took his fiancée to a North Devon beach. Girlfriend became fiancée.
Congratulations to them.
Yeah, pretty cool. Have a bit of a chat with her. I remember Finals Day last. I sat and watched a lot of Finals Day with a few of Craig's fan club. They were loving it, the Vitality Blast pink hats, and the North Devon crew, they love it, going up and watching Overton against Overton, although sadly Jamie's in England action tonight. Well, probably not sad that he's playing for England, but he'll be gutted that the England schedule means he can't play at Finals Day. Could have been the Overton off again on Saturday, but sadly England have decided to schedule T20s tonight, Friday and Sunday. So the showpiece event on Saturday will not have the England 15 or so. Talking of North Devon, one of Craig's good mates, Johnny Green, he shares a birthday with Ben Warren, so shout out to Johnny Green on his 38th birthday. All of North Devon CC will be celebrating hopefully a few more runs for Craig Overton. And one of Craig's youth teammates growing up through the ranks, sharing a birthday with our director.
Still Dan Worrell. Lengthy spell. Well, 6 overs.
Doesn't get much of a break as well while she keeps bowling. That's swung too much down the leg side.
Yeah, this is actually his 7th of this spell.
Yeah, two twos was it before that?
A 2 and a 4.
2 and a 4. Oh yes, he had 2 from the river end, didn't he? And then came on from the just got the end down below us. Can Shakib play for Surrey on Saturday? No, he can't. Overseas have got to play in the group stage. I think was it Surrey or someone a few years ago tried to get, was it Bravo? I think they tried to get in. Just the final stage.
Oh, well down the leg side. A wide in white ball cricket.
Be hard to adjust. Craig, of course, playing 4-day rules now. He'll definitely be playing on Saturday if fit. Other bowlers, Case Aldridge maybe, but for me, the fact that they've rested Josh Dave and Jake Ball from this game, if you want to call it rested, they're probably going to play on Saturday.
It's that overall view, isn't it, of what's best for the respective squads.
Brett Randall won't play, of course, the overseas Red Bull signing.
Slanting across the left-hander this time.
I reckon this could be Worrell's last over.
Be fair enough, wouldn't it?
Yeah. Do they go Tom Curran? Do they go Cam Steele? I like to see Cam Steele have a bowl.
Well, Kemar Roach has only bowled 1 spell so far.
Yeah.
So he must be in the frame. 5 overs, 1 for 9. And Jordan Clark has only bowled 1 spell of 6 overs, 2 for 31. So it could be either of them coming back. Plenty of options for Rory Burns. On the other hand, Frankie Worrell could take a wicket with the next delivery, and there won't be any decisions to make. Not this time, there'll be a single for Jack.
Chatley's trying to keep the strike now, isn't he? 2 balls left, I'll take a single. Yeah, they're just going to bat properly, these two.
Well, they put on 20 for the 9th wicket. Hasn't really been a stand of real significance. 35 by Lewis Gregory and James Rue. Another single to complete the over, so in fact it's going to be Craig Overton who keeps the strike. Goes on to 23. 1 for 39, Oral's figures after 13.
Does Shakib just assume he's continuing at the other end until told otherwise, I suppose? He's not once checked with Rory Burns if he still wanted.
He's been the man in possession, hasn't he, at the river end since the 5th over of the day.
I don't know who's going to get a chance.
5th over of the day, I should say the innings. Still wheeling away, but not on this occasion. Something went awry in the approach.
Good running here. Can they push 2?
They intend to.
Craig wanted it.
Yeah, he did. Sent back.
Straight away, thumb up. Thanks, Jack. Actually, probably right there. Jack's got a calm head on his experienced shoulders. Potentially just saved Craig Overton's bacon there. Well, one of them might have gone. partnership this so far. 22 for the, well, potentially the last Somerset wicket. We don't know for sure. Stephen Lamb is squeezing wood. Never known someone touch wood so convincingly with both hands.
It's a pretty solid chunk of it as well.
Going back is a risky business. Not seeing any use of the feet to Shakib. It's almost like they've learnt the lesson from Aldridge and Overton in the first innings.
It's a well-built commentary box, this. Well-built pavilion. Architect designed the Marcus Trescothick Pavilion. Another single here for Jack Leach. And there's another of the pavilions on the ground, the Andy Caddick. No sign of Banton on that balcony. And the sun will be flooding in there at the moment.
Yeah, but the sunglasses required.
It's quite hard to see at this time of day from that kind of angle. Long conversation at the moment between captain and bowler. No change to the field that I can see. And defence from Craig Overton to start the over. Can Somerset bat out the day?
Well, put away in a gap.
Comfortable too.
That gap between extra cover and wide mid off. I don't think we've ever had such a busy live chat as in this match. Oh, that's a slower, floatier. Almost full toss, almost half volley, just dipped at the last minute.
So 147 for 8, the Somerset. Almost parity between the two sides on first innings. Surrey just 3 ones in front. But as things stand, it should be a pretty straightforward victory target for Surrey tomorrow, but you never ever know.
We are going to see Tom Curran at last. The man of the match with the bat so far, from a Surrey perspective at least. Not yet to bowl. But here he is. Right arm round the wicket from the Trescothick Pavilion end.
One for 34 in his 14 in the first innings, Tom Curran. And this is the first we've seen of him in the second.
Quite, didn't look particularly quick, did it? It looked very gentle loosener. I think he might prefer going over the wicket to Overton. There it is, Eurolay speed gun. Get that on 74.8, that first ball. Thanks to them for sponsoring the speed gun, allowing us to give you some extra stats to back up the paces. I agree with you, James Leacey. I am surprised still hasn't bowled in this innings. Inside edge for Craig Overton. Especially, like, he can bat, don't get me wrong, I'd call him an all-rounder, really. If he's going to bat as low as what, 9? To bat as low as 9 and then only bowl a couple of overs in that first innings. Tom Curran squeezing a little bit, bringing fielders in other than the 2 behind square. Everyone else up in the ring. Thousand runs for the season for Hasib Hamid. It's the 3rd time in his career he's done that. Only the 3rd in Division 1 to do so. Put a swing away from the left-hander for Tom Curran.
Yeah, and it seemed a little as well, or it seemed to. It seemed
to seem, did it? Oh, Stephen. Stop it.
In an unseemly manner.
Oh. Whatever the circumstances, however many overs in a day, Stephen Lamb will always get a pun in there somewhere.
Got a mane of hair, hasn't he, Tom Curran?
Yeah, what do they call it these day and age? Is it a mullet?
Yeah.
An Alice band mullet, though. Slightly different way of doing it.
Headband to keep most of it in place.
Just the odd pesky bit that pokes down in front of the eyes.
In many ways, the player of the day, Tom Curran. That knock of 86.
A lot of shouts for that on the YouTube chat.
Ground staffer enjoying a little game beyond the boundary.
Oh, they're a good bunch here. I bet you that'll be Josh Nelson's, Taunton Dean's left armour. Nick Pepper will probably be having a bat.
Oh, misfield. Oh, run for a misfield, yes. Get away with it.
2D. 150 up for Somerset. Not that that means anything. No batting bonus points and just a round number that the fans like to clap.
Just to confirm the point on that Tom Curran knock of 86, 75 deliveries, but the real eye-opener, 8 sixes. 8 sixes.
Well, we might have a double switcheroo, Stephen, if you want to.
And 6 fours. I will just, can I see out this over? I think I can.
Reckon you can. There's only one more
just
ball.
One
you can
delivery
definitely
left.
do that,
I can probably manage that.
100%.
And harmlessly through.
I'll leave you in the keeper
150 for 8.
Of Annie Chave and Pete Trigo.
Let Pete come in. Or shall I? We're going to have musical chairs here in a very complicated manner. I'll just keep an eye on things for a little bit longer. Bear in mind that Somerset, it says 158, it says 150 for 8 on the board, but you can actually call that 147 for 9 as we look up on that Somerset flag atop St James's Church. And Pete, I'll leave it in your capable hands and make way for Annie.
Amy, thank you very much. You've put in a great shift there. I pulled the wool over your eyes saying I'd only be 10 minutes. My deepest apologies. But it's going to be engrossing the last 9 overs of play here. Shakib Al-Hassan. He's got 4 for 64 so far. Some rear guard action from Craig Overton, who's certainly due some runs. And Jack Leach batting combatively as he always does, getting stuck in, putting in a shift for the team. That lead for Somerset is creeping up. We did say that we'd certainly like to see that lead start with a 2, but that's going to take a little bit of work, isn't it, Annie?
It sure is. I mean, we were saying earlier, 150 gives Surrey something to aim at. But 200 is really where you want to be ahead. And all right, we've only got 8 wickets down on the board, but that's 9 really, isn't it?
Yeah, it does look like this could be the last hurrah in terms of batters, with Banton picking up that little niggle we hear in the warm-up this morning. I suppose that one of the, I suppose, the dangers this time of year. There's a little bit of surface water on the ground in the morning, a little bit of dew. I think that is my understanding, that it was a bit of a slip and maybe a bit of a roll of the ankle. So we hope it's nothing too bad. He's a tough cookie, is Bance.
Yeah. Well, come on, Hildreth played with a broken ankle, didn't he?
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. And I tell you what, if getting back fit for a final isn't motivation enough, nothing will be. Another helmet coming onto the field, another close-in fielder. Left arm spin to left arm spin. I always knew that wicket keepers hated getting caught behind or stumped in particular. You know, left arm spinners getting.
They must hate
yeah,
getting out to left arm
so.
spinners. Yeah, absolutely.
Well, you should know how to play it.
Yeah.
You know,
you've got all the tricks, haven't you?
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, definite. That would be like the worst thing ever. Come on, you can't do it.
Well, he's bowled plenty of overs, Shakib. I know there was a lot of chat about him coming in, a lot of excitement as well. And rightly so, another top quality international player gracing the grounds around England. We obviously brought Randall in for this game.
Yeah.
And you have to say that Shakib Al Hassani certainly had an impact in this game. He had 4 in the first innings, and he's got 4 in the second. But
well,
I think
an absolutely class player, isn't he?
real credit to the seamers. I think the Surrey seamers are bowled with some great
Yeah.
skill, good aggression as well. Jordan Clark just runs in, hits the pitch, a good athlete, strong
He's a wicket
shoulders.
merchant, he is.
Yeah, he gets into the game, which is absolutely brilliant.
Yeah, I mean, we are as apparently there's a rainbow. We should. I can't see it. Oh, on our TV. Oh, look at that rainbow.
Yeah, I'm not quite sure where that is. Annie, you've got to be honest.
Yes, I mean Somerset haven't got the bowling attack of Surrey, that's for sure.
Well, we had that conversation.
Did you?
When
Who did?
the game looked like it was more on an even keel, I think myself and Stephen, we did discuss that going into the second innings, assuming that the game would be dominated by spin, which spinners would you take into that second innings? Leach and Vaughan, or Al Hassan and Steele? And both of us chose the Somerset pair.
I've seen Steele get quite a few wickets.
He's got a great name, Cameron Steele.
Steele.
Cameron Steele coming to a cinema near you for the second.
He's a really nice
proper
guy,
movie
Cameron.
name, that, isn't
yeah,
it?
it is.
No, he's a top lad. He spent a
is.
bit of time here, didn't he? And Leachy's nicked it. Slightly uncharacteristic shot by Leachy. One of those. Oh, what's the word I'm looking for? One of those celebrations from Tom Curran where you just think, did you really need to? He's obviously getting a little bit of banter.
Yes.
Provocative, that's a bit of a provocative celebration.
There's history, shall we say, here.
Yeah, he's definitely copping a little bit, so fair play to him. But here we have our knight in shining armour, Tom Banton. He's having a 3-legged race at the moment. He's limping quite heavily. So I suppose good signs for the game, but you have to say the way he's moving, I'm not sure many Somerset fans are going to enjoy seeing that. He looks like he's properly batting, and actually the way he's moving now, I'm thinking, actually reminds me of how Brian Rose was walking up the stairs a little bit earlier, coming to the box downstairs, but yeah, Brian's in his 70s, so we allow that for Brian.
I tell you what, it doesn't even look like he's going to make it out to the middle.
I
He doesn't quite have to, does he? But
I've got the stopwatch on, Annie. There's a chance he could get timed out.
Who's running for him? Is that Abel?
No. Oh, who's that?
Golds?
Randall, potentially. I think that might be Randall.
Oh, okay.
It's just a walk that I don't recognise.
Exactly. I hope he's good at running.
Oh, he looks in terrible discomfort, Bance, which is a big shame. Might be Lammonby actually with the. It's Tom Lammonby. Yeah, he's. I think that's like some effort at really cool Cristiano Ronaldo celebration, but you're not that cool, lad.
No. No.
I suppose no. To be when you're playing away, I know, for instance, when we've played games at the Oval or Guildford, they've got a few fans that get stuck into you, and it does get your emotions going. I remember.
I can't believe you ever.
It was quite a famous game actually.
Right.
When it was Justin Langer's first game for Somerset. I think he got 300 odd.
Right.
And there was a load of Surrey fans that just wouldn't leave him alone. Right. He was walking out to bat. Hi ho, because he was, he's a little bit on the short side of life, but they were singing all the silly songs, and it was painful.
Did he get annoyed?
Oh well, he didn't. He kept his cool.
You did.
Andy Hurry and Darren Vaness had a little word. I'm not sure what was said, but the singing stopped, so it was obviously effective. And I remember JL always says that's the reason why I came back to Somerset, because the lads backed me up. But yeah, there's always a little bit, you go to, I know Chelmsford, especially in one-day cricket as an away player.
Yeah.
That's really hard to keep your cool sometimes. I can't imagine.
Did you always keep your cool?
Well, most of the time, but sometimes it spills over. That's fine. Yeah, I suppose the way that the Somerset fans feel about Tom Curran, I would say, was equalled by the way that the Surrey fans have felt about some of us in time. So there we go. Bants is, I've always criticised some of his footwork. I don't think we're going to see a great deal of it.
No, I don't think we're going to see much.
There's going to be no footloose out there. No. Bants is just going to stand there. Yeah. Hopefully he was in the stands when James Hildreth hit those injured runs. You never know.
Yeah. Well, he's got to get 100 odd, hasn't he? Is it to equal Hildreth?
It wouldn't surprise me if he gets a few short balls in there. No. I'm not sure which foot he struck. It's his back foot, so short pitch bowling is going to be quite difficult, I would imagine. Rocking back onto that back foot, that's going to be a real challenge. I think he's probably, if he's bowled a bouncer, I can't see how he's going to do anything apart from duck and end up on his backside.
No. And then he'll bruise his backside.
Well, I'll tell you what, he's such a talented player. Yeah, he's one of those lads like a Butler who's played a lot of hockey. Wouldn't surprise me if moving his feet could be the key.
Oh. Got a run.
Was that an inside edge? I think it was. Drop catch from Ben Foakes. That's very unusual if it carried.
I'm not sure that it did, but let's have a look.
Well, he's definitely edged it. No, it's just dropped short.
Dropped, yeah.
And Ben Foakes, benefit of the doubt.
I think they had a little bit of a dodgy run then, because Overton wasn't quite sure whether they were going to run, and but they did manage.
Myself and Lamu were saying, you got an injury like Bants has obviously picked up. You go home, you run a hot bath, you have a couple of pints, and you're fine in the morning. The way he's moving, I don't really feel that's going to be the case for Bants. I'm a bit concerned.
Well, he hasn't had his an MRI scan, has he?
I don't think they're a cure though.
No, but they don't actually know.
That's just a diagnosis.
Does it not cure people?
No.
Oh, really? I'm not very good medically.
Tell you what, if there are any Reiki healers out there, any shaman in the southwest at the moment, get yourself down to Taunton. There is a man in need.
Oh, look at him hopping.
Bless him.
It's good for you to hop, though, isn't it?
Is this some faux science you're about to?
Yeah, I think I've proven that I'm
you're hopping mad, you are, aren't you? Hopping mad. Just in time, thanks to WPA Health Insurance, which will almost certainly be covering the cost of Tom Banton's scan. Hopefully that will be an all clear, and a couple of beers will sort him out tonight. But he's not moving well.
I think he'll be taking something a bit stronger. I mean, he cannot put any weight on it at all, can he?
No. But
it could be just really, really bruised.
He could be a Josh Davey though. because Josh Davey, when he falls over, gets a little graze, or
does he make a fuss?
or a catch that hits the end of his finger. Craig Overton's pretty bad at it as well. You think for the first 10 seconds there's an amputation come in, a limb's lost, and then 5-10 minutes later they're absolutely right as rain. Let's hope that Tom Banton's just
it's not looking that way at the moment, though, Trigo, I have to say.
Well, maybe a bit of kidology. He's getting in their head.
See, do you think he's going to charge down the wicket?
Thinking he won't be there on Saturday?
Yeah. Oh, you never know. But look, the lead is over 150 now. Got to be good, hasn't it?
Well, it's creeping up to something like a game. Again, I think Somerset are short. Is probably going to take Craig Overton to maybe do a Tom Curran here to maybe can we find 50 runs from somewhere? Or Tom Banton without any footwork. Get that shin out of the way and slap it through the covers.
There's 4 of them.
Again, I think the hockey hands, the hockey wrists certainly come into play there. If you have a look at the replay.
Such a clean hitter as well, isn't he? It's a lovely shot.
Oh, it's the front. It's the left foot that's a bother. He's pretty much got all his weight on that back stool. He's just slashed that through the covers. What a fantastic shot!
See what you're missing. That's what it's saying, really. But
Yes, Shaq.
wobbling away again. Make way for Harry, who's had a bit of a break.
I almost think in this situation that you start to turn down the singles, but Craig's got a lot of faith in the rear guard action, or maybe even the attacking play of Tom Banton. I mean, like I said, I really do think those cultured hockey hands are going to help him out. He's going to have to find a way.
Little single there.
Almost looks like a batter that's played an awful lot of changing room cricket in his day. The technique that he's employing at the moment, he's found a pretty effective method so far.
Yeah, perhaps he's been coached by Hildreth at one point. Perhaps
Well,
had a long phone call with him, maybe.
But again, I think James was a great hockey player, from what I believe. You know, all those lads that went to Taunton School and Millfield School, they play a lot of multi-sports, a lot of hockey in particular. And I don't think it's a fluke that Hildy managed to get that score standing on one leg and just use his hand-eye coordination and flicking the ball as if probably just remembering his hockey days. Drag flick. Not that I've ever played a game of hockey in my life, but
that very much sounded like the only hockey terminology you could think of.
Yeah.
You don't strike me as a hockey player.
No, didn't have time for any of that.
Not a state school game.
I'll tell you what though, the one hockey stick our school did have when you got hold of it was awesome.
To bat with.
Smacking your mate on the backside with. It made a hell of a slapping sound.
Was it a uni-hock stick or a hockey stick?
I had no idea what you just said.
Yeah, those uni-hock plastic ones. Were you not mucked around in the primary school hall with those?
No.
Little plastic pucks? No. Wow, this is proper cricket, this. I love watching someone bat on one leg. Now, you weren't let near the bandages this time. No strapping up of Tom Banton from you.
Well, I suppose, and that's the reason why they've let him. He's ended up coming at 11 because I'd have got him in at 7. That's the difference, see.
Craig Overton then. Not really changed gears, not really attacking anymore.
Ball just reverse swinging in from Tom Curran. Nearly actually did for Tom Banton that over before, that inside edge saving him.
I'm worried about the fist pump. With Tom Lammonby and Tom Banton sort of swap to square leg, they have a little fist bump, and each time he fist bumps, he hobbles a little bit more because he's got to hold his bat, and it's too much to think about.
This is crutch hand.
Yeah.
Who knew that Kookaburra would be not only a cricket bat but a balancing aid as well today?
The fact that the ball's soft is good for Tom Banton. I wouldn't want to see him facing a rock hard Kookaburra ball. What a lovely straight back defensive shot that is with no foot movement. 48 overs old, this ball. If it was suddenly a brand new ball and that was a searing Yorker onto his ankle, you'd have to wince with pain. But no, proper cricket from these two. No change in tack from Craig Overton. I wonder if Hildy hadn't played that knock, would there be as much pressure on Tom Banton to have to do it? It's almost like a thing now for Somerset. If you've got an injury, you have to back, because if Hildy can score 100 on one leg, then anyone else has to have a go. Shot, that
nice
is.
shot.
That's hockey hands. Should be 2. Might be 4. Well, I don't know. We haven't got a camera. We've got a square leg camera. We might be able to get the dugout cam on that and have a better view. It's either a superb bit of fielding. Yeah, I think benefit doubt will go to the fielder. Save 2 there. Whipping that behind square on the leg side. Beautiful shot from Tom Banton. Here we go. Here's the angle on the replay. Yeah, I think that's a cracking bit of fielding. Credit where credit's due. Even with his jumpers and towel in his trousers. I love passages that play like this. The commitment from Banton is absolutely superb here. He's actually playing quite well. Like you say, that hockey thing that he doesn't need to move his feet. So Tom Curran, not express pace. When do they go to a Roach or a Warren and say, look, bowling in, swinging Yorker, get this done? Turn our effects mic down a little bit. I keep adjusting it in my ears as well because it's so windy out there. That's why Tom Banton's struggling hobbling, because the wind keeps nearly blowing him over as well. Nearly losing his back crutch. It's been a windy week in the West Country. So Tom Lammonby is probably one of the quicker batters between the wickets. Makes sense to be the runner, I suppose. I was thinking who else might do it. James Rew's kept wicket, of course. He's fairly knackered. Lammonby's not going to bowl. Tom Abel's got a dodgy hamstring, so I think, yep, Tom Lammonby was the sensible choice. Short ball, nailed by Tom Banton. He's pulled that perfectly in the gap. Even on one leg, the form Tom Banton's in, he's not letting him get away with that. Now, no one is leaving this ground. This is the time of day where a lot of the, particularly elderly members, start walking towards the car park, going for a train, getting back for dinner. With Tom Banton batting on one leg, this is proper theatre, proper cricket. And he could eke out 20, 30 runs here. Suddenly, can Surrey chase 200, I'd say, tomorrow? Could it change things? So many seesaw ups and downs, a roller coaster ride that is county championship cricket. And now, surely we'll see Shakib continue. He's plugged in. He's plugged in all day. Shakib just keeps bowling from the river end until we run out of the new solar panel power, which shouldn't happen with all the sun we've got. Have you ever batted on one leg, Pete?
Nope. Struggle with
Don't
2.
get injured.
2 was hard enough, thank you.
I'm telling you, there must be other examples. But
yeah, I think broken hand. That wasn't much fun.
Was that your top hand or your bottom?
I think bottom hand. Lots of. I think lots of players have ribs. I mean, it's very unusual. I mean, the fact that Hildy broke his leg.
Yeah.
Batting is quite unusual. I don't think there are too many scenarios when that happens. Certainly with like ligaments or hamstring injuries, and I think one of the best injury performances I ever saw was Glenn Chappell, who had I think that it was scanned on like day 1, grade 2 tear of his hamstring, and he bowled like off half a run up, and I reckon bowled a yard quicker in the second innings and picked up about 3 or 4 wickets. Bowling seam up with a torn hamstring, that was a pretty brave effort.
Yeah, it's a hard ball, but it's getting a bit softer now. The Kookaburra, what, 49 overs old. You always think Bants would be better off just not being quite so deep at square leg when he walks over to the square leg umpire. How far away does he have to be? As long as he can move out the way if the ball's whacked towards him. A little switcheroo in the field. And we're going to see Panton have a deep square leg, a deep long off. Going to see 2 around that point, sort of a point and a backward point. Deep cover still there. I don't think he's going to attack Shakib Housan until it's in his slot, to be honest with you. The way he plays spin, it's going to be hard to sweep without moving his feet. Which is Fully might try and go over the top, but Shakib's a canny bowler.
He's going to look to score off into length short balls only, I would say. Just so he can't transfer onto his front foot, so I don't think he can really go down the ground, certainly not aerial.
He's just not been able to get there, is it? Trying to get to the ball. I think slog sweep would be too risky. I think he'll just see this off. 2 balls to come in Shakib's 23rd over of this innings. Very good shout from Stephen Lamb. He's just written a note and I've not even read it. I've just seen the name. I was there. Trez at Old Trafford. George Bartlett was batting with him. I remember that. I'm going up to Old Trafford next week. I was there a few years ago. He broke his metatarsal on 96 not out and carried on batting. Got to his 100. Carried on batting. Yeah, it was about 2016. Remember that game vividly. Great shout from Stephen Lamb. There you go. There's 3 Somerset top order batters who've had a pretty bad leg injury. He'll always be the best and the most extreme, but we always need a Legends Wall entry for the scoring runs injured. Were you playing in that game when you retired by the time Trez scored that under the Old Trafford? You can't remember.
Depends what year, son.
Yeah, 2016-ish.
Yeah, I would have. Yeah.
You don't remember it, though?
Played quite a few games, Harry.
Oh, you might remember that one. I reckon Tom Abel was captain. If I'm being really sad, I think I even remember him getting 3 wickets. It was back when he bowled a bit. I remember speaking to him after play.
Yeah, we had a proper Harry Everett moment where the old cricket archive came out. We were looking at balls bowled for me, Caddick and Marks. You loved it. 81,000 balls Vic Marks bowled in his cricket career. Caddick was 85,000. Absolutely crazy numbers.
Do you reckon they were all on there, though? Would there be the odd random game that wasn't recorded?
Well, maybe. I think you've always got to remember nets practice.
Yeah.
So you can almost, well, you could probably put another 3rd on top of that as well. So, yeah, no wonder most of us old bowlers are walking gingerly these days.
Why did that come up in conversation then?
Probably something about not being able to move. I think I got out of the chair quite with a groan, and I think Charlie teased me, and I said, well, most of us old bowlers are struggling for the old joints, knees and hips, and I know Caddy, who comes up here a lot, he's struggled with his lower back and a few operations, and Vic Marks actually, Vic, to be fair, moves better than most of us, being an off spinner and about 30 years older than us. He's in great form. have to admit, when you go out there in the morning and you see those used footholds, they always used to concern you the older you get. Those little dips where you land your foot and you catch the edge of one of those and it slightly turns your ankle. Groundsmen generally do a great job repairing them overnight.
Slower ball from Tom Curran outside the off stump, just left by Tom Banton. Deep third in place and a slip, so I wonder whether Bounce would have a slash at that, but sort of practicing that hockey wristy square drive. Clapping for here. 175 for 9.
So actually been one of the more fluent partnerships so far, this one. The runs have been flowing nicely. I think it's often a dangerous time as a bowling unit when you flip over from working to get wickets to expecting to get wickets, and that might be the case here.
There's the shot. That's what I was just talking about. Should go all the way for 4, you know. He's timed that really nicely. Through cover all the way for 4. That is a glorious, glorious shot from Tom Banton. We say he's been in the form in his life. Well, if he can't move his feet, his hands and his eyes are working. The hand-eye coordination's still there. Yeah, you underestimate how important every wicket partnership is. In that first game, Somerset were all over Surrey. They thought for a while. Then Tom Curran comes in. Roach gives him support. Worrell gave him a little bit of support. They only scored 5 each, but just being there. And this last man stand stuff, but just having 2 batters there together. Craig Overton is on 34. Tom Banton's nearly caught him up. Really important. I said about 20, 30 runs could be crucial. Well, it's been more than that already. Last wicket fell at 153. So that's what, 28? 28 for the last wicket. And Tom Banton's scoring 21 of them. They're going to have to rethink now. Kemo Roach is coming up. No, he's changed his mind. Shakib, where's he want him? Kemo Roach doesn't have a clue where he's wanted. He's coming in and out, doing the hokey cokey. He's gone back out to deep square now. Deep long off, deep extra cover, deep square. Overton might go down the ground, but Shakib bowls quite flat and quick. Makes it a hard shot. Great shot. Great shot. This should be 2. In between mid on and long off. Still slightly surprised Surrey haven't gone to Kemo Roach or Dan Worrell again. Yeah, 200 runs could be hard to get on a day 4 pitch. Just never know. You're not thinking that Surrey will just get someone quick to bowl a in swinging Yorker at his ankle? Or What was it? Lam and I were on comms earlier and we said something and 2 minutes later it exactly happened. I can't remember who it was. The bowling change or the fielding change.
That is the word on the street, mate, that you are, the cricket IQ is right up there. I mean, you've taken old Wemden to the precipice of promotion. Did you go up in the end?
No.
Just narrowly missed out.
Narrowly missed out.
It was a good season, though, wasn't
it? Very good season, yeah. Good point, yeah. Only a couple.
It's great to see a lot of the young, the local teams do pretty well. So fair play, mate.
There you go. Yeah.
Say thank you. Compliments don't come around.
Thank you. Yeah, I was going to say that's the first time you've ever complimented me. I'm shocked. I don't really know how to respond.
No, mate. I think cricket clubs need coaches like you, enthusiastic and knowledgeable. You obviously watch a lot of cricket at a level that they're aspiring to get to, and I'm not sure as a coach though you'd be able to coach that. The old
no, I like to think I don't normally start with a full toss when I bowl my leg spin.
The old tied shoelaces together, flick through mid wicket.
I think you meant the bowling, not the batting. Don't coach either of them. The full toss or the it's like a three-legged race. Who's batting? Oh no, the leading edge there. See, a fit Tom Banton sweeps that ball.
Yeah, he can't put much.
No.
He can't put any weight on that.
Oh.
Oof, can he? That oof is for balance and balance only.
I was worried about him being timed out, hobbling out there. That's well bowled from Cam Steele. He's got there. Now, Annie's chuckling in the back of the box because at the start of the year we did a County Cricket Natters podcast with myself, Annie, Dan Whiting, who's next door, and Cam Steele, who's bowling as we speak. And I can't remember how we got onto it, but it was something about when Cam Steele comes down here in September, we'll have a leg spin masterclass together. Can't remember the context as he bowls a full toss that I would be annoyed with. And Cam Steele was quite up for it actually. I haven't spoken to him since he's been here a week.
Can we please do that?
Yeah, we have to set that up after. Maybe there's an early finish tomorrow. Don't let the coach go back to Surrey. Keep the lads here for a bit.
Yeah, after a 4-day win that potentially wins the county championship, you'll definitely want to do that. I think you've got to get him first thing in the morning, mate, and just say, Cam, I've been watching you bowling, mate. I've got some tips for you. That's how you want to start the conversation.
Yeah, okay, like that. He's not bowled enough, is he? Maybe need some tips to impress Rory Burns and get more of a bowl. Batting number 9 and barely been used with the ball. Well, that's a bit of a drag down. He has bowled 2 full tosses and a drag down in this over.
He just hasn't got. He's not in the captain's head, is he?
No,
that's where he's going wrong.
I've got to teach him that how you get in the captain's head. This year I've done well at Wemden that I always bowl the second 10 overs after the captain bowls straight through, and it's been a nice routine actually. Never thought I'd be a first change of mine. That's better from Cam Steele. Nicely played from Tom Banton. It's going to be 1 run, but yeah, he's not been quite at the races in the first innings nor in this. I mean, leg spinners do take a bit of time to get settled sometimes, but he bowled 5 overs for 31 in the first. Comedy rate only just worse than Kemo Roach's, mind. Kemo Roach went to 6 and over, 10 overs for 60. Took a bit of Banton damage.
And look at the match summary there, dominated by Tom Banton and Tom Curran and the spinners. The spinners have been getting plenty of rewards. 2 forfers for Shakib, a maiden 5-wicket haul. He turned it into 6, Archie Vaughn. All 10 wickets in the Surrey innings falling to spin. Can Shakib Al-Hassan fill his bag with a 5th wicket?
Tom Lammery's doing well here, by the way. There's been no runner mix-up. We should say, how many times do you see a runner come out and it's carnage? And also he's having to swap sides.
I've been enjoying watching him actually because in between balls he's shadowing shots like he's batting, which is quite cute.
Right-handed like Vance or left-handed? I've noticed that.
Oh, more runs, at least 2. Kemar Roach is a good athlete. He's going to save the 3rd.
Watch the way Craig Overton ran that first single as well. He didn't want to be on the pitch, so he sort of jumped with his massive feet and strides both sides of the wicket, trying to not be in the danger zone.
Oh, at this stage, he wants to get them big plates of meat down the middle as much as he can.
Lammonby's running too close. Look how tight to the stumps he is. Lammonby wants to be a bit wider. Allow Craig to actually run up the wicket without being in the danger zone and getting told off. Yeah. Way with it, like you say, they're waiting for a warning on that.
Where Lammers is running, I would imagine it's certainly by design, just outside the right-hander's off stump for the off spin of Archie Vaughn. Just in the safe zone, but probably on the edge. You'd have to say, just on the edge.
Just one there, Shakib doing a bit of fielding of his own bowling. I don't want this passage of play to end now. It's getting particularly exciting watching Tom Banton bat.
Well, tomorrow's going to be exciting as well. I was planning on playing a few holes of golf at Mendip Spring Golf Club in Congsbury tomorrow. I think I'm going to have to try and get a really early tea time, so I'm done by 10:30, and I can tune in, 'cause it's going to be some action. I wonder if me mate Hobbsy's going to make me a coffee in the morning.
What's the earliest you'd play? 8?
I play. A lot of my mates play. We've got a little roll up we call the Sunday Swingers.
Right.
First light, which is normally about, I suppose, about 8 o'clock in the morning.
Well, there you go. You're gonna have to do it. That's it.
And that's the close of play. And Somerset have finished on 194 for 9. And Tom Banton has made one of the most comfortable 28s I think you'll ever see on one leg. Craig Overton has done his bit. He's moved on to 40. And that little bit of rearguard action there from Somerset has really given the lads a little bit of a sniff tomorrow. The lead's creeping up to 200, which will certainly catch the attention of the Surrey batters. You have to say that this day's play in particular has done a complete 180. It was all Somerset. And then Tom Curran strode to the wicket. He played an immaculate innings that's really flipped it on his head. Shakib Al-Hassan and Jordan Clark have bowled beautifully today, put the Somerset players under pressure, but all to play for on day 4 here at Somerset. It could go either way in what is an absolutely crucial game for both teams. Thanks to Annie Shave, who's popped in from time to time, Stephen Lamb, and yourself, Harry Everett. Look forward to listening and watching, hopefully while I'm just sinking a couple of putts in the morning.
Brilliant stuff. Rewind and watch that Tom Banton innings all through the winter. What bravery, what courage. Didn't even take Tom Lammonby or Craig Overton's arm to help him off the pitch. Yeah, I'll be back on comms with Stephen Lamb tomorrow. Look forward to it. See you then.
Reaction and video highlights from today's play on the
I will stand on it so that it doesn't fall over.
Thank you for standing on. Well done, Archie. Well done, mate.
Thank you. Cheers.
Harry, could you not stand in front of the camera, please?
I stand on the wire.
Well, sorry, Harry.
I stand on the wire.
There you go. Thank you.
Okay, we are going. Archie Vaughn, well played. What does it feel like to take 6 wickets in your second first-class game of cricket?
Yeah, pretty special. You know, I've probably the first 5 I've ever taken properly, so some of them a bit different too, but yeah, very happy.
And the first 3 wickets, the first 2, Rory Burns and Dom Sibley, both Test players.
Yeah, you know, watching on TV, but you know, just bowling against 2 class batsmen is a good challenge, and you know you have to put it in your spot all the time. So, yeah, you know, good to get 2 class batsmen like that out. It's definitely a high achievement for me.
What were you concentrating on when you were bowling?
Just keep bowling my best ball, try and put it in area, and hopefully the pitch and the ball does the rest of the work. But just trying to be as consistent as possible.
And are you a bowler who bats or a batsman who bowls? Which is your strongest suit?
I couldn't really tell you, to be honest. Some days I'm a batter, some days I'm a bowler, but anything I do, I just try and enjoy it, and that's where I play my best cricket. Obviously, pitch here is quite suitable for spinners, so other days it might be one for seamers, so maybe a genuine all-rounder, but honestly, I don't know.
You've got a big day ahead of you tomorrow with Somerset trying to bowl Surrey out and
Yeah.
keep themselves in the hunt for the County Championship.
Yeah, definitely a big day, but we have full confidence in our bowling attack, and anything that can happen. It's cricket. Things happen quickly here when we batted on it first, and we got 7 wickets in the morning session, so we know it can be done. So we're pretty content.
Your father was here yesterday watching you. Have you heard from him since you secured the six wickets?
Not too much, to be honest. He left when it started raining yesterday, but no, I don't hear too much about him, but he obviously says well done and how proud he is of me, but not too much.
And you're obviously enjoying your time with Somerset. Do you see your long-term future here?
Yeah, 100%. They've done so much for me since I came down school there when I was 15, and I can't thank them enough for what I've done. So, yeah, I can't see myself anywhere else, definitely.
Well bowled today, and
Thank
best
you.
of luck tomorrow.
Cheers.
Can I ask a few questions? Have you bowled as many overs as that in the morning before?